Israel, Am Shema Israel.
This week, the Eternal Light presents a special broadcast celebrating the reestablishment of the ancient Jewish Commonwealth in Eretz Yisrael through the creation by the United Nations Assembly of a Jewish state in Palestine. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present this program, which comes to you in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. We present Paul Muni and Morton Wishenbrad's Document of a Faith, and It Came to Pass. Our special guest soloist on today's program is Regina Resnick, dramatic soprano of the Metropolitan Opera Company.
I'm a Jew alive. And every Jew alive bears witness in his flesh to Jews who are dead. Therefore I say, this is a day which the Lord hath made. But I may not rejoice for long, not yet. The purchase price was set too high. The remnant of Jacob which shall return is small. And orphan children have not yet purged mind of memory and pain. Perhaps in a little while, perhaps then there will be time and space for gladness. In Flushing Meadow, where the decision was made, 57 nations read the documents and listened to the testimony, and then when the time came to announce the vote, there was a pause. A longer pause than usual. A pause which lasted 2,000 years.
Palestine partition is voted 33 to 13.
There was no applause. There was only silence. And in the silence, Jacob, the son of Isaac, the son of Abraham, the son of Terach, formerly of the city of Ur in the Chaldees, opened to the well-worn place in the 12th chapter of the first book and read once more.
And the Lord said unto Abram, Get thee unto the land that I will show thee, and I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee.
In the city of Jerusalem, they opened the book further to a place of Isaiah's prophecy.
And it shall come to pass in that day that the remnant of Israel and they that are escaped out of the house of Jacob shall no more again stay upon him that smote them, but shall stay upon the Lord, the Holy One, in truth. A remnant shall return, even the remnant of Jacob, and Zion shall be redeemed in righteousness and justice.
Zion v'mishpat tipodeh.
Out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. And in New York City a voice declared,
Not only has our cause triumphed at Flushing Meadows, but the United Nations has triumphed through our cause. This is the first time that the United Nations and the civilized world have decided to create a new state.
Zion v'mishpat tipodeh. And Zion shall be redeemed in righteousness.
In Flushing Meadow, 57 nations read the documents and heard the testimony. But not every document was offered, nor was the testimony given in full. Faith is also testimony, and worship is a document of faith acceptable to God and entitled to the sovereign consideration of men. It is entirely proper, then, to offer the testimony of 2,000 years of faith, the documents of Scripture, prophecy, and prayer. Consider them wisely, for they will give no truth except a truth of life, and no beauty except that beauty discovered in the agony and nakedness of souls. And consider also the words.
Im eshkachech Yerushalayim, tishkach yamini.
If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget its strength. Zionism was born the day the temple was destroyed. Israel became a wanderer and was dispersed among the nations, but Israel did not forget. They were the scattered herdsmen of Canaan. They were the fugitive seed of Jerusalem's royal shepherd, the generations of David the king. And so, standing in the cities of the dispersion, they turned hearts eastward and they sang a psalm of longing.
Im eshkachech Yerushalayim, tishkach yamini.
If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget its strength. The immemorial pledge which was transmuted into the Rhapsody of Yehudi Alevi. My heart is in the east, and I in the uttermost west. How can I find savor in food? How shall it be sweet to me? O Zion, I would fall with my face upon thine earth, and take delight in thy stones, and be tender to thy dust. I would pass into thy forest and thy fruitful field, and stand within thy Gilead, and wonder at thy mount beyond. Does sanction to be rooted come from a people's character? They had come out of Egypt as slaves. They had trained themselves to freedom with a terrible and holy passion that only slaves can know. In their latter generations, the prophet Amos came down from Tekoa. Isaiah rose up to proclaim a vision of justice. Hosea was taught by suffering to declare the law of mercy. In their midst, the psalmist was kissed by God and patterned for all mankind the language of poetry. And when rooted up from out of the land and cast abroad, they never forgot. When they built their synagogues,
Here, set the ark here, toward the east, toward Jerusalem.
Zion was in the mouth of babes, and each young life was consecrated by its hope. Boys ascended the bema in their 13th year and were confirmed as legal members of the congregation in the ceremony of bar mitzvah.
Have mercy upon Zion, for it is the home of our life, and save her that is grieved in spirit, speedily and in our day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who makest Zion joyful to her children.
They did not forget. It was their life, and life may not be forgotten. There are reminders, the small ceremonial reminders of individual existence, the greater ceremonial reminders of individuals joined together.
The bridegroom will place the ring upon the forefinger of the right hand of the bride. Bridegroom, repeat after me. Behold thou, Rebekah, the daughter of Daniel.
Behold thou, Rebekah, the daughter of Daniel,
Art betrothed unto me,
art betrothed unto me,
according to the law of Moses and Israel.
according to the law of Moses and
A
Israel.
marriage ceremony, a testimony of daily life, a document submitted by Israelites in all the countries upon all the continents of God's earth.
This glass is a symbol of the Temple of Jerusalem. Even in this moment of your happiness, you may not forget that Israel is exiled from Zion, and that the Temple of Jerusalem has been destroyed. Therefore, tread down hard upon this glass and break it.
In the shining white city of Moorish Spain, or in the Polish ghettos and Bohemian villages, each man who occupied a dwelling took up his hammer and nailed a Mizrach plate against the eastern wall. And upon each Sabbath day of the year, they prayed,
Bring us in peace from the four corners of the earth, and make us go upright to our land. For thou art a God who worketh salvation.
in the years of cruel oppression, in the years of Black Death, in the cities of the German Rhineland, in the years of Inquisition, in the days of the Russian pogrom, and in more recent days of the cold thrust of annihilation, those with body left and utterance remaining stole diligently to the synagogues upon the holiest day of the year. And when the long service of the Day of Atonement was concluded, they said,
Leshana Haba Be'Yerushalayim.
next year in Jerusalem. Next year in Jerusalem, words, yes, words of piety and ritual, yes, but words to sustain a faltering heart, words to evoke a memory of the past and build a healing bridge above the present into the future of their fulfillment. You think the words were said in jest or without emotion? Do not think so. For hearts beat more quickly, and shoulders straightened, and a flush came to the cheeks, pale with fasting. They believed. They stood with Ezekiel in the valley of dry bones.
Behold, I will open your graves, and I will bring you into the land of Israel, and ye shall live. And I will place you in your own land, and ye shall know that I, the Lord, have spoken and performed it, saith the Lord.
And because they believed, they sang their faith each day after each meal in a song of grace. When the Lord turned us toward Zion, we were like unto them that dream. Then was our mouth filled with laughter, and our tongue with exultation. Then said they among the nations,
The Lord hath done great things for them.
The Lord hath done great things for us, whereat we rejoice. Bring back our captivity, O Lord, as the streams in the south. They that sow in tears shall reap in joy. Though he goeth on his way weeping, bearing the store of seed, he shall come back with joy, bearing his sheaves. Must be plain now. This is a faith based firmly in that land called Eretz Yisrael, quickened by the land and focused by it. They were bookbinders in Warsaw, but the daily pledge of prayer was for them.
And I shall give grass in thy field for thy cattle, and thou shalt eat and be satisfied.
He was a bookbinder. He was a stoop-shouldered mechanic in a stone city where there was neither grass nor cattle. But he prayed for grass.
Maybe in Palestine they need a little pasture for the cattle. It will do no harm to read the prayer.
They were tinsmiths and lens grinders in Holland. They had no field to plow. But the words for them each day were nevertheless,
I will give the rain of your land in its season, the former rain and the latter rain.
Holland required no rain. For Holland that year there was rain and surfeit. There was flood. But they prayed for rain.
Palestine might need it.
The former rain and the latter rain.
Of course, there are two rainy seasons. And in a dry country without rain, nothing grows.
There was nothing strange in this for them. There were Jewish seamen who went down to sea in ships, and they prayed,
And God give thee, O Zion, of the dew of heaven and of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine.
Do you see the plan in this? Outside, they were tailors and garment workers, but in the synagogues, they remembered the words of harvest and planting. In their houses and in their shops, they were city dwellers, but in their synagogues, they were herdsmen again and tillers of the soil. The green grass of Jezreel was all around them, and lifting their prayer books, they carried balm of Gilead and tasted grapes of Eshcol, and made a cup of their hands for the dew of Hermon. And so for a remnant it was a plan, and it came to pass, a plan for the return of them who of necessity would have to return or perish. A haven, a sanctuary, a refuge, a pledge redeemed. These are the documents, and this is the testimony of prayer and prophecy and scripture. In Flushing Meadow, 33 nations vindicated an ancient plan, and once again the people of Judea rises among the councils of nations. We who are in America shall bless them and make a prayer that they shall be happy in their land as we are happy in this, our land. May they also know the dignity of fulfillment. May they redeem themselves and follow justice. May they never forget that there is no human life and no nation and no faith without beauty and without holiness. May they love peace and pursue peace, and may they find peace and be a light to the nations.
And now we take pleasure in introducing Dr. Simon Greenberg, Provost of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Dr. Greenberg.
The decision of the United Nations Assembly to reestablish a Jewish state in Palestine is neither a political nor a military victory. It is above all a triumph of the spirit and a vindication of a faith. For more than 1,800 years, and under the most adverse circumstances, the Jews remained unswerving in their faith in the promise God made to Abraham concerning Palestine. To thee have I given it, and to thy children after thee. The glorious vindication of this faith is the most eloquent testimony offered by all of human history to the prophetic truth that the grass withereth and flower fadeth, but the word of the Lord endureth forever. This triumph of the Spirit gives us renewed courage to believe that despite the present difficulties and disturbances, the renaissance of Judaism in the land of its birth will be but the prelude to the establishment of a world order of peace and brotherhood. While all lovers of justice rejoice in the action of the United Nations, the news was of greatest significance to the harried remnant of Jews who continue to live in DP camps. To them it means, in all literalness, a new lease on human dignity, on hope, and on life itself. It is fitting, therefore, that on this occasion we should hear from them through our distinguished fellow American, Judge Louis E. Leventhal. These past 6 months, Judge Leventhal has been in Germany, serving as advisor on Jewish affairs to General Lucius D. Clay, United States military governor of Germany. He has given a lifetime of service to America, to Zionism, to Jewish education, and to every good cause for the advancement of the welfare of his fellow man. Judge Leventhal will speak to us from Frankfurt.
A kind Providence has given me the privilege of working with my long-suffering fellow Jews here in Germany and Austria at this historic time when the 1900-year-old dream of our people is reaching fulfillment. I speak of the men and women who survived Auschwitz, Dachau, Buchenwald, and the other Nazi hells. I speak also of the men, women, and children who fought with Macedonian valor in the underground and emerged from forests and caves, certain that they would share in the fate of victory. Disillusioned, they have been sustained only by their unshakable faith that the civilized world must ultimately grant them real liberation. In these days of rejoicing, the Jewish displaced persons are deeply grateful to the Allied forces that rescued them, to the international agencies that have served them, and to American Jewry that has brought them relief and rehabilitation, and through its representatives here have restored their dignity and faith in themselves. Mingled with their joy and thanksgiving, I have observed a profound sense of responsibility. They seem determined to prove themselves worthy of the verdict of history embodied in the decision of the United Nations. They are resolved, like their fellow Jews in the Exodus 1947, to join the gallant pioneers and builders of Palestine in creating a state of which Jews everywhere may be proud. Although eager to live in friendship with their neighbors in the Holy Land, they are prepared to perish, if need be, in defense of their homeland. And they pray to their God, the God of Abraham, the father of both Jew and Arab, that the decision of the United Nations may be the forerunner to an era of genuine peace, security, and freedom for all mankind.
Thank you, Judge Leventhal. Our Eternal Light drama today, And It Came to Pass, was written by Morton Wishengrad and signalized the decision of the United Nations calling for the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. The music was arranged by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catums. Our special guests today were Paul Muni as the narrator and Miss Regina Resnick of the Metropolitan Opera Company. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
the eternal life. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available for the presentation of The Eternal Life, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our drama today by Morton Wishengrad is entitled The Singing Valley and is based on the first-hand story told by Yehudit Simhanit of the Council of Working Women in Palestine. Featured as the narrator is Virginia Payne.
By the springs of Nahalal, sweeter than the nightingale, the field swallow sings. The black iris spills wild across the valley, and if you look, you will see the first anemones reddening on the hills. The day breaks wet with morning dew, and the night hangs a candelabrum of stars. It is my valley, Emek Jezreel, the valley of Esdraelon. It goes down from Haifa in the land of Israel. It is a singing valley. Evenings when the houses lay white in the moon and watchmen stand in the clotted shadows of the settlement, a gush of singing begins at Sha'ar HaMa'akim in the north and continues beyond Beth Alpha in the south. Emek Jezreel is singing Ashrei Ha'ish. We have borne our sheaves unto the hills of Zion to make way for the redeemed who come streaming into the land. In your own land, you would call me Judith, but here I am known as Yehudit. 25 years ago, I came to the valley. It was forbidding and desolate, the soil eroded and like flint, the swamp stagnant and malarial, the sun pitiless over a landscape never compromised by even a single tree. I remember the day we came, pioneers. Halitzin, a brave name for frightened young people from Russia and Poland. We felt the sun. We touched the soil. We smelled the stagnation of the swamp. And my brother Levi and David, whom I was to marry, stood with me almost without voice for speech.
I'm thirsty. Just to look gives you a thirst. Levi.
What, David?
The canteen.
Sorry. Help yourself.
You drink first, Yehudit.
David, where did this water come from?
The spring. The spring that feeds the swamp. The Arab who showed it to me said it was good water.
I'm thirsty, David, but I'll drink the water after it's boiled.
Yehudit, we mustn't be squeamish here.
Levi's right. The Arab says he and his family always drink it.
Ibrahim, that's his name, isn't it?
Well?
While you and the others were talking with him, I saw his children. Their bellies were swollen.
You can't blame that on the water.
Oh, perhaps not. Their eyes were inflamed, oozing. Perhaps you can't blame that on the water either, but let's boil whatever we drink, David.
It's a lot of trouble, Yehudit.
Takes a lot of trouble to live, especially here. I spoke to Ibrahim's wife. She told me a proverb of the valley. It takes 4 dead babies to make 1 live baby. 4 out of 5 babies die.
Yehudit, our children will live.
Will they? There's the water.
We shan't quarrel about that. The water will be boiling.
There's the swamp.
We'll drain it.
And the malaria. You can't drain malaria.
We've got petroleum for spraying the larvae.
Who is going to do all this?
We are Yehudit. You and Levi and I and all the others.
And where will we live? What will we eat while that is being done?
David, perhaps we've made a mistake to come here. We can still go back.
Is that what you want, Yehudit?
I want to be with you, David.
I want to stay here.
Why?
Because?
That's a child's answer.
I know.
Because of what, David?
You'd smile if I told you.
I won't smile.
I felt the way you did this morning. Then I looked there, toward the mountain. Do you know that mountain?
No.
That's Gilboa. Saul died there, and Jonathan. And Levi, where your eyes are turned, maybe that's where Amos stood in Tekoa.
That's why you want to stay here.
I told you you'd smile.
I'm not smiling.
Yehudit, I want you to stay with me.
I'm not sure, David.
Make peace with yourself, Yehudit. Say to yourself, this is where I must stay. Then it will come easy.
You told yourself that?
All morning. This is where I must stay. Say it yourself. Say, once long ago, when King David was king, Gideon gathered his men at Gilboa. All once was different. There were trees growing and flocks pasturing. There was milk and honey. Say it yourself, Yehudit. Once it was different.
Yes, David. Once it was different.
And once again it will be different. Say that, Yehudit.
Once again it will be different.
It is only a hope.
All right, Levi, it is a hope. And a hope can be a job to do. That's the only way to make peace with yourself. Excuse me. I'm going to borrow a pan to boil the water.
We stayed. David was right. Every hope is a job to do. Only we never dreamed how large the task was. The sun was our enemy. The soil was our enemy. The standing water breeding mosquitoes was our enemy. There was no softness for us, no favorable aspect. Only labor, hard labor unremitting. You had to be strong in order to live and to work. I married David on the 6th day of Elul. On the 7th day of Elul, we went on our honeymoon.
Congratulations, Yehudit. This is your hammer.
They were building a road from Nazareth to Haifa, a road of stone through a land of sand. David and Levi joined the men swinging pickaxes, and I went to the women who were crushing stone for gravel.
You can work beside me if you wish.
Thank you, Yonah.
The general object is to make little rocks out of big ones, like this. All you need is a dull mind and a large muscle. Try it. Amateurish. Bit more with the wrist. Well, the technique could be improved, but the big rock made little rocks, so why complain?
How long do I keep this up?
Till the road's built?
And how long will that be, Yonah?
I'm an optimist. I think it can be done in 2.5 years.
Oh.
If you don't care for the work, I can manage to get you transferred to the detail that's draining the swamp.
Oh, I don't think so.
Or would you prefer to carry bags of fertilizer on your shoulders?
Hardly.
Come to think of it, Yehudit, you and I are aristocrats of labor.
So it seems.
Then what are you waiting for, aristocrat? Swing your hammer. Ha, ha, ti, ale, ut, na.
A song of the road builders. Hach patish. The hammer beats, the trough of pitch boils, the press levels new roads to the sand. So shall we conquer the desert and desolation. It required 2 years to build the road between Haifa and Nazareth. And for 2 years, the hammer became an extension of my arm. We lived in a tent, David and I. We owned nothing. What we had, we shared with the others. We were working together for Zion, romantics who were prisoners of a wonderful daydream. And never did people engage in a collective daydream under more adverse circumstances. For the enemy was constant and unremitting. The enemy attacked each day after sunset. The enemy came in on a small sound, which magnified between the hills an almost extinguished sound of life itself.
I told you I'd get him.
All right, Levy. If you're tired of playing, you can lie back on your pillow.
I'm not playing, David. I've made myself a vow to attend to every mosquito in Emek Jezreel, personally.
Stop bragging and lie down. Headache?
Headache. I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything like it. Why am I yawning so much?
It's a symptom.
Of what?
The cold stage of malaria. Yawning, headache, lassitude, then chills, then fever, then the sweating.
How do you know so much?
I read a book.
You're a sadist.
Why?
Having fun with my symptoms.
Your symptoms? It's hardly an exclusive disease. I had chills this morning. So did Yehudit. That's quite a happy thought, Levy. Yehudit has malaria, and Yehudit is going to have a baby.
The first 2 years, 98% of the pioneers came down with malaria. Quinine helped, but not enough. During the day, while we labored under the sun, the mosquitoes were quiescent as though biding their time. But after sunset, they attacked. We screened ourselves as best we could in our tents. We sprayed the swamps with petroleum. We sent out parties of men and women to dig drainage ditches, to dig canals. But there were always enough mosquitoes to lance skin and plant a deadly parasite in the bloodstream. And then it came, the lassitude, the cold, the blue skin, the burning internal temperature, the nausea, the flushes, the sweat. And we worked between paroxysms of malaria, 98% of the men and women in Emek Jezreel. And this is how I bore my first child, between attacks of fever.
Yehudit, the wagon will be here in half an hour.
Yes, Dave.
Haifa isn't so far away. I'll come to see you at the hospital.
David, will the baby live?
It's a foolish question.
4 out of every 5 babies. Remember what Ibrahim's wife told me.
The baby will be all right. You're not going to a midwife who doesn't even know to scrub dirt away from her fingers. You've been given prenatal care. Your baby will live, Yehudit.
All right.
May I come in?
Of course, Levy.
The wagon is ready. I thought you'd like to know.
Yes.
We'll carry you.
I can walk.
Not with malarial fever, you can't. I'll put you in the chair, and Levy and I can use the chair as a stretcher.
Yehudit.
Yes.
Yehudit, you'll be all right. There isn't anything to worry about.
She isn't a child, Levy. She understands.
David, she's my sister. It isn't worth it. There's too much pain here. Nothing comes easily. It's no good. David, why don't we admit it can't be done?
It can be done, Levy.
Don't make stump speeches. No one's listening.
But we're doing it.
We're scarecrows. We've lost.
Listen, Levy, listen. There was no road. You and I and Yehudit and the others, we made a road. It became better. There was no tent. We put up a tent. It became better, didn't it? Yehudit and I have been alone. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, there will come a child. That will be better, won't it? Now there are 15 in our group. And then there will be 20, and then 35 and 50. And that will be better, won't it? Come, lady. Help me carry her to the wagon, so she can be taken to Haifa to have her baby.
Beyond understanding. I had malaria. My husband had malaria. But my son was born. And when he was 5 years old, he too had malaria. Chronic malaria, the doctor called it. And yet he lived, because a wonderful thing came to us from America.
Look, Yehudit, a case of condensed milk.
I wonder if in America you knew what it meant. A malarial mother no longer had to nurse her child. And so both child and mother became stronger. There was a second wonderful thing. All our days we lived in tents. But a tent is a meager thing. Your shoulders stooped automatically until you became a postured question mark. There was no wall to hang a picture. No shelves for a cup or a book or a piece of colored cloth. And so David celebrated our son by building a hut of thatch. A hut with 4 walls.
Well, what do you think, Yonah?
A logical thought. You're a filthy aristocrat.
You're jealous.
Of a man? Don't be stupid. Men are overrated creatures.
I will tell Levi.
You leave Levi to me. Poor boy suffered enough.
Tell me, Yonah, when you and Levi are married, if he's so foolish, will you have a hut of thatch or a tent?
A tent keeps out the rain.
But you can stand erect in a hut. You can assume a normal posture.
A tent keeps out the sun.
Yehudit will hang a picture on the wall. As soon as I get some lumber, I'm going to build a window.
Nonsense.
I lit a candle and placed it in the window. The first candle in the first window of Emek Jezreel. And our tent had become a hut. And our hut a home. And our home a lighthouse for the people of the valley. The valley brightened. 1 window, 1 candle. But it was something. It was something also that the seedlings we had planted had taken root. That leaves appeared. Green leaves to brighten the grayness and to promise shade against the sun. There was singing down the valley and there was dancing. They danced and they sang, Achshav, Achshav, Be'emek Yisrael, home at last in the valley of Jezreel. After that, it seemed that the singing never stopped in the valley. The children came. The trees grew higher. The tents became huts. The huts became houses. And there were new projects.
Yehudi, I want you to meet your new disciple. This is Gamaliel the rooster.
How do you do, Gamaliel?
He's a very friendly bird.
So I see.
Gamaliel's in charge of 12 pullets and 2 hens we've just acquired. You're in charge of Gamaliel.
Like a general.
Oh, no. Gamaliel's the general.
Oh.
You're the vice president in charge of generals.
Yonah, I think you ought to know that all I know about chickens is what I eat.
We're not far ahead of you. You'll find grain in this bin.
Do you think he's hungry?
Men are always hungry. Oh, which reminds me, Levy and I are going to be married.
Oh, it took him a long time.
Don't be silly. I asked him. As a matter of fact, I told him. Oh, Gamaliel, no one's talking to you.
Not bad, Levy, is she? For our first cow?
She's a little on the scrubby side.
We'll do better later. But this cow is the beginning of the first dairy in Amig Jezreel.
Where you going, Levy?
To the fish factory.
Good morning.
Good morning, Yona.
Now we'll start all over again. Where are you going, lady?
To the fish factory, my dear.
Ah, putting a new twist on it. Say it again.
Fish factory.
Isn't that nice?
It's just the swamp.
Why didn't you say so?
Well, it's a different kind of swamp.
Oh.
In fact, it isn't a swamp anymore. We've cleaned it, we've deepened it, and we've given it a supply of running water. And we've put some fish in. Yona, we're going to breed fish.
Well, chickens, cows, why not fish?
There's no reason why it shouldn't work. We'll supply the other settlement with fish. Maybe they can supply us with other things.
Know something, lady?
Hmm?
I think the Valley of Jezreel is here to stay.
The valley has grown. And now, once again, we have come to the season of Hanukkah. My children and Yonah's children, they light their candles for Judah Maccabees and for the soldiers of Israel who cleansed the holy temple of Jerusalem and in that time rebuilt the Holy Land. And all over the village there is singing. And our children, firm-fleshed, tanned, their eyes bright, children of farmers, children of shepherds and dairymen, children of Maccabees who conquered desert and malarial swamp. Our children light many candles.
And now we present Mrs. Israel Goldstein, President of the Pioneer Women of America, speaking from Philadelphia. Mrs. Goldstein.
Hanukkah in Palestine is primarily a children's holiday. For the 8 days of its duration, schools are closed and celebrations of all kinds are in order. Chiefly, the holiday is the festival of lights. Huge menorahs grace the tops of the tallest towers and buildings, and Hanukkah lights are set at windows for all to see. Tel Aviv, the all-Jewish city, is literally aglow with light. Candlelight and torchlight parades of children, and grown-ups too, mark the traditional observance. And plays, charades, concerts, games are all part of the festivities. The traditional game of chance is the dreidel, made of the native olive wood with Hebrew characters. It is, of course, no foreign novelty in Palestine, but their very own native game. The Hebrew letters Nun, Gimel, Hey, Shin stand for the words Nes Gadol Hayasham, a great miracle happened there. Plays about Judah Maccabee and his brothers last year. This year it was no make-believe, but the imagination which stirred the child Judahs in previous years gives them a sense of reality this year, a feeling of continuity in the land of their ancestors, and a sense of belonging to that soil and the soil belonging to them. This year, 2,112 years after the Maccabean struggle, the story of Hanukkah has been and is being reenacted in Palestine, the land of the Maccabees, where first the lights of dedication were kindled. Palestine, the land of the Maccabees, where Chalutzim and Chalutzot, pioneers who dared, like David and Yehudit, to build the Singing Valley, the workers and defenders who envisaged the redemption of the country and dedicated themselves to the task of making of it a land flowing with milk and honey. Yehudit's first candle in the first window in the Amek has cast its glow of light and warmth throughout the land, embracing the modern miracle of rebirth and recreation that has there been wrought. Palestine, the land of the Maccabees, has itself become the lamp of dedication, sending out its glowing message of hope and faith to all of suffering Jewry. A people small in number, but great in spirit and in courage, they have throughout the centuries told and retold the Maccabean story, clinging fast to the belief, She'asa Nissim Lavotenu, that he who has performed miracles for our fathers will perform them for us too. Nun Gimel Hey Shin, Nes Gadol Hayasham. Next year, perhaps, there will be a companion piece. Nun Gimel Hey Pei, Nes Gadol Hayapo. A great miracle happened here. The Jewish state will be a fact, and the Hanukkah lights will spread their rays throughout the year, making clearer and more visible the path for Palestine and for the rest of the world to peace.
Thank you, Mrs. Goldstein. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Singing Valley, was written by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catums. Featured as the narrator was Virginia Payne. The vocal soloists were Cantor David Putterman and Hadassah Kola. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Patt. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available for the presentation of The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our drama today by Arnold Pearl is entitled Enzo Sereni, featured Jack Lloyd, Roger DeKoven, and Charlotte Holland.
a man who, holding a seed in his hand and standing before a desert swamp in Palestine, would tell you the comfort of the shade it would produce when it became a tree. He would point to where the flower would bloom in the marsh and tell of the taste of its future fruit. And just before his death at Dachau, where he was tortured, he wrote,
"If you know how to live, my darling, as required, and how to die as is required, the light will not be lost."
His name was Enzo Sereni, and what he said is true. I know. I was his eldest daughter. My father's house in Rome when he was young had 20 rooms. Life for my father when he was 16 was a round of receptions, teas, banquets. There was always laughter and tinkling glass and always also something that my father hated.
Oh, wonderful, Guido, wonderful. It's the most exciting thing I've ever heard. So, did you hear?
What was that, Marchesa?
Oh, how far away we are today.
Sorry.
Guido was telling me. Oh, tell him, Guido, just as you told me, and don't change a precious word.
I was saying, Sereni, have you ever been up in a plane? Been up at the controls?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday, I went up with the airmen. They let me hold the stick a while and guide it. Then I went back to the bombardier, looked through the sights. You've never done that?
No.
Oh, tell him.
We took a target, several stacks of hay in a field, and let fly with the bombs. I tell you.
Now, listen to this.
It was a symphony in movement. The bomb struck and burst, erupted, reached into the sky. It was a rose blooming, a flower opening, a violent, magnificent flower of destruction. I felt like a god.
Oh, just to hear him say it.
And someday, think, Enzo, to drop such roses on our enemies, to bring again the grandeur that was Rome, to build with our fascisti a new world, to cleanse the earth with violence.
Oh, what's the matter? Enzo, the cup. Enzo, where are you going?
I haven't been feeling well. You'll excuse me, Marchesa? Signor Guido, scusa.
Perhaps it was because my grandmother lit candles every Friday night and said the words of blessing for the Sabbath Queen. Perhaps because the greeting that my father loved best was shalom, peace. Perhaps also he turned because of what he read aloud in the evening from the book of Psalms.
Happy is the man that has not walked in the counsel of the wicked, nor stood in the way of sinners, nor sat in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and he shall be like a tree planted by streams of water that bring forth fruit in its season, and whose leaf does not wither.
My father never walked. He flew. He was the wind. He never turned. He plunged. And from the polite terror of the teacups, he dug deep into the tradition of his people, into Zion. And he found the clay was rich.
Im tirtsu einzu agada.
He studied Hebrew, the language of Zion.
If you will, it shall be so. Im tirtsu einzu agada.
He lived with Akiba, Bar Kokhba, Judas Maccabee, the heroes of Zion. And when he was 21, he met Ada Ascarelli, the daughter of a merchant of Rome, a woman with the same clean look of love for him as he for her.
And what will your papa say when we ask him, Ada?
He will tell you very simply, you are mad.
That's all right. That's a good beginning. Just a minute. I'll give it a theoretical statement first. I'll say, Signor Ascarelli, you are aware, of course, as we all must be, that only by centralizing our forces will our Holy Land be rebuilt.
I was given to understand, young man, that you received highest honors in your class at the University of Rome. Is that correct, sir?
There was some talk like that.
And should you choose, you can replace your father at the university, perhaps even as physician to the king, correct?
That's flattering,
Now
but...
you propose, sir, to marry my daughter. Forgo all this and sail off to a grimy outpost somewhere in Palestine.
Substantially, sir.
My answer I gave you at the outset. Mad.
That's about what would happen?
It would indeed, sir.
Well, I guess that leaves us no alternative. When do we sail?
Don't you think, Enzo? It's only right we ought to be married first.
They were married that year, and in 1926 they sailed for Palestine. Toward the end of the year, I was born. They called me Hannah.
Dear father and mother, Ada and I have settled in the Negev, in the south of Palestine. To look at, the land is not much, and to a Roman eye, it might even seem a wilderness. But at our settlement, where I work as a laborer, we call it the Orange Grove, for that is what it will be one day. As I write now, it grows dark, and if I am tired, it is...
He poured himself into the wilderness of the Negev, but the sands were vast, and one man may not conquer a waste alone. So my father took me in his arms and brought a merchant from the city. Together we three stood on the plains.
Reb Hanken, you're a man of vision.
Come to the point, Sereni.
If I tell you what this is, this field that you're looking at?
Field? Wasteland, you mean? Go on.
This is a grove of orange. It begins here and runs back, 100 acres. To the left there, a grove in plum, 200 acres. And to the right, where the hill rises, there, 100 acres in grape.
It's getting
here,
late.
The road from the coast will be built. The railroad will come through. And this will be a factory for making jam. We shall make raisin jam and plum jam and orange marmalade.
Sereni, I like words. I also like, money requires guarantees.
Every Friday before the Sabbath candles are lit, we take the children of our colony here and I tell them the story I've just told you. I tell them the taste of the jam and describe the scent of the oranges in bloom.
But guarantees?
I am your guarantee. This child, the children of this settlement, they are your guarantees, Reb Hanken. Tell me, are there better ones anywhere in the world?
The money was given, the dream nurtured and begun, and Givat Brenner was built with my father's flesh and blood and with the love and hope of us, my mother, my sister, my brother, my friends. Where 30 souls once struggled between the parched hills, now hundreds worked and lived amid the growing green of grass, then trees, then orchards. And in the evenings, I remember, I was 6, my father would come from the fields at dusk.
Anna, my darling, run to Reb Bailson and his wife and to Reb Miller and his sons and all the others and tell them tonight we listen to songs from Brahms. You remember that? Songs from Brahms.
Songs from Brahms. Yes, Papa.
And I would run to get them, and they would come and stretch out on the beds, on the floor, anywhere. And when they were all there, I would look up at Papa, and he would smile.
You may stay up tonight, Hannah. Only be quiet.
Papa, what are Brahms?
And he would wind the Victrola. It was the old kind, electricity we knew nothing about. And there in the silence, we would listen. Each face was shining with fatigue and with peace. Some sat, Reb Bailson with his pipe in his mouth that he forgot to light, Reb Miller's oldest boy looking out the window into the stars. And I would sit between my father's knees, his hand in my hair, and he would whisper in my ear.
Those are Brahms, Hannah. You like them?
Yes, Papa.
How long they used to listen, I never knew, for I would lie there till I fell asleep, and he would carry me into bed. Perhaps they fell asleep there, too. I never knew. it is said in the words of the rabbis, he sought peace all his life, but for the righteous there is no peace. They came to him, the elders of our settlement, with their problem, the problem of Israel.
There is much hate in the world, Enzo, and we here are only a handful.
I know. We need funds, we need water, we need understanding. What do we not need?
Mostly we need people, young people. We need seeds, men and women who can look at a cactus and see a plum. We need those who could tell the taste of future fruit.
What are you saying?
We need the help of the world, Europe, America, Asia. We need someone to go and bring us this help.
What are you trying to say?
Maybe it's too hard to leave the life you love, the people you love, the land you love. You are the only one.
Have you spoken to Ada?
No.
Of course, my children don't know.
No.
All right. I'll try to tell them.
There were words spoken that night to my mother and my sister and to me. I did not understand them. He kissed us and stayed much longer than usual sitting on the foot of my bed. I fell asleep while he was sitting there. And in the morning, he was gone. He became the Shaliach of Israel, the emissary, the delegate to the world. He brought warm within his hands and strong in his throat the power of our dream and his. In Germany and Austria and France and America, to the youth of the world, he spoke in youth's tongue.
I bring you greetings from an ancient people and the youngest people on earth, a people that is being born.
Many listened and many also scoffed.
It is a land where oranges will grow, where sheep will graze and become fat, where freedom will be proclaimed, as the Bible says, to all the inhabitants thereof.
Many listened, but most scoffed, until... Then lightning struck. The swastika was burned in living flesh, and terror was proclaimed throughout the land and to the inhabitants thereof. It was war, official war. The delegate of Israel lowered his voice.
These passports will take you and your wife and children to Marseille. From there, a boat to Haifa. There's a saying, only those die who wish to die. At Marseille, the boat will be waiting for Haifa.
And my father, who wanted only the luxury of absolute fatigue, learned smuggling, learned bribery, learned the art of swaggering in a Nazi uniform. He learned to pack a Torah in a coffin and to handle a revolver. And then one night, as he had gone, he came back. And I, who was 14, felt his weight as he sat on the edge of my bed, just looking, not saying a word.
Papa? Oh, Papa. Papa.
Hello, my darling. Hello, Hannah.
Oh, don't get up, Papa. Just sit there.
You're very big, Hannah. A very big girl, a lady. And so beautiful.
And you're going to stay, Papa?
We'll talk about it in the morning. You work very hard?
Not very hard, Papa. And I sleep like a stone. You are going to stay.
How's Hagar? How do you like having a baby brother?
Papa, please tell me.
You remember, Hannah, years ago we used to go out in the orange groves and talk, you and I and all the other children?
Of course I remember.
Would you like to do that tomorrow?
Oh, yes.
Then we'll do that. We'll talk all about it, about everything.
And wait till you see the way Hagar dances. Only 8 now she dances.
Tomorrow, my darling. I go back to sleep.
I closed my eyes, but of course I could not sleep. I listened as he went in and looked at Hagar, my sister, and at Daniel, my brother, the child he had seen only once before. I listened as he sat in the next room with Mama and talked.
Oh, such a family,
Such a family.
They miss you, Enzo. I miss you.
Ada, if you could see their faces, the people I've seen, the haunted, frightened people like yourself, like Hannah and Haggard, children, babies like Daniel, they come running out of every hole and cave of Europe seeking refuge, and each time they receive a whiplash across the face.
Hannah has missed you so much.
We're their only answer, Ada, if you saw the children.
I know. I understand, darling.
You know what I'd like? Very funny thing, even silly, perhaps. I'd like to stretch out on the floor and eat an orange and listen to some music.
What would you like to hear?
There was a Brahms lullaby I kept remembering all the years I was away.
I'll play it for you.
Tomorrow, will you help me tell Hannah why I must go back?
He was with us for a day. Then he left. He became a parachutist. He became a recruiter of parachutists and a trainer in Italy. He taught them, peasants and laborers from Palestine who wore the British uniform, how to squeeze a trigger, how to use the butt end of a rifle, how to run zigzag across an open field. He taught them how to jump from a plane into land without breaking your legs, how to jump in daylight and how to jump in darkness. He gave them their briefing.
All here?
All here, Captain Sereni.
At point A on the map, you will effectuate contact with guerrilla units. 40,000 refugees passing over the Alps will be given in your care by the partisan units. The action will take place in strongly held enemy territory. The first group will jump tomorrow night at 2200. Major Anderson?
Yes, Captain?
Group A is taking off now. Group B to follow in 30 minutes.
Very good. Why don't you knock off, Captain? You've been at it 48 hours.
Oh, I just want to watch them off.
Yeah, a good feeling.
To you, Major, a military mission is on its way. A successful action is in the making. Have you ever wondered what this means to the Jews of Europe?
How do you mean?
All over Europe, they'll hear we've come. The word will spread like fire. Jews came down from the sky. The impossible has happened. They who have no belief in anything, no hope, no will almost to believe, they will say it's an angel from the skies. And for the crushed and hunted, faith will be a possibility again. That flies in those planes, too.
Oh, I see. Well, why not turn in? The angels are on their way.
I might as well wait around.
Why?
A man has his vanity. I'm jumping with the second group.
And in the middle of April 1944, my father flew his mission, a flight to northern Italy. And in that plane that night, a wonderful thing took place, a miracle almost, even among angels. For that April night was a special night for Jews the world over.
I've brought the wine, the matzahs, the bitter herbs, and the prayer books.
It was Passover night. And in the plane, as they reached enemy territory, they read from the prayer books my father brought.
This year we are slaves. Next year we shall be free. This year we are free. Next year those that are held in bondage will be free.
The mission was completed, a success. The refugees were brought out, 10,000, 20,000. But not all who start a mission can complete one, not everyone. In July of 1944, my father was taken to the prison camp at Dachau. And somehow from that charnel house, he sent a letter. This is what he wrote.
Every time I see a child, my darling, my heart breaks a little. For I think, what are you doing at this moment? I wonder with what you're busy and what you're thinking. Do you sometimes think of your father far away? Perhaps I was mistaken not to have tried to make you understand the core of my soul and my work. But when you grow up, maybe I
will no longer be with you. You will understand someday that your father was always among strange people and sometimes did not find the time to talk to you. Your father goes from place to place to seek help so that we can build ourselves a homeland. And if we know how to live, my darling, as required, and how to die as is required, the light will not be lost. They never found my father. Only a statement in the Nazi files that a parachutist had been burned, the man who in his hours of torture spoke of Eretz Yisrael. And so at Gavat Brenner we have built a memorial to his name. Here in the Negev, in what once a wasteland, we built a monument. And in it are the Torahs of Warsaw that he helped save. In it are preserved the gifts and wisdom of a people to the world. And in it also is an urn containing ashes from the furnaces of Dachau. Perhaps they are not ashes of his body, but they are his. And outside the Bet Sereni, the home of Enzo, as we call it, you can see the fields are filled with workers. And at night the homes are warm with music. And from our house you can see the acres of orange and of plum and of grape. And if you stand there for a moment, you can tell the taste of the future fruit.
And now we take pleasure in presenting Dr. Emanuel Newman, President of the Zionist Organization of America, speaking from Chicago.
You have just heard the saga of Enzo Sereni, who gave his life in that very charnel house from whose ovens he effected the rescue of thousands of his fellows condemned there to die. Had he and his brave comrades lived to witness the historic occasion at Flushing Meadow 3 weeks ago, when the General Assembly of the United Nations decreed the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine, they would have felt themselves amply rewarded for their noble exertions, yes, rewarded even for their heroic death. We need funds, we need water, we need understanding, we need people, we need the help of the world, Europe, America, Asia, you've heard him say. It is for us now to continue offering that help and to carry forward the great work of mercy and of rescue and national reconstruction. It is for us to ensure that the momentous decision of the United Nations shall be translated into reality. It was my privilege to attend the committee meetings at Lake Success and to participate in their historic proceedings on behalf of the Jewish Agency for Palestine. As I sat through the sessions day after day, while the detailed plan for a Jewish state was being hammered out, I could not help recalling that just 50 years ago, the first Zionist Congress was convened in Basel, Switzerland, by Theodor Herzl, the immortal founder of the Zionist movement. Since then, for 50 years, millions of men and women throughout the world have toiled and hoped, struggled and sacrificed to make the dream of a Jewish state, that was Herzl's, come true. They did so not occasionally or sporadically, but by sustained effort in an organized way. Their labors and sacrifices have been rewarded at last. Today, that vision, that aspiration, is nearer to realization than ever before in 19 centuries of heartbreak. The goal has almost been reached, but not quite. The next few months, the next year, will be the most critical and decisive. The real test is coming. We can give ourselves no respite until the many problems that still confront us are solved, and the dangers which beset the newborn nation have been overcome. Our task will not be over before the Jewish state has been firmly and unshakably established. This we owe to the 6 million martyrs whose ashes are strewn over the continent of Europe. We owe it to the brave Yishuv in Palestine. We owe it to ourselves, to our self-respect, to our past. We owe it, above all, to the generations that are to come. These are the sentiments which animate us today. We dare not relax. We shall enlarge and strengthen our organized forces to meet this supreme challenge. The action of the United Nations has given us a rendezvous with destiny. We mean to keep it.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Our Eternal Light dramatization today was written by Arnold Pearl and was entitled Enzo Sereni. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. Roger de Koven was Enzo Sereni, and Charlotte Holland was Hannah. The liturgical introduction was sung by cantor David Futterman, and the entire production was under the direction of Frank Pack. Free time to present The Eternal Light was made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. The program appears under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations. The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available for the presentation of The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatization today is a repeat performance of Morton Wishengrads' The Thief and the Hangman, which is based on an ancient fable of the Yemenite Jews. Featured as Micah is Juano Hernandez. The narrator is Alexander Scurby.
This is a story that came to me in the night. I dreamed that the seconds were spilling from the clock, and that the dead minutes were bundled into sheaves and stacked in space, and the sheaves were gathered hours, and the hours were folded years, and the years were buried deep beneath the centuries. A lonely wind came over space. No bird sang among the rushes. The tide was at the ebb, and the earth was bald where the grass had fallen out. And then I saw a man, and he made a sound.
My name is Micah.
And I knew then that it wasn't a dream. I knew that it was long ago in a kingdom far away, very long ago. So long ago that it could have been tomorrow. Micah had 2 arms, 2 legs, ears for listening, eyes for wanting, and a stomach for hungering. And while his soul hungered mightily for the Lord, his belly hungered for bread, and soul and belly joined in a prayer.
And ye shall serve the Lord thy God, and he shall bless thy bread.
Micah, there is no bread. Why do you say the prayer?
Say a thing often enough, and perhaps it comes true.
Oh, no, Micah. I've lived a long time. Faith bakes no bread. Faith is only a manner of wanting. And nothing comes from wanting except more wanting.
Micah considered this for a long time. And then he considered what he would do. I shall steal. He said it with dignity, the way you would say, I shall go to the office. Only Micah said,
I shall steal enough to dull the hunger.
And so very long ago it could have been tomorrow, a man named Micah stole and became a fugitive.
What do you want? What business do you have waking respectable people in the dead of night?
They're after me. They've turned the dogs on me.
Turn your face to the moon.
Please let me in. Give me asylum.
Your face to the moon. You've killed a man, haven't you?
Oh, no, I haven't killed. I swear, I'm no murderer. Will you let me in?
Tell the truth. You killed, admit it.
Woman, if I said I killed, would you let me in?
That depends on whom you killed. Who was it?
No one. I told you. I'm not a murderer.
Then what are they after you for?
I stole.
You're a thief.
Yes, I'm a thief. Will you give a thief asylum?
And be robbed in my own house?
You said you would have let me in if I killed someone.
I said it would have depended. It would have.
They're coming closer. Every man alive was once born. Even a thief was once born. Help me.
I don't let thieves into my house.
Someday you'll want mercy for yourself.
Maybe, but is it likely that I'd ask a thief for mercy?
If you won't grant asylum, if you won't let me in, tell me what to do. At least do that.
All right. If I were in your place...
Yes?
If I were in your place, I believe I would run very fast.
There is a crime here beyond theft and beyond flight. The crime is poverty. The crime is homelessness. The crime is the necessity for supplication. Micah ran on 2 criminal legs through the night, and he ran to the top of a mountain. This was an error, for it is at the top of a mountain that all paths unite. And here his pursuers found him.
All right. Come down from that rock, Micah. Someone take a stick and quiet the mongrels. Micah, it's no use.
You're surrounded. You can't go higher. You've got to come down. Be sensible, Micah.
The dogs, they'll tear me to pieces.
They will if I tell them to.
Will you tell them to?
Maybe yes. Maybe no. I'm an officer of the law.
What does that mean?
Mike, every man after the pain of his birth puts his fate in the hands of the law for maybe yes and maybe no. Come on down and take your chances, Mike.
Well, I'll have to jump.
Mm-hmm. You'll have to jump. Ooh, quiet the mongrel. Someone will bash his skull in. Get up, Mike.
I believe my ankle is broken.
Get up, Mike.
Ooh.
There, you see. When one leg is useless, it is still possible to stand on the other. Kindly raise your hands. Sergeant, inform the prisoner that we are on King's business and that we are accustomed to having our commands obeyed. Hands over your head.
I have no weapons.
Still higher.
When you're balancing on one leg, it's a difficult position.
That's the trouble with illegal action, Micah. It always puts you in a difficult position. Sergeant, bind the prisoner's hands over his head.
Yes, sir. Where are you going to take me?
To a place you will see, and then you will not see. It's a riddle, Micah.
I stole flour and salt to make bread.
Hangman's bread. That is the law, Micah. In this kingdom, theft is punishable by hanging. Sergeant, carry him away.
They pronounced him guilty. Then they tried him. Such was the jurisprudence of the kingdom. But it wouldn't have mattered, since Micah readily admitted his theft. The king pronounced the sentence.
Death by hanging. I commend you to God's mercy.
The prisoner will bend his head.
Bend your head, Micah. The executioner's waiting.
I should like to say something first.
No more than right. You're entitled to it.
May I speak?
After the noose is fixed, bend your head for the hangman.
Well, it's difficult to speak when a noose is tight around your neck.
No self-pity, Micah.
Thank you. Oh, the noose. Oh, speaking is hard this way.
The executioner waits. Say what you have to say.
I wish to say a few words about hunger and poverty. My name is Micah. I think that means who is like the Lord. In a sense, every man is named Micah, for every man is of the Lord. But then, why are we poor and hungry if we are made in the divine image? Because we lose our divinity, because we're always so busy turning over rocks and looking for grubs to stuff in our mouths. How can a man be divine if he has to spend so much of his time trying to outwit his belly? Can you tell me?
Why don't you ask the Lord? You'll see him before I will. Tighten the noose, hangman.
But I haven't finished. I wanted to...
Sergeant, signal the drummer. Drummer! Well, hangman, what are you waiting for?
The law clearly stipulates that a doomed man has the right to make a statement.
He made a statement.
It might come to the highest court. They might rule that he didn't finish his statement.
He'd be dead, wouldn't he? Finished.
Personally, I'm inclined to agree with you, but you can never tell about the highest court. If you have no objections, I'd like to loosen the knot and hear what else he has to say.
It's a waste of time.
Not his time. Thank you very much. How is that, Micah? Better? You have a chance to finish.
Well, thank you very much. Could you unbind my hands?
Out of the question.
There's something in my pocket. How am I going to get it out?
This pocket?
If you please.
It's nothing but a seed.
That's right. We're waiting, Micah.
Before I die, it's my only request. Before I die, I want to plant this seed. It's important.
We'll require a better reason than that.
There is only one seed like that in all the world. My father gave it to me. It is the seed of the tree of life, the mystic tree called Cain. Even in death, a man wants to leave life behind. It isn't a great thing to ask. Let me put the seed into the ground.
Micah, you are the only seed that will be put into the ground. The request is denied. Hangman, proceed.
The drums rolled, the noose was tightened, and Micah faced eternity with an unplanted seed in his hand. The hangman, his fingers clenched tightly about the rope, studied the doomed man. And then, unaccountably, his fingers unclenched. The rope went slack. The drums ceased rolling. And for at least a moment, Micah was born again in travail, as he had been born once before in travail. The hangman smiled a self-conscious smile.
It's because I'm rather fond of trees.
You've lost your mind. Let's hang him and let's go home.
I never heard of a Cain tree. Did you, officer?
Stop the drum roll! Drum roll!
You're being unreasonable. Trees are very nice things. I have a personal interest in trees. Figure it out. No trees, no place to hang people from. If people don't get hanged, what does society come to? It's practically an end to law and order.
Stop the drum roll! Stop the drum roll!
You might as well start it again.
What's that?
I can't plant it. I just remembered.
Micah, this is a fine time to tell us. What did you remember?
I am unclean. It's impossible for me to plant the seed of the tree of life with unclean hands. Life depends on hands that are clean. Mine aren't.
They're cleaner than mine.
Hangman, you don't understand. My hands are stained with theft. I can't plant the seed.
I order you to plant the seed.
You can't. I've stolen. A man who has stolen is forbidden to plant the seed of life. If I obey you, the tree will wither. My soul will go to hell. You'd better hang me. Unless, Hangman, you have not stolen, you can plant the seed.
That's right. I could.
What are you waiting for, Hangman? Well, take it and plant it.
Micah.
Yes, Hangman?
What stealing?
Taking something that doesn't belong to you, like my life?
I was afraid of that.
Well, I didn't mean to embarrass you.
No hard feelings, but I get the point. Officer, I believe you'll have to plant the seed.
Why me?
You're an officer of the law. You haven't stolen. Go ahead, plant the seed.
Micah, how many kinds of law are there?
You You told me yourself. There's maybe yes and there's maybe no. It's all right. In fact, it's praiseworthy to uphold the maybe yes kind of law.
But the maybe no kind?
Bad laws? Bad laws are like stealing people's liberty.
Hangman, do you want to reconsider?
Oh, no. You can plant the seed.
We're not going to start that all over again. Now, look here, Micah, don't go away.
I can't go very far. My ankle's broken, and besides, there's a noose around my neck.
Fine. Stay right here. I'm going to inform the king. This looks like something for him to settle. The king will tell us what to do.
Micah and you and me and every man. We all wait balanced on one leg, a noose around our necks for the judgment of the king. From the day of birth, the noose is there and judgment impends. And only those who are never born are never judged by their fellow men or by their king. They came, the officer of the law and the pursuer of men, the ministers of the realm and the king. Micah waited while the king was apprised of the problem.
You say it is truly the seed of the mystic tree, Hayim, the tree of life?
Yes, Your Majesty.
And it may be planted only by one with clean hands, one who has not stolen, never stolen.
That is correct, Your Majesty.
Chamberlain.
Your Majesty?
You are the treasurer of the kingdom. You are the man who holds our highest regard and confidence. You shall plant the seed.
No, sire.
Are you a thief, sir?
Your Majesty, I cannot answer.
Are you an embezzler?
No, I have never touched a coin of the taxes I have collected.
Then you are not a thief.
Micah, does His Majesty speak the truth?
No, Chamberlain. For you have taxed for maybe yes, and you have also taxed for maybe no. And the things for which you have falsely taxed have falsely taken the bread from the mouths of the poor.
Your Majesty, I cannot plant the seed. I am a thief.
Sire, let Micah be hanged and be done with it.
No. It is important that the tree of life be planted. Citizens, is there any among you who has never stolen? Let him come forward now and plant the seed of the mystic tree, Hayim. I ask for an honest man. Let him come forward.
There isn't anyone, Your Majesty. Shall I go ahead with the hanging?
Wait. Hangman, is there one man in the kingdom who has never stolen?
Only one, Your Majesty.
Good. Name the man and you shall be rewarded.
Yourself, sire. A king does not need to steal. Your hands are clean. Sire, you are the one to plant the seed.
Micah?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Give me the seed. I shall plant it.
Do you wish to?
You question my right?
I question the cleanliness of your hands.
A king is not a thief.
A king is a ruler. A ruler is one who holds power.
Say what you mean, Micah.
You are a thief, sire.
You will die twice for that.
Every man with power over his fellow man steals from his fellow man. Each man is an absolute end in himself. Who appointed you? Appointed you divinely, with power over the plenty, the hunger, the life, the death of men conceived equally in the womb and destined equally for the worm. Your Majesty, who made you arrogant like God when you are subject to God, as I am subject, and the hangman is subject? Your Majesty was given power to serve men, but Your Majesty stole power to rule men. And Your Majesty is a thief.
Hangman, plant the seed.
I cannot, Your Majesty. I have stolen life.
Officer, plant the seed. It is my command.
Sire, I dare not. I uphold some good laws, but also bad laws. And bad laws are thievery. Bad laws steal man's freedom.
Chamberlain, it is your turn again.
I am an old man, Your Majesty.
Age grants certain privileges and confers certain immunities, but immunity from falsehood, and no privilege of silence in the presence of truth. Your Majesty, we cannot plant the seed of life. You and I, all of us, we have stolen. We can never make reparation. Our hands are not clean.
Micah, is this what you wanted? I'll say it. The hangman is a thief. My law officers are thieves. My treasurer is a thief, and I am a thief. Answer, Micah, because on your answer hangs your life. Micah, what is your answer?
I will answer. I will answer not for myself. I answer for those like me. They are many times dead. They are many times unborn, in death and in life. They are the poor and the hungry.
Micah, answer for yourself.
Your Majesty, tax collectors, law officers, hangmen of society, I, Micah, I stole because I was hungry. Why did you steal?
They didn't answer, for there was no answer. Micah had sinned and knew that he had sinned, and Micah would be punished. But the king had sinned, and the officer of the law had sinned, and the hangman had sinned. And for once, society knew that it should also be punished. But when society plays the hangman, who is the hangman's hangman? This is a question for you and for me. For all men who balance on one leg with a noose around their necks. It is only a story. It belongs to the spilling seconds and the dead minutes that lie buried under a space of time. It happened long ago, very long ago. So long ago, it could have been tomorrow.
Now we present a brief talk by Daniel G. Ross, chairman of the board of the Society for the Advancement of Judaism. Mr. Ross.
The theme of the play we have just heard can readily be applied as a moral yardstick to the lives of nations as well as people. There is no one nation, no one group, and no one person with an absolute claim to goodness, or conversely with absolute blame for evil. Humility, a recognition of our own shortcomings, is essential for the attainment of a just and humane society. The concepts of the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man are based upon the traditional view that mankind is one and must learn to transcend the differences that exist among its races, peoples, and religions. We must therefore strive for the establishment of conditions which will permit of the maximum of human cooperation and at the same time the maximum of personal liberty. The world we face in 1948 is ominous. The split between the East and the West is terribly far from the ideal of one world knit together by a striving for peace. It is a new year burdened by famine in many parts of the world, by civil wars, by the uncertainty that comes from instability and fear. But the fact that crucial problems confront us is not a reason for despair. Notwithstanding the difficulties that exist, good and hopeful signs are evident as the year 1947 draws to an end. In the past year, our own nation has taken the lead in offering help to the starving and distressed people of Europe. The United Nations, with the strong support of America, has made possible a Jewish homeland in Palestine, opening the door to thousands of displaced persons who have waited homeless and unwanted for many years. While it is true that political and social upheavals are conspicuously featured in the daily press, these are not the whole story of today's world. Despite all the turmoil, the human race has not wholly lost its desire for justice, mercy, and human kindness. The tragedy of the past 2 decades has not left the world completely cynical or spiritually bankrupt. It has not deprived us of the yearning to build a better, a more ethical world. This is where we can find our greatest hope for the future. This renewed awareness of our vitality is apparent in our colleges, universities, churches, and synagogues. It is an encouraging sign that an institution like the Eternal Light, stressing long-range human values, finds so wide and diversified an audience. We are indeed grateful to NBC and to all those who support a cultural enterprise of this kind. Thus, we await 1948 with hope, with courage, and with determination. The problems are grave, but the spirit and the will to cope with them are stronger than ever.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Today's dramatization was Morton Wishengrads' The Thief and the Hangman, and was based on an ancient fable of the Yemenite Jews. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Cadens. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The narrator was Alexander Scourby, and Juano Hernandez was featured as Micah. The entire production is under the direction of Frank Papp. Free Time to Present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. The program appears under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. That's The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, we present Lou Ayres in The Eternal Light.
I have made my heart into a rock. Yet I know it is written that the God of Jacob will turn the rock into a pool, and the flint into a fountain of waters.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make Free Time available to present The Eternal Light in a special series coming to you from Hollywood under the auspices of the West Coast branch of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today features Lou Ayres in Morton Wishengrads' The Physician of Birkenau, a drama dedicated to the United Jewish Appeal, now in its campaign for 1948.
My name is Anatole Miller. I'm a doctor. If I'm alive today, it's because I inoculated myself against the infections of hatred. There's an error people make. They think it began in Germany. It began before. And for me, it began in Poland. In Poland in 1927, I saw them force the Jewish shops to close. In Poland in 1928, I saw a Jewish mother offer her baby for adoption in return for milk and bread. No, it did not begin in Germany. It was not in Germany that I taught myself to be strong against cruelty and to build my defenses against the terror. In Poland in 1936, it began for me. I was a student in the medical college of Lemberg. I remember how it began.
Gentlemen, your indulgence for a moment.
He was a professor of pathology, a distinguished scientist.
Student Semenek has asked permission to read an announcement.
Student Semenek was not an ordinary medical student. He was an honor student.
Kindly give him your undivided attention. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Semenek.
At 9 o'clock last evening,
there was a special meeting of the Board of Governors of the Student Union. At this meeting, the following resolution was passed by unanimous vote. It is recommended that henceforth all students of the Jewish faith be requested to sit on the left-hand side of each lecture hall or classroom, and further that they be requested to occupy only the rear benches. Any questions?
Student Semenek, I have a question.
I'm not surprised. What's the question, Miller?
Suppose Jewish students ignore this request.
Miller, we have formed committees to enforce segregation. Does that answer your question?
Professor, may I be permitted to ask you a question?
What is it, Miller?
Sir, have you an opinion on this resolution?
I am a professor of pathology. I am interested only in the science of pathology.
But, sir, yesterday in your lecture, you discussed the discovery of the migration of the white blood corpuscles in time of infection.
Well?
You called the discovery a great revolution in the science of pathology.
Miller, what is your point? We don't have all day.
I thought you would see the point, sir. The discovery was made by Julius Cohnheim. You also made a reference to Wasserman and Ehrlich. They were also Jews. Do you recommend, sir, that I take them with me to the ghetto bench on the left-hand side of the hall?
Miller, I must repeat. I am interested only in the science of pathology.
I understand, Professor.
Where do you think you're going, Miller?
To my seat?
Your seat is now on the left-hand side.
You're mistaken. This is my seat.
Zimsky, Kolodin, and you, Sinzansky, are appointed a committee to see student Anatole Miller after the lecture. My apologies, Professor, for taking so much time.
Not at all, Semenek. Gentlemen, let us begin today's lecture in pathology.
I was one of 18 Jewish students who was beaten on that first day. Levy in anatomy 2 suffered a broken arm. Horowitz in gynecology received a ruptured spleen. Eisenberg in pediatrics was kicked unconscious. The rest of us were luckier. On the second day, the rest of us returned to classes armed with canes and umbrellas. There was a fight. Semenek and I were taken before the police magistrate, where the case against Semenek was dismissed. The case against me wasn't dismissed.
Student Anatole Miller, this court finds you guilty of provoking a riot.
I was defending myself.
I sentence you to 5 days in the city penitentiary.
But I have a right to defend myself when I am attacked.
You have no right to take the law into your own hands. You should have gone to the police and asked for protection.
Student Levy went to the police.
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke to the lieutenant.
You're Student Levy?
Yes, Your Honor.
What did you tell the police lieutenant?
I told him what had happened in the university. I told him that there was going to be trouble.
And the police lieutenant, what did he say?
He called me a name. Then he said, "Come back when the trouble begins. How can I protect you against something that hasn't begun?" That's what he said.
Quite right. Student Levy, you're not fooling us for a single minute.
But, Your Honor,
Silence. Student Levy, the court sentences you to 5 days in the city penitentiary for creating a disturbance. Officer, remove the prisoners.
In the winter of 1936, my attendance in the medical college was irregular, owing to frequent visits to the city penitentiary. At the beginning of 1937, I was called to the office of the dean.
Miller, the candidate for the diploma of Doctor of Medicine is required to be more than a good student.
Yes, sir.
I would say also that he is required to possess certain qualities of character. A physician must be a gentleman. I regret to say that you are not a gentleman.
And Semenek is a gentleman. Dean, I believe that when one gentleman attacks a second gentleman, it is considered quite gentlemanly to resist.
Careful, Miller. I will not tolerate disrespectful language.
I'm not being disrespectful, sir. I'm defending my life. The policy of segregation is illegal. I shall study, I shall take my examinations, I shall obey the regulations of the college. But, sir, I reserve the right to protest any illegal attack.
Miller, you are making an error. This is Poland.
You can't fight Poland.
He was a temperate man. I was not expelled. In 1937, educational hoodlumism received the sanction of law. The dean called me to his office.
Miller, this afternoon, Minister of Education Svetoslavsky sent a telegram to all school supervisors. I'll read it. Jewish students in all classrooms shall be confined to segregated benches. This decree has the full force of law. That's all, Miller. I thought you would want to know.
All over Poland that afternoon, in the universities, in the colleges, in the secondary schools, in the primary schools, and in the kindergartens, there were meetings of Jewish students.
The motion you are asked to vote on is this. Resolved, that we shall refuse to sit in the ghetto benches. Beginning tomorrow, we shall stand for all our classes.
I stood. For the next 2 years, I stood. While Poland sat, a minority stood. I had a little niece. Her name was Sophie. She was 7 years old, and she was in the second year of grammar school. Sophie also stood. The science of medicine teaches that when the body is invaded by infection, the white blood cells defend against the enemy. It is a discipline. But if the blood cells defend against bacteria, the brain cells must defend against the evil of man. And the resistance against the evil of man is built up in the brain by disbelief in his words of humanity, by disbelief in the pledges of his governments. It's a discipline necessary for the preservation of life. On the day of Yom Kippur, 1939, in the Polish city of Lemberg, the service in the synagogue where I worshiped was brief. We kept the day in a fast. We kept it in repentance and in holiness. But our hands were engaged in the digging of trenches for the preservation of life.
Down tools for a minute. It's time to sound the ram's horn.
It was the cantor who sounded the ram's horn at the end of the Day of Atonement. He made his call near the field where the children's battalions were drilling. One ram's horn of repentance. One thin, archaic sound against the modern roar of the tanks, against immorality and hatred. Do you hear the sound? No, not even now. Who can hear a ram's horn in a world like this? I fought with the guerrillas, and after the collapse of the resistance, I was taken prisoner. I was a special prisoner. I was a doctor. I had just received my medical diploma.
My name is Dr. Koenig. Miller, you understand why you have been permitted to live?
Because my services may be useful.
Exactly. You will do what is required. You will perform without question, without delay, with efficiency.
Yes, Dr. Koenig. What are my duties?
There is a new drug which will be given to you. Familiarize yourself with its properties.
And after I have become familiar with its properties, Dr. Koenig?
In women's barracks V3 at Birkenau are 75 pregnant women. You will inject the drug into the hip.
For what purpose, Dr. Koenig?
The purpose is not your concern, Miller. But since you ask, I shall tell you. To induce premature birth.
Oh, assign me to something else. Anything. I'll clean latrines.
You will inject into the hip, if for no other reason than that you save the parents' lives. Each live birth is now punishable by the immediate execution of the mother and the father.
Yes, Dr. Koenig.
That's all, Dr. Miller.
If you don't already know what took place between then and now, you will never know. If you don't already believe, you will never believe. It's a story that begins with a joke in a newspaper and ends in a gas chamber. If you don't know it already, you will never know it. There is no merit in survival. The meritorious do not always live. There is likewise no merit in death, for evil men also die. Survival is a mathematical formula compounded by chance, and the greater chance belongs to him who will see pain and abide it, who will know terror and endure it, who will hear the promises of men and never believe. And after V.E. Day, I continued to survive because I disbelieved the pledges of my liberators.
You are liberated. Those of you born in Poland may now return to a free Poland.
There was a survivor of Birkenau, a woman. I knew her well. She retained a sentimental belief in kindness. She returned to her Polish birthplace, the city of Kielce. She was killed in a pogrom.
Those of you who choose to remain here will be assisted to begin a new life.
There was another survivor of Birkenau, a man. He began to stand in a Polish classroom in 1936. For 4 years more, he was made to stand in a concentration camp. It is April 1948. He still stands in a camp for displaced persons. 12 years of standing.
For those of you who choose to go to other countries, be assured that we shall do everything to expedite your emigration.
I choose to emigrate.
Doctor, we have your application on file, but please do not be impatient. These things take time.
It takes less time to go than to wait. Going enforces no beliefs. You stand in your own shoes, you walk with your own feet, you travel your own way down through Middle Europe toward the sea, where there are fishing boats and seamen who know the currents that flow toward Palestine. There were some vessels that got through. These were not the vessels that trusted to the kindness of the Mediterranean patrols. These were vessels that preferred moon over sun and darkness over light. It was the sound of the surf. The sound of the Mediterranean surf 1 year ago, 1937 to 1947. 10 years from the ominous silence in a classroom in pathology to the sound of the waves breaking upon a beach near Haifa.
All clear, everyone. Single file, everyone, and softly. Very softly.
Softly we went out from the sea, and softly we went up on the way toward Jerusalem. I had come unto Zion, but very little had changed, for we came upon a familiar sight.
Barbed wire. We'll go around.
I had trained myself to go around with no trouble at all. We went a little way, and we came upon a familiar sound.
Cover. Cover. Were those the guns of our patrol? No, not those guns. No, those guns came by camel across the border. They're German guns. Then let me shoot back. I have a revolver. Don't return the fire. You'll be arrested. But a man has a right to defend himself, doesn't he? Throw the revolver away. You'll be arrested for illegal possession of firearms.
Barbed wire, the volley of German guns, the illegality of the defense of life, familiar things, familiar sounds, familiar customs, was almost good. Was almost like being home. In order to go to Jerusalem, you must go up. And up from Jerusalem, there is a university where no students stand. There is also a hospital where a doctor may enter and never be required to make an injection into a hip. Last year, I, Anatole Miller, M.D., the University of Lemberg, walked up the steps of Hadassah Hospital and no sentry barred the way. I walked through the corridors. I touched my fingers against clean walls. I heard the conversation of nurses. I smelled the sweet, cloying smells of disinfectant. And then I went to a door marked Medical Director. I stood there. I'd come as far as I could go myself. I was powerless to go farther.
Why don't you knock? It's customary.
It's nothing. Nothing at all, nurse.
Well, if you don't like to knock, just open the door and go in.
I don't have an appointment.
That's easy. See? No difficulty at all.
You wish to see me, nurse?
No, I don't, Dr. Fiedler. But I believe there's someone here who would like an interview with the medical director.
It was not like barbed wire. For 10 years, I had become accustomed solely to barbed wire.
Dr. Miller, after your graduation, in what civilian hospitals were you employed?
None.
Tell me, have you ever been inside a civilian hospital?
I'm a doctor.
Please trust us, Dr. Miller. Hold nothing back. We're anxious to help you. Palestine needs trained technicians.
Outside in the corridor, I saw a paper with a word printed on it. Penicillin.
Penicillin. That's what I mean, Dr. Miller. Things have happened in medicine these 10 years. Now, relax, look around, sit in the library and look at the medical journals. Then when you're rested, come back. We'll retrain you, Dr. Miller.
You will eat here, Dr. Miller, with the other physicians. If there is anything you want, just let us know.
Penicillium notatum was cultured and subcultured by Fleming, Florey, Chain, and several others in England. Here in Jerusalem, we believe that some small contribution...
Please don't get up, gentlemen. Dr. Fiedler has asked me to bring Dr. Anatole Miller to the refresher seminar in pathology. This is Dr. Miller.
Glad to have you, Doctor. Won't you have a seat? Dr. Miller, I ask you again, please don't be embarrassed. Try these shoes on.
My shoes can last a little longer, Dr. Fiedler.
You must not be stubborn, Dr. Miller. Here, I think these shoes are your size. Try them. Come, Miller.
When I was a boy in Lemberg, I heard someone say, it's better to die than to be a beggar.
Oh, but you're not begging. These shoes are provided by the United Jewish Appeal. And this suit, all of this. Dr. Miller, you're getting nobody's cast-off clothes. It isn't a matter of charity. Jews are helping Jews. Now, I'll leave you alone, Doctor. Try these clothes on. Please.
For 10 years, I had known only adversity. For 10 years, I had experienced nothing but the cold fire of terror and hatred. Now, upon a hill in Jerusalem, there was kindness. I had no defenses against kindness. I had no resistance against a door opening, against a hand on my arm. They had taken away my strength. They had struck me down.
Nurse, where was he found?
In the corridor outside his room.
How long was he unconscious?
Not more than 10 minutes. Dr. Katzman gave digitalis.
What's his pulse now?
60. But much stronger, Dr. Fiedler.
Thank you, nurse. I'll stay with the patient.
Yes, Dr. Fiedler.
Hello, Dr. Miller.
I've had a heart attack.
Well, it happens. Dr. Katzman, who gave you digitalis, had a nervous breakdown after Auschwitz. You're entitled to a heart attack.
You know, you should have been harsh to me.
Perhaps you're right.
Kindness should come gradually. It came suddenly, all at once.
I think you shouldn't talk. Listen to me for a moment, Dr. Miller. We are going to retrain you.
But
You'll get well. Wait, there's a man here on our staff who broke down also. He got better. Last year, he made an important contribution in the science of dermatology. Next year, a medical college is going to be started here. There'll be no ghetto benches in this college. Neither for Jews, nor for Christians, nor for Muslims. We'll want you, Miller. We'll want you for the clinics. We'll want you for the college.
What can I teach them?
Teach them what you've been.
That's also a part of medicine. You're going to get well, Doctor. Now go to sleep.
It is April 1948. I am in Jerusalem. My name is Anatole Miller, M.D. Later this year, I shall be asked to lecture in the medical college. I have nothing to teach. I'm a beginner. But they are kind people, and their purpose is occupational therapy. Very well, I shall humor them. For a patient must always humor his physician and must honor him. Therefore, in my lecture, I shall propose one of two prescriptions for the preservation of life. Either to train for disbelief and to lie prone without movement, or else to believe once again in the morality of governments, the pledges of men. I don't know which prescription it will be. Perhaps you will tell me.
And now we present Julius Fligelman, chairman of the 1948 campaign of the United Jewish Welfare Fund of the Los Angeles Jewish Community Council. Mr. Fligelman.
The unhappy survivors of oppression in Europe want to believe in the future. They want to have faith in the world and in justice. I know the Dr. Millers and the many other refugees who are still in displaced persons camps in Europe, and those who have found a home in Palestine. Only 6 weeks ago, I had the privilege of being part of a delegation of the United Jewish Appeal, which visited Europe and Palestine. The 250,000 homeless Jews who are living in the DP camps of Central Europe and Cyprus have faith that the free world will not let them down. They have faith that we will help them reach a place of freedom where they will be able to build a new life, whether it be Palestine, the United States, or other friendly lands. They are determined never to be refugees again. There is a great misery in many parts of Europe, but the remarkable work of the Joint Distribution Committee is sustaining the lives of more than 1 million Jews and preparing them for a new future. There is danger and crisis in Palestine, but the extraordinary program of the United Palestine Appeal is making possible greatly increased immigration and settlement and providing for the defense of the 700,000 men, women, and children in the Jewish homeland. Here in the United States, all of us are familiar with the notable program that is being carried on in behalf of the adjustment of refugees by the United Service for New Americans. I am happy to announce that this broadcast officially inaugurates the observance of the United Jewish Appeal Freedom Month during the month of April. Freedom Month will mark the beginning of the National United Jewish Appeal campaign. This campaign is dedicated to assuring freedom from want, freedom from fear, and freedom from homelessness to the 1,500,000 Jews who survived the persecutions of Hitler. It is significant that the Freedom Month should be observed this month, for it also commemorates the deliverance from bondage in ancient Egypt of the children of Israel. In seeking to bring freedom from misery and suffering, the United Jewish Appeal is doing a humanitarian job of historic proportions. This is truly a contribution to freedom and peace for all mankind.
Thank you, Mr. Fligelman. Our Eternal Light dramatization today, The Physician of Birkenau, was written by Morton Wishengrad. This program came from Hollywood and featured Lou Ayres. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Henry Russell. The program was directed by Andrew C. Love. Next week, The Eternal Light will feature Joseph Cotton in The Man Who Remembered Lincoln. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. The program appears under the auspices of the West Coast branch of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, we present Joseph Cotton in The Eternal Light.
All genius of personality is at bottom a great patience which never tires. He said this. He is now 75 years old, and he is not tired. His name is Dr. Leo Beck. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light. Our program comes to you under the auspices of the West Coast branch of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's drama, by Morton Wishengrad, features Joseph Cotton in The Man Who Remembered Lincoln.
The House of Representatives will come to order.
The time is 2 months ago. It is February 12, 1948, Lincoln's birthday.
For the first time in the history of this Congress, the opening prayer will be delivered by a foreign clergyman.
There's a mild stir of interest.
It is my great pleasure to present Dr. Leo Beck, former chief rabbi of Berlin.
The voice that spoke was a quiet voice, a scholar's voice. And the scholar's voice had spoken, there was a silence. And silence is never an insincere tribute, neither to Abraham Lincoln nor to Leo Beck, the man who remembered Lincoln, even in the concentration camp of Theresienstadt. Who was this man who had remembered Lincoln? He was a rabbi who was the son of a rabbi. He was a philosopher who read Plato in the Greek and Maimonides in the Hebrew. When he had come to Berlin to assume his post, there were men who had sought to trap him.
Dr. Beck. Yes? Dr. Beck, I find here among your writings this sentence. Belief is the life of the soul. Dr. Beck, what would you say is the life of the mind?
Inquiry.
Are you a skeptic, Doctor?
I am not. I believe in God.
I see. Dr. Beck, I should like your definition of God.
Why, sir?
I am interested in your proof of God's existence.
Faith cannot be proven, sir. Those who seek God strive after good. Those who find God do what is good. God is a synonym for the morality which can live in every soul as its own moral law.
There was a silence. It is the measure of a man like Leo Beck that his utterances are frequently met with silence. They were silent but not convinced. And one of their number finally delivered a learned disquisition of the nature of the deity. The discourse was interlarded with many quotations in several languages. The voice dripped unction and metaphysics and ended with a pompous question.
Well, my dear doctor, what do you think of my theory? My opinion, sir, is not important. Oh, but you're mistaken. Your opinion is, well, what do you think of my theory, Dr. Beck? There is much in it that is good. Ah? And much in it that is new. Thank you. But the good is not new, and the new is not good.
The imitators and the pretenders learned to avoid him after that, and Leo Beck gave himself entirely to thinking through a progressive faith of Judaism. He wrote a great deal and spoke a great deal, but when he spoke, it was sometimes with an air of abstraction. His congregation found that Leo Beck could not be heard unless there was silence. He was a mild man with a scholar's face, and he refused to shout. He stood in the pulpit each Sabbath. He was a philosopher of religion, expounding his faith.
You do not bargain your faith. You do not compromise it. You yield nothing. And you pretend to no pieties, except those which can prove themselves through life.
And beginning in 1933, the history of Germany commenced to require a daily proof of the faith and the piety of Leo Beck's life.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Thank you for asking me to sit down. Or didn't you ask me?
I didn't ask you.
Strange.
Is it?
It is, sir. Notice I say sir. I had been told that you were also a gentleman.
Captain, I believe that a gentleman has been defined as someone who is never unintentionally rude. You have business with me, Captain?
Yes. You are, I believe, the custodian of the properties of an organization known as B'nai B'rith.
Yes, I am.
The Gestapo suggests you sign this paper.
May I be allowed to read the paper?
It's quite brief. It says merely that you, Dr. Leo Beck, hereby assign to, we'll fill in the names in these blank spaces, all properties, buildings, equipment, etc., of B'nai B'rith. Sign here, please. I have a pen, Dr. Beck, if you do not.
Why do you not take the property?
We like to observe the niceties of legality. Sign here, please.
You will have to take it away. I shan't sign anything.
You are sure?
Yes.
And the reason?
I shall not legalize what you are doing.
Dr. Beck, I promise you that you will hear from us.
He heard. They arrested him. After a week of imprisonment, unaccountably, they released him. He returned to his study and resumed his work, but 2 members of his congregation interrupted him.
Oh, Hirsch, Seligson, come in. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Do you mind if we smoke?
Oh, not at all, Seligson.
Thank you, Dr. Beck. Good cigar? Wonder how many more I'll be smoking.
Where is Seligson?
Dr. Beck, I have a cable from a London congregation which urgently requires your services.
Have you, Seligson?
Yes. And Hirsch here has a letter from Cincinnati in America, offering you a pulpit there.
America has always interested me. America is a country without the Middle Ages.
Then you will go?
Seligson, why don't you go? Why doesn't Hirsch?
They won't let us. You're the chief rabbi of Berlin. They'll let you.
I can't go.
Dr. Beck, it is a matter of your life.
Please, Seligson, don't. Please don't force me to make any heroic speeches. I want to stay here.
On a Yom Kippur Eve, while members of the Gestapo were posted in the synagogue, Leo Beck said to the lords of Germany what a man named Mordecai had once said to Haman.
We bow down only to God. We do not bow to man.
His bag was already packed when the Gestapo came a second time. And a second time, they released him.
Dr. Beck, the foreign ministries of England and the Netherlands have provided visas for you.
A rabbi's place is with his congregation.
It was 1939. It was a dwindling congregation. On the eve of war, Leo Beck escorted a children's transport to Holland. When he saw that the children were safe, this man with a scholar's face boarded a train. A train goes in two directions. It goes to and it goes from. In his pocket, Leo Beck could feel his entry visa from the British government. But this was not a train from Germany toward England. The train stopped. The train stopped at the German border.
Your name?
Leo Beck.
B-E-C-K?
I spell it with an A. B-A-E-C-K.
Huh. Your passport. Thank you, sir. You are a Jew.
I am a Jew.
You are a Jew returning to Germany.
I am a Jew returning to his congregation.
You are a fool.
But he was not a fool. He was a man of intellect and a man with faith, and his faith dictated that he should stay.
A rabbi belongs with his congregation. As long as any of my people remain in Germany, I must remain with them.
Religion must be proved through life, and the knowledge of God is not a knowledge of something apart and detached from this place and this time. On a Sabbath before Passover, Leo Beck stood in a German pulpit and said to what was left of his congregation,
Thou too standest before Sinai to receive the word.
They deported Leo Beck's 3 brothers to Poland. They sent his 4 sisters to Theresienstadt. He was alone. And while he waited for them to come for him, he read the Greek philosophers, the Hebrew Bible, the Babylonian Talmud, and the papers of an American backwoodsman named Abraham Lincoln. Yes. While the bombs were falling between 1939 and 1943, the last Jew in Berlin sat in his study reading the papers of Abraham Lincoln. And they had finally come.
Rabbi Beck,
I have been waiting.
then let us go.
May I take a few books?
If you wish.
Thank you. I'm ready.
There were 600 live human beings crowded with Leo Beck in the cattle cars that shuttled between Germany and the concentration camp of Theresienstadt. And of the 600, only three besides Leo Beck were to remain alive. Theresienstadt was a place with room for 3,000. There were 45,000 in 1943, 45,000 human beings. And filth and mud and hunger and vermin and sickness and death. Leo Beck had said it. A rabbi's place is with his congregation. He made inquiry for his sisters.
Can you tell me, do you know a Frau Anna Fischer? She is dead. Do you know Frau Frieda Feldman? I knew her very well. She is dead. I'm a stubborn man. I must continue to ask. Do you know Frau Theresa Mendel? She died not long ago. Dr. Beck, you have another sister. Lisa. Lisa Stern. Is Lisa alive? Yes. Frau Lisa Stern was still alive this morning. Come with me. I will take you to her.
He was a man of 70. He had endured much terror, imprisonment, nightmare, bereavement. And now he was to know a final bereavement. They'd led him to his sister, and he held her in his arms. But it was not to be for long, for she died also, and in her brother's arms. If these things are difficult for you to hear, think how it must be for him to remember. But when death is a commonplace, there is no moment left for personal grief. Grief is something vast, and sorrow is monumental. And the mourner's prayer is spoken by the single survivor for the multitude of the dead. And having spoken the Kaddish, Leo Beck remembered that he was a rabbi and a teacher. And so there in Theresienstadt, amid the stench of the dying, the filth and the vermin, and the hopelessness, and the cries of pain, Leo Beck began to speak.
I wish to tell you something Socrates said to those who had condemned him.
They drew near, the emaciated, the diseased, the doomed, to listen to the words of Socrates.
He said to his murderers, I would rather die having spoken after my manner than speak in your manner and live.
Stormtroopers stood not far away and pretended not to hear.
Neither in war nor yet at law.
He spoke slowly. The Hebrew scholar remembering the testament of a Greek philosopher.
Neither in war nor yet at law ought I or any man to use every way of escaping death. Often in battle there can be no doubt that if a man will throw away his arms and fall on his knees before his pursuers, he may escape death. The difficulty, my friends, is not to avoid death, but to avoid unrighteousness.
This was the miracle of Theresienstadt. The things a rabbi brought up out of the well of his memory, things to say for a final hour.
Rabbi Akiba said, everything is foreseen, yet freedom of choice is given. And the world is judged by grace, yet all is according to the amount of the work.
Of the 45,000 who were in Theresienstadt, only 600 remain alive. You'll find them now in Palestine and France and England and America and China and South Africa. But go to them and ask, And they will tell you how in the months that followed, a man named Leo Beck lectured each day and spoke quietly amid a growing silence. From his scholar's memory, he recited chapters of the Bible. He remembered whole sections of the Talmud. He remembered Plato and Socrates and Kant and Spinoza. And he also remembered Abraham Lincoln.
I shall tell you a story of this man, Lincoln. Once, when the war was going against the North, one of Lincoln's generals said, "Mr. President, do you think that God is on our side or the side of the Confederacy?"
What did Lincoln answer?
He said to his general, "If you ask such a question, you do not know what religion is. The question is not whether God is on our side. The question is, are we on God's side?"
Dr. Beck, you're trying to tell us something, aren't you?
Yes, Otto.
You're trying to tell us that the question is not whether God is for the Nazis, but whether we in Theresienstadt are for God. Is that it?
Yes, Otto.
By his presence, he made Theresienstadt different. And even the Gestapo recognized this, for no matter how brutally they spoke to the others, there was respect for him.
No more meetings today. It is verboten. Sir?
Sir. They did not forget to say it. Sir, doctor, rabbi. Mere titles, small things, but they gave him these small things. Nevertheless, they atoned for their civility. Theresienstadt had once been a fortress, and within its walls there lay tons of rusted, useless metal. This metal was dumped into many carts.
You, what's your name?
Haber.
Put the yoke around your shoulders. You will pull the cart from this side.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Beck.
Sir, I can pull the cart by myself.
You will only speak when you are spoken to. Dr. Beck.
Yes.
You will pull the cart from this side.
Yes, sir.
Is the yoke on?
The yoke is on.
Then pull. Pull faster. That is not fast enough. Your punishment is to be yoked to the metal carts for the balance of the month. Now pull.
He was 71 years old. His strength was in his mind and not in the aged muscles of his arms and his back. Nevertheless, Leo Beck yoked himself to a cart laden with the rusted metal of ancient war and became one of 2 oxen for his jailers.
Aber, can you hear?
I hear.
Do you know what I am thinking?
I have no idea.
I am thinking that the Bible moves forward. Each period must win its own Bible. You and I are now winning the book of Exodus. We are Israelites among the Egyptians. We are pulling our burdens for Pharaoh.
He should have died, but he did not. For he was a patient man, and he had imagination, and patience and imagination were his genius, and combined to remove him from the pain and of the present moment into the memory of the past and the hope of the future. Unaccountably, he'd been saved. Unaccountably, he remained alive. He remained alive for more than 26 months of Theresienstadt. There is a legend that he remained alive because another rabbi named Beck died in Theresienstadt. The Nazis mistakenly spelled the name B-A-E-C-K, and placed the name Leo before it. But however the legend, an army came from the east and liberated him. They were kind to him. They addressed him with civility. But Leo Beck said to his liberators from the east,
I am a Jew. My faith opposes no science, no economy, save those which forget the human being. We do not oppose them so long as they do not forget morality. The Jewish fight is the fight for the world of man.
They did not detain him. An American major named O'Donnell commandeered a plane and flew Leo Beck toward the west. January 1948, Dr. Leo Beck sat in the White House and spoke of Lincoln to the President of the United States. On February 12, Lincoln's birthday, the Speaker of the House of Representatives sounded his gavel.
For the first time in the history of this Congress, the prayer opening this regular session will be delivered by a foreign clergyman.
There was a mild stir of interest.
It is my great pleasure to present Dr. Leo Beck, former chief rabbi of Berlin.
The prayer was very brief. The prayer spoken by a scholar who had remembered Lincoln in Theresienstadt, and who was now remembering Lincoln where Lincoln himself had once stood.
Our Father, 19 years ago, was born that man who came to be thy servant, the man in whom is the Spirit, and who, for the sake of this land, became witness and testimony of humanity, herald of thy command and thy promise to the everlasting blessing of this country and of mankind. Almighty God, thou choosest people and selectest nations to bring them into the place which thou hast prepared. Thou changest the times and the seasons. Thou makest history enter the world. Thy servant, Abraham Lincoln, in a message to Congress said, we cannot escape history. So help us, O God, that we may not evade history, but may we be granted history. Amen.
All genius of personality is, at bottom, a great patience which never tires. Leo Beck said this. And perhaps I know now what his genius is and whence his patience comes. In the timeless book of the Passover service, there's a prayer. And for how many thousands of years have the forefathers of Leo Beck read this prayer? And soon, once again, Leo Beck will reopen the book and read. Cast us not, O God, upon the mercy and the charity of flesh and blood, but let us look only to thy hand, large and open and holy and generous, so that we may not be shamed and humiliated, neither now nor in all time to come.
Our Eternal Light dramatization today, The Man Who Remembered Lincoln, was written by Morton Wishengrad. This program came from Hollywood and featured Joseph Cotton as narrator. Louis Van Ruten played Dr. Leo Beck. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Henry Russell. The program was directed by Andrew C. Love. Free Time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. The program appears under the auspices of the West Coast branch of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, we present The Eternal Light.
In every man there is something good and precious, which is his own and which is in no one else. Let us therefore praise God for it and honor each man for that which lies hidden within him.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make Free Time available to present The Eternal Light in a special series coming to you from Hollywood under the auspices of the West Coast branch of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the season of the Liberation Festival known as the Passover. And to mark its celebration, we present Morton Wishengrads' The Passover of Rembrandt von Rijn, featuring Barry Kroger as Rembrandt.
It was in the year 1659 that Meneer Jacob van Kampen was delegated by the Venerable Council of the city of Amsterdam to propose a new commission to the painter Rembrandt van Rijn. Bearing in mind that Rembrandt was a consummate painter, Meneer van Kampen had the forethought to put on his best suit of clothes. Remembering also that Rembrandt was said to be a notorious wastrel, Meneer van Kampen selected a stout walking stick. And recollecting, finally, that through a rare combination of thriftlessness and bad investments, the painter had only recently been declared a bankrupt by the Insolvency Chamber of Amsterdam, Meneer van Kampen thoughtfully left his wallet at home. Thus equipped, Meneer van Kampen journeyed to the Kaiserskroon hostelry, where he found the painter unrepentant.
Oh, shut the door, there's a draft!
And altogether disordered.
Take the clothes off the chair and sit down.
And in his bath.
Hot water. Oh. A poor man's pleasure.
My dear Rembrandt, I have something of importance to discuss with you. Please have the decency to climb out of that tub.
Meneer van Kampen, it was for the sake of decency that I climbed into the tub. Make yourself useful. Take the brush and scrub my back.
I beg your pardon?
Why? You do something? There's the brush.
Excuse me. I came to discuss a serious matter, a proposition.
Then scrub between my shoulder blades. I'll be putty in your hands.
Oh,
you'll be able to do anything you want to with me. Come. Scrub!
This is ridiculous.
Scrub!
Oh.
Meneer van Kampen, you flatter me my skin is somewhat tougher than a butterfly's eyelash. Be good enough to scrub a little harder. Now! Van Kampen, I'm not an elephant. That's just right. A bit to the left. A little lower. A little more. My dear Van Kampen, I have a painter's eye. Have I ever told you that you're a fine figure of a man?
Oh? Why, that's
Don't stop scrubbing.
Oh.
Now, you were saying something about a bit high.
That's right. Something about a proposition?
Yes. The city council would like a painting for the new town hall.
You've scrubbed enough, thank you. Von Kampen, I always like to have a clear head when important matters are discussed. What's the proposition?
Firstly, that this time you finish your painting on the date we specify.
Do they want it good or do they want it on Tuesday? A painting is finished when a painting is finished. And I'll say so. What's next?
We will select the subject.
You will, Von Kampen, do I tell you how to buy and sell real estate?
Well, no, Rembrandt.
I'll
but you
paint
see,
a subject I consider suitable.
But
I rather fancy something from the Bible.
Well, we thought a large painting of the town council itself would be rather
Fantastic.
the... Oh, yeah.
What do you think of Moses bringing down the tablets of the law from the mountain?
Well, I've no opinion on Moses. What we had in
Good.
mind was...
Then we're agreed on the subject.
Yeah.
How much?
100 guilders.
Get out!
200 guilders.
You paid 9 million for the town hall. I want 1,000 guilders.
My dear Rembrandt, for an artist, I must say you're quite mercenary.
Von Kampen, if you turn a bit toward me, I can spit directly into your left eye. What do you mean, mercenary? Is an artist less than a stonemason or a carpenter? When my belly is empty, I'm just as hungry as you are. 500 guilder, not a stiver less.
350.
Settled. Now I've got to find a Moses to sit for me.
Rembrandt.
Don't interrupt, I'm thinking.
I'll be glad to pose for you.
You?
Well, you just said that I was a fine figure of a man, and
Von Kampen, you have the good-natured, wholesome, earnest face of a vegetable dinner. Now be a friendly vegetable and give me the towel. I've got to find me a Moses.
Well, where are you going to look?
Among the descendants of Moses.
Well, don't you think it'd be more discreet to look among the members of the town council?
Von Kampen, come here.
Yeah?
I will tell you a secret.
You will, Rembrandt?
Listen. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses. Jews. Every last one of them.
Yes, I see what you mean.
I thought you would. Quickly, Von Kampen, my shoes. I've got to find Moses.
In the year 1659, Rembrandt von Rijn went into the streets of Amsterdam in quest of Moses. While the venerable town council waited, Rembrandt searched.
Rembrandt, they're impatient. At least submit a sketch.
Mynheer Van Kampen, please be good enough to fall down the stairs.
The town council contained its impatience. But early in the month of April in the year 1659, they deputized Mynheer Jacob van Kampen to visit the painter once again.
I am authorized to inform you that the painter Ferdinand Ball has been invited to submit a sketch.
Who invited him?
The Domine.
The Domine is making a mistake.
The sketches have already been submitted.
I won't be pushed or prodded or driven or goaded.
Rembrandt, you're shouting.
Mynheer Van Kampen, I can't lose that commission. I need the money.
Then you'll produce your sketches this week, and you'll complete your painting in 10 days.
You're a good fellow, Van Kampen.
10 days, Rembrandt.
I don't paint that way. I've got to find a Moses who looks like Moses. I've got to paint what I feel is true.
You're shouting again.
All right. Go back to them. Tell them I'll do the best I can.
I shall tell them the painting will be done in 10 days.
Van Kampen, listen. I've been reading the Bible. Moses stood upon the mountain, and he talked to God himself. And when Moses came down from the mount, the people ran to him. And when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face sent forth beams of light, and they were afraid to come near unto him. Van Kampen, that's what I want. Moses holding up a tablet of the law, and a light shining from his face. Me almost afraid to paint, and you almost afraid to look. Van Kampen, you understand me, don't you?
I shall tell them the painting will be done in 10 days.
In the first week of April, Rembrandt van Rijn went into a slum of Amsterdam. And here had come Christian refugees from England and France and Jewish refugees from Eastern Europe. On the edge of a canal that carried its cargo of refuse and garbage odorously to the sea, there stood the stall of a bread seller. Within the stall sat a man, white bearded, with white hair crowned by a black skull cap. Before him were piled the enormous loaves of black bread baked after the fashion of Eastern Europe. The bread seller sat there, motionless, impassive, serene.
You sell bread?
I sell bread.
By the pound or by the loaf?
Yes.
I've been standing here for quite some time.
I know.
You don't have many customers?
No, I do not have many customers.
So it gives you time to read.
If you are finished staring at me, and if you have no more questions, I should like to continue reading.
Please, forgive me, but what are you reading?
Very well. I will read it to you. Kablu, Alechem, Malchus, Shemayim. Behis Nahagu, Ze im Ze, Bigmilas, Chasodim.
What does it mean?
To love God truly, one must first love man.
What is your name?
I am Abram of Lublin. They call me Abrin Lublin.
I'm a painter. My name is Rembrandt. They say we come from a place near the Rhine, and so they called me Rembrandt van Rijn. Abram of Lublin, your face is the face of one who wrote 10 words upon 2 tablets of stone. I should be greatly honored if you will allow me to paint your face.
I have no objection. But first, let me give you a piece of bread. It is good bread, Rembrandt.
A pencil is quick. It abstracts from a face that which is hidden in a face, the thing that inspirits the face, not merely cheekbones that are wide, or a forehead that is high, or the curve of a nose, or the curl of a lip, or the expression of an eye. All these things together, but more. The total of these things, the sum, the essence, the distillation of spirit. A pencil is quick, but a brush goes more slowly. For the brush illuminates because it remembers the dark places. On the 10th day of April in the year 1659, Meneer Jacob van Kampen returned to the Keizerskrön hostelry to claim a painting.
Is this your Moses?
Not yet.
The paint is dry on the canvas.
Meneer van Kampen, a painting isn't finished when the paint is dry.
It looks good enough to me.
I'm not satisfied.
Rembrandt, I'm not an artist, but I know what I like.
Van Kampen, this isn't a hen's egg that you're judging for taste. I've painted Abram of Lublin. That's not good enough. I want Moses of Sinai and the beam shining from his face.
This is the 10th day.
It isn't good enough.
If it satisfies the council, it will hang in the town hall. I'll bring you the 350 guilders.
Give me another week.
Ferdinand Ball brought his canvas last week, Rembrandt. A contract is a contract and must be respected.
So must a painting be respected. This isn't ready. Look at it.
I've already told you, Rembrandt. It looks good enough to me.
It needs some inner light.
It's good as it is.
Van Kampen, try to understand me. There was once a Greek sculptor named Phidias. Once a man scolded him because he was working on the back of a statue. Who sees the back? The man asked. And Phidias said, the gods see the back. Van Kampen, the gods see the back of this canvas. I've got to satisfy the God in me. I want the money. I need it. But you commissioned Moses, and all I've painted is Abram. Tell the council I'm sorry.
hung a painting by Ferdinand Ball in the town hall of Amsterdam, and Maria van Kampen took a few guilders from the wallet he had this time remembered to bring and gave the money to Rembrandt van Rijn.
Rembrandt, it isn't charity. Call it a down payment on a portrait you'll make for me. If you like, I can sit for you now.
I've treated you like a fool, haven't I?
You're a great man, Rembrandt. I'm only a merchant.
There's a quality in your face, Van Kampen. It's always been there. I just didn't see. If you let me, I'll paint that quality. But not now. Now I've got to find what's unique in the face of Abram of Lublin. Then I'll have my Moses.
All art is obsession. It comes forth like a secretion from 1,000 wounds, and this is what the painter etches into copper and spreads over canvas. And until the canvas dries and the work is finally halted, the soul of the artist is morbid with self-hatred. For he knows that the work is only put aside, that it can never be done, that the best he can attain is a truce, but never victory. In the third week in April 1659, the painter Rembrandt van Rijn, seeking a truce within a light, went once more along the canal of a street in Amsterdam. The night was dark, and the streets were dimly lit. But his feet carried him straight to the dwelling of Abram of Lublin. He paused outside. He waited in the night, a stranger. And within the dwelling was a man called Abram of Lublin, his wife, his son, his kinfolk, and something more. There was also within the dwelling the first evening of the celebration of Exodus out of Egypt, the moment of origin of the people of Israel, the origin in revolt and flight, the discovery of uniqueness, the uniqueness that belongs to all. Rembrandt listened in the darkness, and then he heard the voice of Abram the bread seller.
This is the unleavened bread of affliction which our forefathers ate in the land of Egypt. Let those who are hungry enter and eat with us. Let those who are forlorn come and celebrate the Passover with us. Baruch habo. Blessed be he who comes. Rembrandt van Rijn, I make you welcome. I am glad you came.
I am Abram's wife. This is my family. These are my friends and neighbors. Will you sit down?
I don't belong here.
You belong, Mynheer Rembrandt. Is someone with you?
No, I'm alone.
All people who are alone belong with us on the Seder night of the Passover.
Please, sit down. We are beginning the Seder. I will explain it to you as we go along.
No, please, don't explain. Just forget I'm here.
Rembrandt, I must explain. What is this Passover Seder? It is only a lesson. From beginning to end, a lesson for children. See, we begin now with the child's question, with 4 questions. Why is this night different from other nights in the year?
It was not the child of Abram who sang. It was not Abram himself. It was not his wife or his kin. It was the total of these things, the sum of all Israel, its history, its faith, its future. Rembrandt von Rijn shivered and was cold, for Abram of Lublin sat against a pillow, and no more was he the seller of bread. The face was serene, but the expression was no longer patient and impassive.
Avodim hayinu lefaro bemitzrayim. Slaves of Pharaoh were we in Egypt, and the Lord our God brought us forth with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Rembrandt van Rijn.
Yes, Abram.
Even you were brought forth from Egypt by the Lord our God. Every man in all times must come forth out of his own Egypt.
I know.
Rembrandt, the words are written in Hebrew and in your own language. Will you read?
Here is the place, Rembrandt. Read from here.
And if the Holy One, blessed be his name, had not brought forth our fathers from Egypt, then surely we and our children's children would yet be enslaved to Pharaoh. Therefore, even if all of us were rich in wisdom and entire of understanding, nevertheless would it be necessary for us to repeat once more the story of the Exodus out of Egypt. And he who delights to dwell upon the liberation, he is a man to be praised.
This was the Passover of Rembrandt von Rijn, and his heart received the melodies that were sung, and his eyes regarded Abram of Lublin, and saw him as though for the first time.
Abram, the light that is within you is the light of this festival, the unleavened bread upon this dish, the memory of your fathers, the knowledge of what you have been.
It is the same with you, Rembrandt, and with all people. That is why the first time we met, I read to you that the true knowledge of God begins with the love of man.
Abram, why do you dip your finger in the wine?
My wife will tell you.
Because the Lord visited 10 plagues upon the Egyptians. And so as we recite the plagues, we dip our fingers 10 times in the wine.
Yes, but why?
Because the Egyptians were smitten by plagues. And the Talmud says that they were also men and women. And their blood is red as ours.
But they were your persecutors. They killed your male children.
Yes, Rembrandt. They killed. And in turn, they were smitten by God. But it is set down in the Talmud that when the Egyptians perished in the Red Sea and the angels rejoiced and began their alleluias, the Lord rebuked them and said, "Creatures of mine are perishing in the sea. How can you sing a song?"
Rembrandt von Rijn looked upon Abram of Lublin, Abram the seller of bread. And to the order of the festival, Rembrandt added his own verse from the book of Exodus.
And it came to pass, when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hands, that he knew not that the skin of his face sent forth beams of light. And behold, they were afraid to come near unto him.
Hallelujah, 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 te Adonai.
They sang a psalm of David, and Rembrandt read the words of the psalm.
When Israel came forth out of Egypt, the house of Jacob from a people of strange language, Judah became his sanctuary, Israel his dominion. The sea saw it and fled. The Jordan turned backward. The mountains skipped like rams, the hills like young sheep. What aileth thee, O thou sea, that thou fleest? Thou Jordan, that thou turnest backward? Ye mountains, that ye skip like rams, ye hills like young sheep. Tremble, thou earth, at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the God of Jacob, who turned the rock into a pool of water, the flint into a fountain of waters.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Had sat with them, and they had related the bondage not only of Israel, but of all who live, the bondage to the darkness that lies within. And even as bondage is the beginning of all liberation, so also is darkness the beginning of all light. Even the light, the inner light that came from Abram, the immigrant from Lublin. And Rembrandt van Rijn held the light carefully within the sockets of his eyes, and within the reservoir of his brain. And holding it thus, he returned to the mean, squalid room where he lived. And he placed the light upon the face of Abram. And behold, the tablet of the law said, Thou shalt. And the face became the face of Moses.
Jacob van Kampen.
Yes, Rembrandt?
I have finished my exodus for now.
Your exodus?
Yes. I've made as much peace with myself as I'm able. Now, if you wish, I shall paint your portrait.
Thank you. But, Rembrandt, I warn you to
sit there. Find a comfortable position. Don't strain.
Rembrandt, I warn you, I'm not even this bread seller of yours. There isn't any light that comes from me.
You're wrong. Every man shines forth his own light. The thing is to know wherein in every man you must look. And when you find it, the thing to know is that you have found it.
Rembrandt, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it isn't your Moses that hangs in the town hall of Amsterdam.
It doesn't matter. What matters, Van Kampen, is that I have polished the back of my statue and satisfied my God.
I'm not a quick man. I don't understand.
Munir, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Just raise up your face so that it holds the light.
Eternal Light dramatization today, The Passover of Rembrandt von Rijn, was written by Morton Wishengrad. This program came from Hollywood and featured Barry Kroger as Rembrandt. Lou Merrill played Van Kampen, and Paul Frees was Abram. Our narrator was Paul Marion. The orchestral music was composed by Morris Mamorsky. Liturgical music was supervised by cantor Carl Erstein. Chorus and orchestra were conducted by Henry Russell, and the program was directed by Andrew C. Love. Free Time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. The program appears under the auspices of the West Coast branch of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Because of the Passover holiday, The Eternal Light will not be heard next week, but will return at its regular time the following week. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make Free Time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our drama today is entitled The Man from Omaha and was written by Arnold Pearl and A.S. Guinness. Arnold Moss is the narrator, and featured as Henry Monsky is Roger DeKoven.
LaGuardia Airport on a Thursday afternoon not so long ago, a great silver bird of a plane ended its flight across the ocean. And the last passenger to step out was a rumpled little man clutching a cardboard suitcase in one hand and a map of New York in the other. To the first attendant he saw, he pointed to the map and asked,
Brooklyn?
Well, here's where you are, buddy. Queens. You see?
Queens.
So you take the train to Manhattan.
Manhattan? Nine, Brooklyn.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You take the train to Manhattan.
Nine, Brooklyn.
So that's what I'm telling you.
Mind if I take over? I think I can help.
The man who spoke was a tall man with a calm face, sad eyes, and a big, friendly smile. The attendant, being a man with a large family and a small income, had other worries and was glad to be out of it.
Shalom, brother. Welcome to our land.
Shalom. What is with your land? For 6 years I have fled from one corner of the world to the other and back again. And in all this time of necessity, I have become an expert with maps. Tell me a land, and I will tell you how many borders it has which a man can cross at night. But Brooklyn?
What is so forbidding about our Brooklyn?
I'm standing in Queens. Beside me, on the map, lies Brooklyn. Now, then why must I go first to Manhattan? Do I look like the father of fools?
You're right. The attendant was right. But to go directly to Brooklyn as on the map would cost you 3 train fares, whereas to go by way of Manhattan, it's only 1 fare.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it's one of America's unsolved problems.
So I'm still an old fool, even in a new land. Tell me, do you have a little time?
Yes, a little. The plane to Omaha doesn't leave for a while.
So the tall man and the rumpled little one sat in the waiting room and talked of this and that, and especially of Jewish life. And when the plane to Omaha was announced, the man with the map at first looked sad. And then suddenly his face lit up.
Listen, my friend. I have made a decision.
A decision concerning what?
Concerning Brooklyn and Omaha. I'm going with you.
Well, you'd be more than welcome, but you came all the way with Brooklyn as your...
Please. I am a man of decisions. In Brooklyn, what have I got? A townsman I haven't seen in 30 years, so I will write to him. But with you, I have only spent 20 minutes with you. But even if there is only one man like you in all of Omaha, it is still a city worth settling in.
You may well ask who was this tall man with a calm face that he could have such an effect on people. He was a friend of mine. Henry Monsky was a very close friend. It's only right, don't you think, that today his very close friends should think of him? You see, Henry Monsky passed away a year ago today. You want to know what kind of a man he was? A man. No more, no less. A man who grew up in Omaha and fished in the Missouri River, who read Mark Twain and Maimonides, and learned at one and the same time that all men are created equal and Hine Matov Umanaim Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. How good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell in unity. The year was a memorable one. 1905, Kishinev, a lesson in how to conduct a pogrom. And when news reached the frontier town of Omaha, Reb Abraham, elder of the synagogue, called his 15-year-old son Henry to him. Together they made their way to the other side of town, to the home of the most influential Jew in Omaha. Henry waited outside for 10 minutes, a half hour, an hour. Then he saw his father come out. The boy walked alongside Reb Abraham, waiting for him to speak.
I stretched out my right hand to him. In Kishinev, I said, the trees cry and the winds weep for our brothers. And he said he wasn't made of stone, and in all his nightmares he saw Kishinev. And I answered him, I saw Kishinev in my waking hours as well.
Father...
Yes?
Father, what was it you wanted from him?
Not money, my son, not his influence in high places. These I know he gives. He offered to sign an even larger check. I said, no, that's only charity. There's more, there's much more we must do. I offered him my hand. I said, we must unite, we must work together to build the kind of world where these things will not happen.
And he rejected your hand?
He smiled, he shrugged, he thought I was a fool. He did not say it, but I know. He said, I've given money, what more can I do? Nothing more.
But you were right. Why is it so hard for people to see, not only Jews, but everyone? Everyone should work together and stop this horrible thing like Kishinev.
Not with anger, my son.
I'm sorry, Father. But when will people see?
I'm afraid, my son, only when the world has experienced a Kishinev 1,000 times more terrible.
And that evening, as Reb Abraham sat watching his wife clear the kitchen table...
Betsy?
Yes, Avram.
Henry, he went out?
With friends.
Betsy, today I heard our son answer a man 3 times his age. 3 times his age.
And who?
Myself.
Haven't you learned yet, husband mine, that in this land age is considered an affliction and not a mantle of wisdom? Why should it surprise you, then, that our son should speak boldly to an older man?
Because, my impatient wife, what I want to tell you is not that he spoke up, but rather that my son, the rabbi-to-be, spoke with great wisdom.
And why should it surprise you, Avram, that my son, the lawyer-to-be, should speak with great wisdom?
And when, a few years later, Reb Abraham's wife proved to be right, and Henry chose the law instead of the pulpit, his father felt a bit sad. But on a certain day in 1912, when Henry Monsky stood before his graduating class, Reb Abraham looked at his wife and smiled tearfully. For here in America, their son has chosen for his valedictory text the Hebrew words,
Hene matov uma naim, shevetachim gam yahad. How good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell in unity.
The twig was bent, and so the tree grew.
Sit down, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
You both look as if you've traveled far.
Oh, we have, very far.
There are 3 of us.
3?
Sarah is playing in your front yard. It's such a long time since she touched grass.
A new kind of child, Sarah. In her 8 years, she has known wagons, trains, boats, but no home.
Where do you come from?
A village near Kharkov. We left today. The pogrom struck our village.
We hope in California. Is it really, as they say, the sun?
I've never been there myself. I hear it has a climate such as they have in Palestine.
Oh. Your father, Reb Abraham, does not know us. But we heard from others that he sometimes helps people, strangers even like us.
Sarah, we would not have gotten off the train, but Sarah is still a bit weak. We hoped a few days' rest, then I could help around the house meanwhile.
Your father...
My father passed away 6 months ago.
The good. Always the good.
Oh, had we known.
This is my father's house. I'm his son. Please stay.
When a man and an idea become one, the result is more than the sum of the two. The result sometimes is inspiration. Others saw it, too, in Henry Monsky.
Mr. Monsky, they're here.
They? The bishop called to say he was coming over. I didn't know.
There's another priest with him. Mr. Monsky.
What is it, Esther? Something on your mind?
You won't forget about this afternoon, will you?
This afternoon? What?
Now, what would you do without me?
I know, Esther. They'd never find me under untyped law briefs, unanswered correspondence.
And unstrung clients, if you don't mind my saying so. This afternoon, you promised to see that man from the railroad. A very sizable account, and I have a suspicion the client's growing restless at not being able to see you.
I promise, Esther. Now, won't you do me a favor and send in the bishop and his friend?
Kindly, Esther shook her head over the impractical ways of her brilliant employer and went out to fetch his friend, the bishop.
Congratulations, Henry. I saw the news in the papers. You've gone far, Henry.
I chose a long road, Bishop.
It's a road that gets a bit lonesome, son. I brought you someone traveling your way. This is my good friend, Father Flanagan. He has an idea, Henry. A haven for boys. A new approach to juvenile delinquency. A place he'd like to call Boys Town.
And for 2 hours they talked, the bishop, Father Flanagan, and my friend Henry Monsky, of boys and the social evils which make them bad, and of a dream to be known as Boys Town. And then...
What's the point of just sitting here? Father Flanagan has the site for Boys Town all picked out. Why don't we drive out there and spend the afternoon? How about it, Henry?
Well, of course, there's no time to be lost, but you'll have to do me a favor, Bishop.
Certainly. What can I do?
I'll meet you downstairs. I'll have to sneak out the back way. Little matter between me and my secretary.
Is there any difference between an uprooted family from across the ocean or a group of uprooted boys in their own land? To my friend, there was none. And so he gave himself to this task of helping to bring to life Boys Town. But the road he had chosen was long. And on top of it all, Esther was right. There were times when Henry was, well, hard to manage.
There's no question, Mr. Monsky, but that your services to our railroad have been excellent. Very excellent.
Yours is an honest railroad.
Then do this job for us. It's just another unfair tax bill. All we ask is that you speak out against the bill.
A slight correction, Mr. Reynolds. The tax bill is not unfair. It's to raise additional funds for the state school system. Naturally, the roads are expected to pay their share.
Remember, Mr. Monsky, Omaha is a relatively small city, and ours is a big account. I'm not pressing you for an answer now. We'll expect to hear from you in 2 days.
Why wait? As of now, I am the unofficial lobbyist for the bill.
Fascination, Mr. Monsky. What is it you want for yourself?
You're his wife, Daisy. I wish you could talk to him.
What's it all about?
If he wants to act mysterious, let him. In these days, it's the privilege of any man who has spent a week in Washington to look mysterious.
Oh, all right, both of you. But I warn you, what I have to say is no joking matter. I have never been more serious in my life.
If this were a courtroom, Sig, that phrase would reveal you as a very guilty man. What have you done?
Daisy, I've known you since you were a young girl, and now you're married to Henry. He's always been too busy with community activities to build up his personal career.
He's been talking things over with your secretary, Henry, with Esther.
What's more, Henry hasn't even begun to use his amazing legal ability in the way that he should.
Now I'm sure of it.
All right, laugh. But I'll tell you this. I, who am financially more secure than Henry ever will be, would feel that I could not afford the sacrifice that he is now being asked to make.
Sig, come to the point. What's this about?
Henry, they want you to become national president of B'nai B'rith. All right. You never listen to me anyway. I'll make the nominating speech.
When they accepted him unanimously, he was too overcome for words, and his wife led him from the meeting place, and she brought him the strength and composure she was always able to give him. And when he returned dry-eyed, he said, among other things,
We must build with vision, but we must build upon realities. If we build upon ideals alone, oblivious of reality, we shall find in the end that we've built upon quicksand. And the reality of today is that we are divided in the face of a Kishineff 1,000 times more terrible.
The rabbis once said, a man who is going nowhere is never challenged. My friend Mr. Monsky was soon being challenged 100 times a day.
We've doubled our membership in 1 year. Mr. Monsky, aren't we growing a little too fast? I'm worried.
So am I. We're not growing fast enough.
Or else?
Mr. Monsky, my organization and yours are cooperating in a number of projects, as you know. And, naturally, my membership is curious about you personally.
Naturally.
Mr. Monsky, are you Orthodox, conservative, or Reformed?
All, madam, for I am a Jew.
And on still another occasion.
This is a key matter, Mr. Monsky. Before we can even sit down at the same table, you must state your position on Palestine.
It has already been stated for me.
Really? By whom?
By a boy in a hospital bed. His nurse wrote the letter for him because now he has no hands. We didn't die in the forests when we fought against the Germans, he writes. We will find a way. That way is to Palestine.
Many thousands joined, men and women, young men, young women, even children. But all this time, the fireplace in Omaha was far away. And Daisy had to be satisfied with telephone calls like this one.
Hello? Hello? Henry, is that you?
Hello, Daisy. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, dear, yes. Oh, where are you?
In the White House.
In the White House? Henry.
I had lunch with Mrs. Roosevelt.
Oh, how wonderful. What did she serve?
Huh?
Oh, I'm dying to know, dear. What did she serve?
Well, how should I know, Daisy?
Well, you ate it, didn't you?
Well, we talked.
But you said it was luncheon.
Well, then I must have eaten.
And you don't remember what?
Of course I remember. I remember every word she said.
it was the winter of 1942. And Kishinev had been repeated 1,000 times and then 1,000 times again. And still there was no end to the scourge. My friend, Mr. Monsky, knew that now must be the time. And when he told Daisy, she grew worried for the first time for him, for her husband.
The call to the Unity Conference has gone out.
To 62 Jewish organizations. And in our letter, we minced no words, not in these days.
Of course, the two major factions will look to you as intermediary. You'll be between the devil and the deep blue sea, Henry.
I can't imagine, dear, how you can compare either of those groups to the tranquility of a deep blue sea. Say, rather, I'll be ground between two millstones.
Although with Daisy he'd spoken lightly of his own burden, he could not hide his doubts from himself as he stood there on the platform that fateful day. The American Jewish Conference was now officially open. His tired heart beat faster as the various blocks, each a separate idea and a separate program, announced their presence. Now they waited for him to speak. The opening words, those would be important. The very first words.
Hine matov umanaim. Shevet achim gam yachat.
How good, how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell in unity.
Was it any better tonight, Henry?
Oh, somewhat, Daisy, somewhat. But it seems ever more difficult.
Henry, you're not a youngster. 3 a.m. tonight, 2 a.m. last night, and the night before it was...
Hine matov umanoim shevet achim gam yachad. They translate it the way Rabbi Gottheil once did. How good and how pleasant it is if we can get the brethren merely to sit together. That's not enough. Sitting together is not enough. We must think and feel together.
Perhaps, Henry, yours is a stronger faith. Sometimes I look at what's happening to our people through the world. I look at the way you're killing yourself, and I'm afraid. Sometimes I'm afraid the lights are going out for us.
No, Daisy, our people have no special lights illuminating their way. The sun, the moon, the stars we share with the world. If the lights go out for us, it is because the lights are going out the world over.
He fought for his own vision of light. He led a national campaign against juvenile delinquency. And against delinquency of government, he fought as consultant to the United States delegation at San Francisco. And then a year ago today in a New York hotel, he was conducting a meeting of the conference's interim committee when...
Louis, please take a chair. I feel weak suddenly.
They took him upstairs. He asked for his wife. And when she arrived...
Where is he?
Right in there, Mrs. Monsky.
Henry.
Madam, can you take shorthand? I asked for a secretary. I have a report to dictate. There's broadcast tonight.
I'm sorry, Mr. Monsky. I'm not so good at dictation, but may I hold your hand?
You know what happened? I thought of all the things I had to do, and I got dizzy. Silly, what?
Henry. Henry.
The doctor said...
His heart actually ruptured, Mrs. Monsky.
It broke for his people, Doctor.
And that's the story of my very close friend. One more word. A historian of dates and places and names would say that because I'd never really met Henry Monsky personally, I shouldn't call him a close friend. Well, that isn't quite right either. he was a close friend. After all, Henry Monsky was Henry Monsky. And I, like him, a man, no more, no less. What would a historian know about such friendships?
And now we present Mr. Frank Goldman, president of B'nai B'rith. Mr. Goldman.
The greatness of our country rests upon the idealism and the contributions of the various groups who make up its population and of their leaders. Henry Monsky, who passed on a year ago today, had then served for 9 years as president of B'nai B'rith, the world's oldest and largest Jewish service organization. His greatness lay in the possession to a marked degree of the finer qualities of mind and heart. These permitted him no narrow horizon, but rather prompted him to lay aside his own comfort and to devote himself to the welfare and well-being of people everywhere. He was an American citizen of the first order. His whole life was an expression of the finest ideals of the double heritage which was his, Judaism and Americanism. As a little boy in Omaha, he constantly observed his mother and father welcome into their Orthodox Jewish home and help on their way to the far west, poor, ragged, and often weeping strangers, the European displaced of their time. Through his parents' approach to this problem, he learned in a most natural way that this was not charity, but rather human solidarity, and it was a lesson he never forgot. As he grew to manhood, he was always animated in everything he did by this sense of the brotherhood of man under the fatherhood of God. It was that which inspired him to give so much of himself to the general social causes, as well as to B'nai B'rith, the development of Palestine as a Jewish homeland, and other movements in behalf of his people. It was that, too, basically, which moved him to found the American Jewish Conference, to cope with the war and post-war emergency facing the Jewish people overseas and in Palestine. He believed in common action, in unity for the accomplishment of a worthy purpose, but he was not beguiled by the use of the word unity or any other catchphrase to mistake form for substance or to see unity where there was only pretense. We who have survived him have dedicated ourselves to emulating his spirit, his devotion, his courage, and his passion for working toward a better world for all mankind. Truly can it be said on this first anniversary of Henry Monsky's passing, his memory is for a blessing.
Thank you, Mr. Frank Goldman. Our Eternal Light drama today, entitled The Man from Omaha, was written by Arnold Pearl and A.S. Guinness. This script was based upon the recently published book, Henry Monsky, The Man and His Work, by Mrs. Henry Monsky and Maurice Biskaya. The original music was composed by Morris Pomorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Arnold Moss was the narrator. Featured as Henry Monsky was Roger de Koven. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Pack.
Israel, Shema Yisrael.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light. This program comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's Eternal Light dramatization by Irv Tunick, The Things I Saw, is based on the first-hand report of Chester Bowles, International Chairman of the United Nations Appeal for Children. Featured as Mr. Bowles is John McGovern, and Natalie Corr as Mrs. Bowles.
Not pleasant, is it? This is the cry of a hungry child.
Kansas now, the wheat is barely awake. Its stubby little fingers still rub the sleepiness of winter from its eyes. And in Minnesota, the dairy herds are out in pasture, udders thick and bulging. In Texas, white-faced steers are plodding northward to grow fat on Iowa corn. This is food being fashioned, calories in the making. These are fats, proteins, and carbohydrates, soon to stain your baby's bib.
Memorandum from Edward Harker to William Brooks, Director of News and Special Events, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. This morning I recorded the voice of Pessel Fakler, a sick little Jewish child I found in a displaced persons camp near Berlin. Pessel is 4 years old. She weighs 27 pounds. Doctors tell me she has the physical development of a child of 2. Pessel's family fled from Poland before the Nazi invasion in 1939. They went into Russia, and there into Siberia. Her father died in Siberia, and at war's end, she and her mother drifted westward to the displaced persons camp, where the International Refugee Organization is giving what it can to help. Pessel's undersized body has withstood pneumonia, whooping cough, measles, and heart disease. She is still seriously tubercular, lacking the resistance that comes from good food. Her cry was not staged. She was hungry, so she cried.
When they asked me, I said yes. It was something I wanted to do, something that needed doing. So I said yes. I have 5 children of my own, but even if I had none, my answer still would have been yes. I remember the first time I heard the idea. I was working privately with Aki Ording, Norwegian delegate to the United Nations. It was late,
We were tired, and Mrs. Bowles brought in some coffee and sandwiches.
Seventh inning stretch. Come on now, put those papers away and relax. Mr. Ording, you sit here. Chester, here.
Thank you. This looks delicious.
Hope it is.
In Norway, this is called matbete.
Much better?
Snack. The most welcome word in our language.
Well, tell Mrs. Bowles about your idea, Mr. Ording.
Oh, an idea is like a little boy. You never know if it's going to grow up good or bad.
This is a good one, I think.
Let me hear.
The other day, in a committee meeting of the United Nations on the food problem, I thought of this. It was because so much time was being spent in debate, in hair-splitting, in winding and unwinding red tape. Hours, days, weeks, months slipping by. Hungry children waiting to be fed. Waiting for diplomats and statesmen and international representatives to agree on something everyone was already agreed upon. That the hungry children of the world must be fed.
230 million children.
And then I remembered. In southern Norway, after the war, the people who had suffered less than those in the north, those people did this. They volunteered 1 day's pay, work, or produce to help their fellow countrymen get on their feet. A simple idea, isn't it?
A very wonderful idea.
Well, now, suppose we should take this plan and extend it all the world. Ask every person to give 1 day's pay, work, or produce to feed the hungry children of the world. Would it work?
On a voluntary basis?
Completely.
What about the people who can't afford to give?
Oh, everyone can afford to give. If not money, then time. Something. Anything. It must not be another charity. Another case of someone giving and someone getting. This must be done in the spirit of mutual self-help. A case of all men sharing the burden of a child's hunger.
It will work.
You think so?
I know it. The conscience of mankind will make it work.
So, as I said, when the plan was finally agreed upon by the United Nations, and when the name United Nations Appeal for Children was given it, when Secretary General Trygve Lie asked me to become international chairman, I said yes. On January 2nd, 1948, Mrs. Bowles and myself left for a swift survey trip through the nations of Europe. What follows is my report. It's 2 o'clock Sunday morning, French time. We're approaching Paris. In the last 20 hours, this plane has been a world by itself. A little world in which we can do nothing but sit and read and think. We've been studying reports on the needs of children in every corner of the earth. These needs are so staggering that we find it difficult to take them in. The best estimates we have, cold, impersonal reports, state that 1 child in every 2 alive today is starving. A huge percentage of them will never grow up. We approach our task in Europe with humility. The industrial town of Colombes.
Bonjour, Pierre. Peut-on entrer?
Mais oui, entrez, entrez.
Pierre, je vous présente Monsieur et Madame Bowles, qui viennent d'Amérique.
Ah, Mr. Bowles, Mrs. Bowles. I speak good English, isn't it?
I hope we're not intruding.
But no. Madame will excuse, I cannot stand. Both legs, poof. Landmine.
Oh.
Maybe I get, how do you call it? Des jambes artificielles.
Artificial legs.
Oui, oui, artificial legs, but how you get them? Must stand on line at the bureau. No legs. Cannot stand.
Et les enfants? Where are the children, Pierre?
Where you think? In school.
Oh.
One thing I make sure. Legs or no legs, the kids go to school. Hey, you hear that soon they finish new school? With desks, maybe.
How many children do you have?
3.
All in school?
Oh, oui.
Your wife?
Catherine works in, how do you call that? Une raffinerie de pétrole.
Oil refinery.
Ah, oui, oui, oil refinery. She makes 2,000 francs each week.
About $10.
We live. Sometimes kids fall asleep doing lessons. Energie.
Energy.
Ils n'ont jamais assez à manger. Ils ne peuvent pas fixer leur attention sur leurs devoirs. Ils essaient, mais comment peut-on s'occuper de livres lorsqu'on a le ventre creux?
They never get enough to eat, so they cannot concentrate. They try hard, but how can one think of books with an empty stomach?
What is it? Stomach?
Belly.
Ah, that word I know. Belly. All kids in Europe have same trouble. Belly trouble. Nothing inside. All the time, nothing but hungry. A teacher says French Revolution fought for liberty, equality, fraternity. The kids think, tonight maybe we have bread. Maybe even piece of horse meat. Studies are too hard for hungry kids. We must feed the kids.
That's why we're here. We want to see the truth so that we can make the necessary plans to feed the children.
Good. That's good. But plans? Why plans? Kids need food. Give them food. Why does one need plans? One needs bread. Listen, we old ones had plans, no? Every country its own plan. Lots of plans, each different. Nobody has same plan, so we fight the war. Listen, I tell you best plan. Get food, put it on plate, call in the kids. Forget the old ones like me. But where is the world without kids, hein? Si nous mourons de faim, nous le méritons. C'est de notre faute. Mais les enfants sont innocents.
Pierre says if we starve, we deserve to starve. We earn starvation. But the children are innocent.
Feed the kids, Monsieur Boaz. We can starve. But feed the kids.
Italy lies ahead. Another night and we'll be in Rome. A collection of shacks on the outskirts of Rome.
When it rains, and it rains plenty in this little valley, these people are forced to leave their shacks and run for the hills.
Why do they stay here?
2 reasons. One, because they have nowhere else to go. The second is up there, on top of the hill.
That house being built?
An apartment house, subsidized by the government. Take a look at that, huh? In this day and age, it's being built by hand. Not a bulldozer, not a modern tool near the place. But it's going up. Now, these people are waiting to move in.
When?
It's slow building that way, but they wait. They watch it go up brick by brick.
How much will the apartments rent for?
About 400 lire a month.
Oh, a little under $1.
Just about what a pack of cigarettes sell for on the black market. Now, over here...
Benny, please, Benny.
Federico, vieni, via. Finisci di dimenticare. Non devi chiedere i soldi. Faccia le mie scuse per il mio bambino.
She says she's sorry her kids beg pennies.
Ask her how many children she has.
Quanti bambini ha, signora?
3.
3.
Do the children get enough to eat?
I vostri bimbi ricevono abbastanza da mangiare?
Mai. Non hanno mangiato nulla oggi. Neppure una cosa per tutta la giornata.
They haven't eaten all day, another thing.
Non hanno visto latte da 3 anni.
They haven't seen milk in 3 years.
But how do they live?
We get a little help. The United Nations Children's Fund supplies about 300 calories of food a day, and the government matches it.
600 calories? Why, an average kid in America gets 3,500 calories a day.
Sometimes they get a little more than 600. They scrounge around the streets of Rome, begging pennies, wiping stuff off the food stands.
Ask her if she thinks things will be better when they move into the new house.
Sareste più felice nella nuova casa?
Non posso trasferirmi nella nuova casa. La pigione sarà 400 lire al mese e la mia pensione di vedova è solo 600.
She says she's not going into the new house. The rent will be 400 lire, and her widow's pension is only 300 lire.
Then why does she stay here?
Perché vivete qua?
I bimbi non sanno che non possiamo permetterci la nuova casa. Credono che ci trasferiremo con tutti gli altri. Non posso dire che ciò non è vero. I bimbi non possono vivere senza una speranza. Sperano di vivere nella casa. Non posso distruggere I loro sogni.
The children don't know she cannot afford the new house. They think they will move in with all the others. She cannot tell them the truth. She says that children cannot live without something to hope for. The kids want to live in the new house. She says she cannot take away their dreams.
In Italy, we also met Vittorio Corrado. Vittorio was 10. He was playing the piano when we came into the room.
Bravo, Vittorio.
Buongiorno.
Hai delle visite oggi. Il signore e la signora Bowles vengono dall'America.
Sono felice di fare la vostra conoscenza.
He says he's glad to meet you.
Tell him I think he plays the piano magnificently.
La signora Bowles ama il tuo modo di suonare il pianoforte.
Grazie. Vi prego di spiegarle che la ragione perché sto ancora seduto qua è perché non posso vedere. Sono cieco.
He says to explain to you that the reason he is still sitting at the piano is because he's blind.
Blind? I tedeschi mi hanno sparato una pallottola nella testa ed i dottori dicono che ha tagliato il nervo ottico, facendomi cieco per sempre.
The Germans shot him in the head. The doctor said it cut his optic nerve and made him blind forever.
On the train traveling from Rome, I was handed 2 papers. One was an account of life in Vienna in a children's clinic in that occupied city. Portions of that letter live with me even now, day and night.
Hunger is numbing. You are sitting at your desk with a little patient, and suddenly you find you cannot keep your attention on what the child's mother is saying. Or you're standing up, and suddenly you have to sit down. And being hungry, you do things you never thought you would do. You send your children out to trade on the black market. You learn, too, not to ask questions when they bring food home. You eat it, and while you're doing so, you hope no one will come in with whom it ought to be shared. It is each for himself and his own. Death takes whole families, or parts of families, leaving only orphans. The younger ones are cared for in institutions. The older ones look after themselves. And juvenile delinquency, in their case, is just a way of saying boys and girls are hungry. They take as they can. They oppose with violence anyone who tries to stop them. Young as they are, they come to terms easily, as hungry people everywhere come to terms. Even their own mothers must sometimes come to terms. You call that bad? Listen. Who is to say who is good and who is bad in times like these?
We went our way through Europe, Prague, Budapest, carefully compiling our statistics. When you look at big figures like these, and try to evaluate them objectively, the task is terribly hard. You find that 230 million infants and children are hungry in the world today. But that's not what you think. You think of a baby with swollen belly and no flesh at all. You don't think of the sum, but of the fraction of each 230 millionth of the total. Each of your precious statistics is a kid starving. We'd seen many pictures of the ruins of Warsaw, but we were completely unprepared for the shock of seeing it all for ourselves. 600,000 people exist in this desert of bricks and mortar. That they do live and keep their children alive is perhaps the strongest testimonial we've seen so far to human courage. In Warsaw, we visited a health center, a building much better than usual. It had a roof.
This is the playroom. We've managed to find crayons and even a little paper for the children to draw on. While I doubt if we have any budding Rembrandts, I think some of the work is very good. The best examples are on the wall.
Doctor?
Yes, Mrs. Bowles?
Almost all of the pictures are of war scenes. Guns, tanks, planes.
Yes, they all have lived with the horror of war and are obsessed by it.
Why don't you try to have them paint happier scenes?
We do try, but it must be done gradually. You can't force a thing like that because then you would only be suppressing memories. Memories that would emerge again after the child has grown up. That would be the surest way to encourage war again. It is better to have guns discharged on paper rather than on people. In time, they'll draw their things. Wheat fields, maybe, or even cows. We plan to have an X-ray machine in there, a pharmacy in this room.
Are you getting medical supplies?
A little. We need so much more. In Poland, it is said in all of Poland, more than 1 million people have tuberculosis. The death rate of babies is unbelievable. 206 out of every 1,000.
Why is that woman crying, doctor?
I don't know. Co się stało? Czy mogę pani pomóc?
Dziecko. Zabrali dziecko.
She says someone took her baby. Dlaczego zabrali?
Bo chore.
The baby is sick. Co mu jest?
Powiada, że gruźlica.
Tuberculosis. If the child was taken from her, it must be a hopeless case. We keep them here to prevent further spread of the germ.
How old was the child?
Ile ma dziecko lat?
Nie wiem.
She doesn't know.
To nie jest moje dziecko.
Oh, it wasn't her child.
Płakalo. Znalazła mnie po bitwie.
She found him crying after the battle.
Może ma 3 albo 4 lata.
Maybe he's 3 or 4.
Teraz zgubiłam go.
Now she lost him.
Ja jego znalazłam i zgubiłam.
She found him and now she has lost him.
Znalazła mnie. Ono jest moje. Oddajcie mi dziecko, na litość boską. Panie doktorze, oddajcie mi moje dziecko.
She found a baby. It's her baby. She wants him back. She wants her baby back.
We left Europe, Mrs. Bowles and I, impressed with many things. Uppermost is the incredible stupidity of wars. Yet we know people who talk glibly of a third world war. One thing at least we know. The people of all these countries who've known war intimately long desperately for peace, for themselves and their children. Not only desperately, but with determination. They mean to have it. They're going to have their peace. If the world of tomorrow is two worlds, it will be because half of that world, half of the children of today, will have grown up hungry, embittered, and desperate. We heard this voice as we traveled. It was with us. Even now, it's with us. Children hungry, in rags, scratching in the rubble piles for rotten potatoes. Children alone. Our children. The world's children. Now I can say, as Job said, out of my flesh I saw these things.
Today's Eternal Light dramatization by Irv Tunick, The Things I Saw, was based on the first-hand report of Chester Bowles, International Chairman of the United Nations Appeal for Children. The United Nations Appeal for Children is conducted in the United States under the title Crusade for Children, conducted by American Overseas Aid. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Caton. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. John McGovern was featured as Mr. Bowles, and Natalie Corr was Mrs. Bowles. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Pack. We would like to express our appreciation to the Ohio State Institute for Education by Radio for awarding the Eternal Light first place in religious broadcasting for the third consecutive year. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
the eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, who today honors the creation of the Jewish state Israel by presenting a rebroadcast of The River Jordan, an original drama by Irv Tunick with material drawn from the book entitled The River Jordan by Dr. Nelson Glick, president of Hebrew Union College. Alexander Scourby is featured as the narrator.
It is with rivers as it is with people. The greatest are not always the most agreeable, nor the best to live with. Statistics are easy. The Jordan runs 100 miles from head to toe and meanders once again that distance. Posed against the Mississippi, it is only a mill stream. Against the Amazon, it is only a rill. But in the blaze and glint of history, the Jordan rolls in flood, rinsing the land of Zion. The infant river is suckled by the snows of Hermon, and a tale is told well worth repeating. After the Lord had given the holy law to Israel from Mount Sinai, all the other mountains crinkled their cheeks in anger. Indignant, snubbed, their spokesman pleaded,
"Why did you give the holy law from Mount Sinai and not from other mountains?"
It was a fair question, demanding an unprejudiced answer. So the Lord commanded the mountains to set themselves in orderly rows so that he could hear each one's plaint in order. With much tumbling and rumbling and a good bit of grumbling, the mountains came to order. Moreh, Ebal, Ephraim, Gerizim, Nebo, each in turn complaining. Last of all, a small, lowly hill approached the throne. The Lord asked, "What is thy name?"
My name is Hermon. Why did you not give the Torah from me? At the borders of the Holy Land am I. From my feet flow the fountains of Jordan, which is so dear to you. Why was the Torah not given from me?
And the Lord smiled, and summer was everywhere. And then he said, "Verily it would have been fitting that the holy law should be given from you. But since it was not, I give you another gift. I shall make you loftier than all the mountains of the land, and upon your highest portions shall eternal snow rest, and all the mountains shall envy you." And this is as it is. Hermon stands above the floor of Zion like a food-laden table on Shabbat, covered with a spotless cloth of eternal snow, with sunbeams for candelabra and cool springs for wine. Four streams are suckled by Hermon. Legend tells us these streams quarreled, just as the mountains quarreled. How human is nature! And called to the Lord of the universe to judge between them. The Lord of the universe descended to earth and pondered the matter, for the arguments were well advanced, and each stream had advocated its claim with wisdom. At length the Lord of the universe rose from the hill and counseled, "Rivers, you are dear to me, all four. Hearken to my counsel. Unite, all four, and together ye will indeed be the most important river in the world." And this was done, and the rivers clasped each other so firmly that none could tell their streams apart. And so was born the Jordan. "7 miles from the joining of the streams, the young Jordan empties into Lake Hule. What have we here? Strange animals have come to Hule. Hungry anthropoids that gulp the clay and loam with skinny necks and iron bellies. Genus, Milwaukee. Steam shovels to you. For here at Hule, a transformation has begun. Pioneers are mining a swamp, bringing out land. Here in miniature is the long, sad song of Zion. Once brilliantly fertile, a fecund valley, thickly populated, prosperous. Then centuries of overcultivation, wringing the land dry, squeezing out crops until the land bawled out in agony and gave up the ghost. Neglected, scorned, swampland and marshes boiling with malaria, the land of Hule lay for centuries, untouched, unwanted. But now it is wanted, and now the magic touch of modern engineering is scraping off the scum of centuries. For land, for men who want land, for people who have faith in land. They are mining at Hule, mining a swamp for land.
Sing and dance and sing, you and I hand in hand. Sing and dance and sing, from the little Jordan line.
Beyond Hule, the Jordan sinks below sea level. Quite softly, as though on tiptoe, it enters Galilee, the fabulous sea of Kinnereth. Studding its shores like a necklace of emeralds are kibbutzim, Jewish communal villages, outposts of faith in the wilderness. Here is Daganya, the first of all and still one of the greatest. Daganya, smelling sweet of new-cut hay, lush with the wonderful green of young wheat and barley. Daganya, where now the haylofts are lookout posts, and the fences are barbed wire. This is not new. This has been before. The death-spitting night and the farming with one hand guiding a mule and another patting a gun. And this has been before. 10 men and 2 women came to the Jordan 27 years ago. They came with deep dreams and flowing hope and little else. For shelter, a mud brick hut that sucked in the rain and hoarded the heat. They shared danger and profit alike. Moshe Barsky, still to celebrate his 19th birthday, was one of these pioneers. Everybody loved Moshe. He was so warm to be with, so good to know. Moshe loved mules. Sounds funny, I know, but Moshe loved mules, that's that. And Moshe always said,
in case it should happen, I don't say it will, but in case sometimes I'm out alone plowing with my mule and robbers come up, they start shooting at me, what do? First thing, before even I shoot back, I unhitch the mule and send him home. It's what a man should do. You can always get another man, but a mule, that costs money.
The others smiled as they listened. Joseph Bussell, with his everlasting pipe that was never lit. Aaron Gordon, who shoveled manure and wrote philosophy with equal talent. Yitzhak Ben Yaakov, plowman and pilot. They smiled at Moshe with tolerance and wise nods. Then one night, Moshe rode off to the village to fetch a doctor. Moshe always volunteered. It had to be Moshe. Midnight, and the watchman called.
Up! Get up! Everybody up! Everybody quickly, get up! Up! What is it?
What's the matter?
Moshe's mule. It's come back. And alone.
They found him on the road between Daganya and Milchamia, bleeding and clubbed.
The mule. The mule.
It came back.
Good. See, you can always get another man, but a mule. A mule. A mule.
So now there was a little mound of new torn earth at Daganya, hot and baked dull brown. And a letter with sad news went to a village in Russia. In time an answer came. Moshe's father wrote,
Dear friends of Daganya, I have received your precious letter. I found there true words that had welled up from loving and faithful hearts bound together by an eternal bond. The unexpected has befallen us. Great as is the disaster that has come upon us, you will not let your spirits fail you. On the contrary, may the memory of my son inspire you with still greater strength and courage to continue your labor until you attain the great ideal for which my son gave his life, the dream of Eretz Yisrael. It is not only to thank you for your sympathy with my grief that I write you, but also to send you words of comfort. For is not your grief my own? Come, therefore, let us hope together that the blood of our precious victim, of my son and your comrade, Moshe, will be accepted, and that he may be the last sacrifice upon the altar of our exalted ideal.
Months later, on the dust-deep road that wound down from Tiberias, a small, thin figure walked swiftly. His pants were patched with the dirt of travel, and his eyes were tired. When he came to the watchman, he stopped and looked at the new-cut fields around him.
Is this the Gagne?
Yes. Who are you?
My name is Barsky.
Barsky?
Solomon Barsky. I'm Moshe's younger brother. My father sent me here to take his place.
Daganya, Kinneret, Shar Hagolan, Afikim. Tick off the names with reverence. These are the desert-born, the man-made. These are the arms extended, the welcome calls. Gesher, Maoz, Ashdod Yaakov, green flame in the desert. Come, they say, come and see. What is done will be done again. There is room by the Jordan. There is wheat. Below Galilee, the Jordan digs deeper into the soil. No longer silver, its sheen is gone now, and the stream is burnt brown and churning like apple butter in the making. Whirlpools, rapids, water like emery scraping its shores, dragging rich topsoil into its turbulence. 6 miles below Daganya, the Jordan meets the Yarmouk, and power. How long is the road from blind mules to kilocycles? How far the journey from Genesis to generators? Here it is, all nicely put together, a diorama of man's healthy dreams. The horn of the shepherd still sounds from the hilltops, but its counterpoint is the whine of high-tension lines of electricity scudding across wires to clean barns and nurseries and quiet rooms where scholars read. Fold down a corner of your memory at this point. Mark it well. For here is the promise of Eretz Yisrael. Power will emancipate the land. And there is a dream on foot, a plan. A man by name of Loudermilk came to Zion, and with a hypodermic of sharp facts and cold figures, syringed a dream into the blood of young men. He said,
I envisage a Jordan Valley Authority built along the lines of the TVA. It would have 2 basic purposes: irrigation, power. The sweet water of the upper Jordan would be channeled into irrigation canals that would extend along both sides of the Jordan Valley and the plain of Sharon to the Negev. Over 750,000 acres could be irrigated, reviving earth that has lain arid for centuries, and making it produce 2 or 3 crops a year. The salt waters of the Mediterranean diverted through a 28-mile canal and tunnel starting near Mount Carmel would pour down into the Dead Sea. Nearly 1 billion kilowatt hours of cheap electric energy would finally be available in the Jordan Valley Authority. There is not a single engineering barrier to this project. It is sensible, feasible, and badly needed. It would be a demonstration of how the eroded lands of the entire Middle East could be restored to fertility.
And so, leaning on tilted drawing boards in Tel Aviv, under fluorescent lights in Jerusalem, the young engineers of Zion are tracing lines, computing stresses and strains, sketching, drafting, dreaming, believing, waiting. Waiting. Now the humor of the river changes. The Jordan grows old now, and its way is wrinkled. This is the Zor, the jungle of the Jordan. A pestilence, a green mire, a thick mucus growth dribbling down the shirt front of Zion. Enough of this place. We move on. On to where? Listen.
His way
This is the end now. The Dead Sea, the toenail of the Jordan. But look about you. These hills. Are they familiar? Do you see them with the annoyance of having seen them all before, but not knowing when? We have been here before, all of us, for this is the point of decision. Moses led us here. Remember now? Remember? Now the wanderers rested. Their tent flaps licked the sweet breeze of pine-clad Gilead like the tongues of thirsty kittens. 40 years of wandering through the wilderness. And now, as seen from the heights, the promised land was a bare week's journey ahead. Only the valley of the Jordan was between. Ecstasy and the passion of homecoming blazed in many hearts. But there were some who drew away. There were some who dug their fingers into the earth and felt the fertility of the land in their palms. This was a good place. This was a good soil. This was a promise more certain than the promise of the book. And so the leaders of the tribes of Reuben, of Gad, and half of Manasseh came to Moses and pleaded.
Bring us not over the Jordan. Let us build sheepfolds for our flocks here and cities for our children.
And Moses replied,
Shall your brethren go to war, and shall ye sit here? And wherefore do you discourage the heart of the children of Israel from going over into the land which the Lord hath given to them?
This was the point of decision. Here, on these hills, the dream faltered, stumbled, then caught its balance and went on over the Jordan. The Jordan now, as then, is the symbol of the dream of Zion. Born at Dan, ends at Beersheba, living and ending within the geography of Palestine. This is no common river. This, not just another italic on a map, a trade route between there and there. This is the Jordan. Its waters are the fulsome springs of young Judea. This is the frontier of the promise. This is a promise beyond the recall of man, a haven, a refuge, granted by God's will. Come, it cries, come to Zion. Come, all you landless, all you tortured. Come from the bitter burial grounds, the torn cities, the coldness of winter winds. Come to Zion, cross over Jordan, walk in the sun again. Smell the wheat, read your books, bear your children, sing your songs. Come, cross the Jordan.
Now we present a brief talk by Rabbi Albert I. Gordon, Executive Director of United Synagogues of America, speaking from Chicago. Rabbi Gordon.
It is eminently fitting that at this time we should listen to the story of the River Jordan, for in that ancient land of Israel, whose soil flow the waters of the historic Jordan, there has been created a Jewish state. For the third time in the history of the Jewish people, a Jewish commonwealth has been called into being. An ancient dream of an ancient people has been realized. God's promise has been fulfilled. Somewhere near the beautiful, life-giving waters of the Jordan,
The patriarch Abraham must have stood as the divine promise was first uttered. On the shores of that river today, there rise the homes and villages of the new Palestine. From it come the power that turned the wheels of the industries of that old new land. There in Palestine, the Jew has ceased to be a wanderer. Despite the sacrifices he has made or may yet be called upon to make, sacrifices of blood, sweat, and tears, the Jew in Palestine knows that he is at home. It is well that on this day we recognize the fact that God is once again speaking through this people. The right to live once again as a people in its own state has been recognized in our day by the President of the United States. In this historic moment, the Almighty is testing not the Jews of Palestine, but rather the nations of the world. Sacred pledges once given must not once again become mere scraps of paper upon which men or nations may trample at will. The Almighty is a God of justice. He is a moral God. Whosoever ignores this basic fact brings about his own destruction. It is on such a historic day that in the city of Chicago there have assembled men and women representing some 500 Jewish synagogues throughout the United States and Canada, who are members of the United Synagogue of America. We have convened in order to take counsel together and how we may best bring the treasures of our heritage into our personal lives, as well as into the life of the communities and nation of which we are an integral part. We believe with our Hebrew sages that the world does indeed rest upon the foundations of truth, of justice, and of peace, that without truth and justice there can be no peace. That is why we of the United Synagogue of America today give thanks unto the Almighty for having preserved us to this day, on which the Jews in Palestine have done God's work by declaring themselves once again at home in a state of their own making. We pray for the peace of all men, even as we pray for the heroic founders and defenders of the Jewish state. By the rivers of Babylon, Israel once wept. Today, by the river Jordan, Israel sings once again a song unto the Lord.
Thank you, Rabbi Gordon. Our Eternal Light drama today, The River Jordan, was written by Irv Tunick with material drawn from the book entitled The River Jordan by Dr. Nelson Glick, president of Hebrew Union College. The music was arranged by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Catum. Featured as narrator was Alexander Scourby. Cantor Robert H. Siegel and Hadassah Kohler were the soloists. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Tapp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. The program appears under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today, to mark the observance of Memorial Day, we present Sylvia Berger's The Return of Danny Miller, featuring John Sylvester.
There's a song on the lips of the young voyager, and his voice sounding far sets the forest astir. Gladsome and free, little cares he, for there's joy in the heart of the young voyager.
They're bringing in Danny Miller from the battlefield. For his relatives and friends, this is how it happened. He was crawling up an embankment at 3:05 in the morning when something hit him hard in the chest and the head. His helmet flew off. He sagged to his knees. His hands flew open. He struggled to his feet. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. They're bringing in Danny Miller from the battlefield.
Lay him down easy, will you, Mac?
Don't let that arm hang down.
They picked up Danny Miller where he fell. They put him on a stretcher. And they carried him to a jeep. And they drove him to a tent with a red cross on its side. And the surgeons did what they could for Danny Miller. Then they put him on a ship and they brought him home again. They brought Danny Miller home again. And the surgeons went over him again. And they saw that 2 of his ribs were smashed, and his collarbone was broken, and that a shell fragment had ripped into Danny's head, right in the back of Danny's head. And they did what they could for Danny Miller.
Clamps. What's the last pressure?
88/50.
Pulse.
Cutting out on the 3rd beat.
Retractor.
Oh, Danny! Danny, don't! Oh, Danny!
I told you, you're not getting out of the house in that hat.
What's wrong with this hat? It's a beautiful hat.
It's got grass growing on
Oh,
it.
it's not grass. Oh, it's a beautiful pattern of wheat and cornflowers copied straight off a Paris original. I paid $8.95 for it. My good hat.
Hey, what's all this stuff hanging down over your face?
Oh, look how you tear it. That's a veil, Danny. Didn't you ever see a veil before in your life?
I don't like it.
Why not?
It hides your face.
Oh, honestly, you're the limit. What kind of girl will your mother think I am, breathing in the first time I'm asked to dinner without a... What are you doing?
Just wanted to see what I'd look like with grass growing on my head. I look foolish, too.
Danny Miller, you're the most...
Suction. Pressure?
60/40. It's falling.
How much plasma's he had?
500 cc's.
500 more.
There's a song on the lips of the young voyager,
and his voice sounding far sets the forest astir.
Are you all ready, Danny? Bill's coming up the walk now.
Sure, honey, I'm all set. I'm even wearing my Sunday school tie.
Oh, I wish you'd stop thinking this is funny, Danny Miller. Bill's at the age when a man has to talk to him. My mother and I can't. If my father were alive...
I told you, I'll talk to him, honey. Don't get excited. I just don't know what I'm going to say.
Warn him.
Warn him about what?
He's 16, Danny. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Look, honey, I've always loved you, haven't I? Ever since we met 2 years ago. And I respect you even if you do fall all over your feet.
We're not going to go into my high heels at this time, Danny Miller.
We're not going to go into the subject of your high heels at this time. I was just saying that I love and respect you, and I respect your mother, and I love her, too. Yes, I love her, too.
What's the point? Oh, Danny, you do like to talk.
I think you and your mother are being silly.
Danny Miller, you promised to talk to my brother about women, and you're going to. You're not going to wiggle out now when Mother sent him over especially. Making up an errand for him here so he wouldn't suspect.
Hey, is anybody home?
Oh, there he is now, Danny. Don't you dare wiggle out of it. We're in the parlor, Bill. Come on in.
I feel like a fool.
Hi, there you are. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Bill.
How's Mother, Bill?
She's okay, Millie. Here, she sent this.
What is it? Oh, chocolate cookies. I'll go in the kitchen and make some cocoa. You two probably have a lot to talk about.
Why don't you sit down, Bill?
Don't mind if I do. What's this?
What? Candy. I got it from Mildred on her birthday. Have some.
Don't mind if I do. Good.
I'm glad you like it, Bill. Say, Bill. How's school these days?
Okay.
Fine. There must be an awful lot of girls in your classes, Bill. Especially those poetry classes. You know, if I remember rightly, there were an awful lot of girls in my classes, too, when I went to high school.
Mind if I take another piece, Danny?
No. Go ahead, Bill. Here, have this one. This one's bigger.
This one's fine, thanks.
I bet it must be pretty tough sometimes to keep your mind on your schoolwork with a pretty girl sitting right across the aisle from you. You must even feel like asking her out for a date sometimes.
You want this one, Danny? This one's a cream.
No, thanks, Bill. Mildred's the one who eats the creams. I eat the caramels. You know, women are funny, Bill.
Here's the caramel. Catch.
Oh, thanks. Especially mothers. And sisters. Sisters are funny, too. Come to think of it.
Learned to play your guitar yet, Danny?
What? Oh, my guitar. Hey, I think I've got it all right, Bill. Listen to this. There's a song on the lips of the young voyager. Just a minute, Bill. I want to tell Mildred something. Okay, Mildred, we're all set. There's a song on the lips of the young voyager, and his voice.
That does it. How much oxygen do you have in the tent?
8 liters a minute.
Fine. Stay with him and report any changes in pulse or pressure. Find out if he has a mother or what.
They did what they could for Danny Miller. And then they sent for Mildred. And Mildred sailed in with her foolish hat bobbing with flowers, her high heels higher than ever, the rouge too bright in her pale young cheeks. And the first blow went straight to her heart.
You mustn't be too upset, Mrs. Miller, that he didn't recognize you.
No, sir.
We think he may after a while.
Yes, sir.
We're going to let you stay in his room, but you must not let him know in any way that you're at all upset.
No, sir.
Day comes. And night comes. The wheel of time turns. and Danny Miller hangs on the spokes of eternity, while Mildred with her foolish hat prays and makes foolish promises.
Danny, if you live, Danny, I will never criticize you again. I will never quarrel with your mother again. I will never again make you return anything I bought. I will always be the one to get out of bed for a drink of water. I will go down for the Sunday papers. Please, Danny, please live. Please live. Please live.
Help me. Mildred. Mildred. Mama. Mildred, help me. Alone. 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 Hold me back. Bill. Mildred. Hold me. I'm falling. Falling. Mama.
This you know, whoever you are. Yesterday is spent. Tomorrow owes you nothing. Death is the only merchant with whom your credit is always good. At any time of day or night, you can hear the sudden cry of accounts being settled. The invitation to the sale reads, "Everybody welcome," but no one is eager to accept. The day Danny recognized Mildred, she got the second blow to her foolish, loving heart.
Would you like some water, Mrs. Miller? Would you like a drink of water?
No, sir. Could you explain it to me just once more, please, Doctor?
Yes, of course. Mrs. Miller, your husband has what we call aphasia. That is a loss of the power to articulate speech.
But he knows me. He smiled at me.
He knows you, and he understands, we think, everything that's said to him, but he is unable to speak.
Can I call in my brother? Do you mind if I call in my brother?
Of course, please do.
He's a college man. He's waiting right outside the door. The doctor wants to tell you what's the matter with Danny, Bill. This is my brother, Doctor.
How do you do, Doctor?
I was explaining to your sister that the shell fragment which hit Danny pierced the left parietal region of the brain, severing the association fibers which translate our thoughts into speech.
Danny knew me, Bill. He kissed me.
Just a minute, Mildred. What did it do to Danny, Doctor?
It has destroyed the speech pattern.
He knew me, Bill. He kissed me.
Just a minute, Mildred. You mean Danny can't talk?
He can't remember how to talk.
He knew me, Bill. Danny knew me.
When will he remember?
He can never remember because that is exactly what seems to have been destroyed. The speech memory. But we will be able to help him build up an entire new speech pattern. The way he did when he was a child.
You want me to explain it to you, Mildred?
No, Bill. No. Don't explain it to me. Don't explain anymore.
There are things that talk and things that are dumb. A dog barks. A bird sings. But a stick, a rock, a lump of earth are still. A lion roars, but a leaf is silent. A baby cries. Man talks. But you listen to a blade of grass pushing through the ground, and you hear nothing. Danny Miller, man among men, is a stick, a rock, a lump of earth. Danny Miller, man among men, is a broken bell, a cracked glass,
A well without a bucket.
Sit down, Danny. That's right. Now, Danny, you already know that you will be able to speak again, don't you? Yes. That is what we've been learning in the last few months. That you will be able to talk again. We know that it will take time. You will have to work very hard. That you must not let yourself be discouraged. And you must not let yourself be afraid. You will be able to speak again. Isn't that right, Danny? Good. Now we will have a look at the alphabet again. Here is a card, Danny, with the letters of the alphabet. Can you point to the letter A on this card? Put your finger on the letter A. Good. That's good, Danny. A as in apple. Here is an apple, Danny. Take the apple in your hand. Can you say apple, Danny? Ah!
Man is blessed with wisdom, graced with beauty. He has a thumb. He discovered fire. He walks upright in the sight of God. He flies in the air. He walks across water. He makes music out of wood and bone. But he cannot face infinity. He is afraid of mortality. He cannot stand his loneliness. He must not hear silence. He must be ushered into daylight with good morning, folded into sleep with good night. And in between waking and sleeping, he must be comforted by the brave, sweet sound of human speech. A man who does not speak hears the sound of infinity and is afraid.
Now let us try some sounds we've learned, Danny. Here is a card with a sound written on it. You had this sound before. Can you say this sound for me, Danny? Good. The sound is D. Now, what words do you know that make use of the sound D? Can you say a word that uses the sound D? D. Good. Very good. Now, what other word do you know with the sound D? We learned it yesterday, Danny. Another word with the sound D. 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 Very good.
Why are you sweating, Danny? The man said good. The man is pleased. Why do your hands grow cold? Why are your eyes filled with anxiety? Why does your tongue twist and turn in your muted mouth? What are you trying to say, Danny?
Now, Danny, we will recite the months of the year. Can you tell me what month this is? This is May. You remember, Danny? Good. This is the month of May. May. 2 years ago, May, you and I started learning together, and you've made wonderful progress since then. You've learned to say a great many words since then. May. This is May. Now let us recite the months of the year.
What's going on with me? I don't know what's going on with me. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me.
Now, Danny, let us try the months of the year. January.
I say the words. I say them dead plain. But they split themselves up. The words do not finish. It all comes up on top and it doesn't pronounce itself. I don't know what's going on with me. What's going on with me?
Don't you want to try it, Danny? You can do it. Let's just start together. January. February. March. April. May. June. July. August. September. October. November. December.
Who's there? Who's there crying in the room? Is it you, Danny? Is that you crying behind your silent face? Is it you, Danny, crying for your deadened tongue, your empty days, your young years trickling away from you like water through your hands? The lesson is over now, Danny.
That was good, Danny. Very good. You're doing wonderfully.
You can shake hands now.
Goodbye, Danny. See you tomorrow.
And walk out of the room. Does anyone know, Danny? Did anyone hear you cry, Danny, or is it all locked inside? Who will speak for Danny? Mother, as you love the child playing at your side, will you speak for this mother's son so sorely hurt? Who will speak for silent Danny? Young men speeding toward the goal your dreams evoke, will you speak for him whose youth is gone? Will you speak for him? Children playing in the summer field, will you stop a moment at your play and say a word for the men you'll be someday? Who will speak for young men muted for people's silence? Who will speak? Will you?
Now we present Brigadier General Julius Klein, National Commander, Jewish War Veterans of the United States. General Klein.
Price of peace is dear. It is a soldier named Danny Miller. It is a Nathan Hale, a Chaim Solomon, a Colleen Kelly, and Meyer Levin. Each year at this time, the President of the United States leads us in prayer for a soldier whose name is unknown. The resting place of the unknown soldier bears no label of creed or class or race. It is the tomb only of an American who died that all his brothers might live in freedom and dignity. In the immortal roster of men who have died in defense of America's
Liberty, a man whose ancestors lived daily with terror and subjugation in foreign lands. They died in the service of democracy, so that we, who came after them, might never have to live in bondage to tyrants and oppressors. Among them are men whose brothers are the unknown soldiers of Lidice and Warsaw, Rotterdam and Oslo. We can never repay in full the debt we owe them, but we honor them through the years if we mold our lives to the principles for which they died. We can keep their memory alive if we serve as they served. We can keep faith with them if we continue to guard the rights of all Americans to work, to worship, and to live without fear. We can honor them truly if we reject clearly and firmly any attempt to defame or discriminate against a fellow American whose religion or national origin is different from ours. The heroic dead we honor were men who served more than a single nation. They preserved our country and its freedom, but they also fought against fear and suspicion, hatred and distrust. In every page of our history, there's living proof that they fought as protectors and never as aggressors. They took from the enemy only what he had taken from others by violence and illegality. Everywhere they fought, new, free nations came into being, and man returned to the ways of a peaceful living. The President has asked us to join with him in a common prayer. Let us ask humbly for peace among nations and true brotherhood among all men, and thus show ourselves truly worthy of the sacred trust left us by our honored dead.
Thank you, General Klein. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Return of Danny Miller, which marks the observance of Memorial Day, was written by Sylvia Berger. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Caton. John Sylvester was featured as Danny Miller. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light. This program comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
Our play today by Irving Feynman is based on the biblical book of Ruth and is entitled Boaz Makes Up His Mind. We present it in observance of the Jewish festival of Shavuot. Featured in the cast are Alexander Scobie as Boaz and Bryna Rayburn as Ruth.
Come on there with the barley. The threshers are waiting. It's time to quit, Boaz. The sun is setting fast. Shall I let the men go?
No, Eli. Let them eat and sleep here on the threshing floor. It'll be a fine night with a full moon. We can get started at dawn and finish this threshing tomorrow.
Good, Boaz. I'll tell them.
One moment. The gleaners have not finished gathering the fallen grain. Let them continue a while if they wish. And that young woman from Moab.
Naomi's Ruth?
Yes, Ruth. See that she gets plenty to glean. And see that the men do not molest her.
You told me that yesterday and the day before, Boaz. You've got that woman on your mind, haven't you?
No, Eli. It's only that she's younger and gentler than the women who come to glean. And Naomi's husband, Elimelech, was one of my kin.
Ruth is young enough, but she looks as if she could not be easily molested. The women of Moab.
Tell the men to stop work, Eli. We'll have corn and roast lamb for supper and plenty of wine.
Yes, Boaz. Time to quit, men. We'll eat and sleep tonight on the threshing floor.
She is on your mind. You cannot deny she's been a good deal in your thoughts since she first appeared gleaning in your field. You cannot deny that you were stirred at first sight of Ruth. She's so different, this woman of Moab, from the women you've known, the women of Bethlehem. Look at her there in the field. A magnificent creature. Handsome, sturdy, and self-possessed. Yet gentle and sweet. And when you learned who she was and heard the tale of her loyalty to Naomi, how after the death of Elimelech and his sons, Naomi left Moab to return to Bethlehem, and Ruth said to Naomi,
"Entreat me not to leave thee, and to return from following after thee. For whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. Where thou diest, will I die, and there I will be buried. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if aught but death part thee and me."
Yes, you were very much taken with her, weren't you? Even her way of speaking enchanted you. You began to take a kindly interest in her welfare and protecting her from the lusty young men who work in your fields. Other women glean in your field, poor wretches. Yes, but Ruth is the widow of Mahlon, son of Elimelech, and a princess in her own land. And how beautiful to behold in the fields, bending to gather the grain. But she's a strange woman from an enemy country, and you'd best forget her.
Fire is good, and the lamb was well roasted. A good way to end the day.
Yes. The men have done a good day's work. We have as fine a harvest as any in Judah.
And there's much to be done tomorrow. We'd better be going to sleep.
Oh, a while longer, Eli. This is a magic night.
You're right, Boaz. A night for making merry.
Mm-hmm.
Pass me that wineskin, brother. Let every man drink until his eyes shall be red with wine. Here, Boaz.
Blessed is the Lord God of Israel, who created the fruit of the vine.
How about you, Elias? Will you drink with us?
Like a city broken down and without a wall, so is he whose spirit is without restraint.
A strong man wants no restraint. Nor have we any need of walled cities. Did we not beat those Jebusites back behind the great walls of their city when they tried to steal our crops? I'll be a son of Belial if we won't drive them altogether from their stronghold. I'll take it tomorrow if you come with me, Boaz.
Cease your drunken boasting, Gibor. Surrounded as we are by enemies, we shall not be safe here unless we rout out the strangers who come to sojourn among us and may spy out our land.
Elias is thinking about that Moabite woman, Boaz. All women frighten Elias. Drink some of that wine, Elias, and you won't be afraid of women. Isn't that so, men?
Wine is a mocker. Strong drink, a brawler, and whosoever gets reeling drunk is a fool.
Listen to him.
You laugh like idiots. What I say is true. We shall not be safe until we rout out the spies among us.
True it is, Elias, that we are surrounded by dangerous enemies who send in their treacherous spies among us. But Moses said, "Love ye the stranger, for we were strangers in the land of Egypt." And Moses said, "A stranger shalt thou not wrong, neither shalt thou oppress him."
We shall have to rise up before dawn to finish the threshing. Are you not ready for sleep, Boaz?
No, the night is fine, the moon shining like silver so high in the sky, and the stars swinging low like lamps in the warm wind. I shall sit up yet a while, Elias.
Time to sleep, men. Let's rise before dawn.
Elias has too much of the self-denying spirit. And you too, Boaz. There you sit not drinking when you could be as drunk as I am. There you are without a wife when you could marry any woman in Bethlehem. Though I must say it's a fine free life you live here in your fields. Drink, Boaz. Pass me the skin.
Yes, indeed, I cherish my freedom to do whatever I wish as I shall tonight, sleeping there by that great heap of grain under the sky. And yet, the Lord God himself said to Adam, "It is not good for man to be alone." And he gave him Eve. But when I do take a woman to wife, it will not be one whose rich father sells her to me like a slave. Oh, nor will I be tricked into marriage. I shall marry only a woman of my own choosing, as Jacob took Rachel, because he loved her. Huh? What's that? Who's there?
It is I.
Who?
I am Ruth. Naomi's Ruth.
Ah, Ruth. But what are you doing there at my feet?
I have covered myself with thy cloak, Boaz. Thou hast been kind to me.
But I do not want you at my feet. Get up, Ruth, so that I may see you and know you're not but a dream.
Yes, Boaz.
Come here to me. I've looked at you often from afar, Ruth, and found you very beautiful. And now it is a wonderful, unspeakable delight to have you near me in the moonlight.
Nor can I speak, Boaz, of my delight to be here. When I left Moab with Naomi, I knew only that I could not be happy there, because my spirit had been weaned from the evil ways of Moab and was forever married to the spirit of Naomi's people, of thy people.
And are you happy among us?
It is not always pleasant to be an alien, Boaz, a stranger in a strange land, to be looked upon with suspicion by the women and with wantonness by the men who have heard of the abominable rites before Baal. But in thy fields I have found kindness, and now that I have come to thee, I know that only with thee can I have the fullness of happiness.
But you should not have come here in the night. What if you're seen? You know what will be said of you by the men here and by the women in Bethlehem. They will speak of the shamelessness of the women of Moab.
Let them speak. For thou art good, Boaz, and strong, and thou wilt protect me from all evil.
But how do you know I will protect you?
Because thou hast done so already. And dost thou know why, Boaz?
I have wondered.
Because thou lovest me, Boaz. And that is why I have not feared to come to thee in the night, to remind thee that thou art our near kinsman, Naomi's and therefore mine, and that it is thy right to redeem the land of Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, and to raise up again the name of the dead on his inheritance. Is it unseemly to thee that I should tell thee of thy right to marry me, Boaz?
No, Ruth. I love your courage. But there is another man who is a closer kinsman than I. It is Tob the merchant in Bethlehem was the first right to redemption.
But him I do not love, Boaz.
Come near to me, Ruth. You're very beautiful. It is a wonderful delight to breathe your fragrance with the fragrance of harvest night. But you must go now, for you must not be seen here. In the morning I shall go to Bethlehem and speak to Tob of the redemption. Here, take some of this grain in your cloak for Naomi. And go quickly now.
Until tomorrow, boy.
How like a dream. As if in a dream she came out of the darkness into the soft moonlight. What ineffable joy and pride in her love and faith have come to you, uncalled, like a gift from the opulent night. And now how enchanting it is to watch her descend the hill through the pasture, her shapely hips swinging so gracefully, her sturdy shoulders bowed under the burden of your gift, her lovely form merging with the shadows of the trees by the roadside. How like a dream.
Wake up, man! Up, everyone! I had a strange dream.
Did you sleep well, boys?
Yes, no.
Well, it'll be a fine day for fresh
And I could have sworn I saw a beautiful young woman walking in the moonlight. She must have been cleaning because she was carrying a bundle.
Oh, did you go after her?
By the time I bestirred myself, she was gone.
Just a dream.
But I would have sworn...
Something troubling you, boys?
No, get the men started. I have to ride up to Bethlehem.
Won't you eat first?
No, I cannot eat now. I must go right away. Get them started.
Off to the threshing, men. Wait a moment, Boaz.
Yes?
I saw the woman, too.
Well?
It is because of her that you're troubled. That you're going to Bethlehem.
Yes. It is because of her.
She has bewitched you.
Yes, she has bewitched me.
Listen, Boaz. Yesterday, after a fine day's work, you ate with gusto and drank heartily. You made merry with your men, boasting of your liberty, and lay down to rest satisfied, without a care. As carefree as the youngest of us. There you are, overnight, and a fair way to lose this precious freedom.
I'm merely going to Bethlehem to see Tob the merchant, who is her nearest kinsman. He
Do
will
not
doubtless
go, Boaz. Why go up to Bethlehem? For years you escaped the scheming men and women of Bethlehem, eluded their wiles, continued to live this free, robust life in your broad fields among your men. And now, in the middle of the harvest, you've been captured like Samson by the strange woman. Admit that you were taken by surprise.
Yes, I was startled, Eli. Aroused in the night to find her at my feet. That strange, courageous woman with her sturdy bearing and the soft darkness of her undaunted eyes. She followed the prompting of her heart. In her straightforward manner, she came to me without evasion. I'm Ruth, she said softly in the night, and swept me off my feet. Yes, Eli, I was carried away, captured.
Then forget all about it. Do not go up to Bethlehem.
But I've given my word. I must go. Bewitched and captured. And why did she not come to you in the day, but in the night after you'd eaten and drunk and made merry? And who told her that you were her near kinsman? That was Naomi's doing. Have you resisted the women of Bethlehem only to fall a victim to the bold proposal of this woman of Moab? Belial take it? Anyway, nothing is settled yet. You've still to see Tob. That beady-eyed merchant is a shrewd, avaricious bargainer. Just show an interest in the worthless, long-neglected property of Elimelech, and Tob will surely hold out for a profit on his right to redeem it. And that will let you out. That is, of course, if you really want to get out of it. Remember her upturned face in the moonlight, the sweet warmth of her lips, the graceful swing of her hips as she walked, her glimmering feet in the grass.
But an alien woman, what do you know of her strange ways and desires disturbing your life, your freedom? Though she did say to Naomi, thy people shall be my people, my God, my God. Who can believe anything a woman says? Only yesterday your mind was at peace, and now... You'll take it. You've given your word. You said you would go and see Tob.
It appears that love, my dear Boaz, is not only blind, but deaf.
I'm not interested in your proverbs, Tob. All I want to know is whether you are interested in redeeming the property of Elimelech.
I'm very much interested in redeeming that property, Boaz, very much indeed. In fact, I had practically decided to redeem it before you came to me. Unless, of course, you would consider paying a good price for my right, huh? I see you don't want to pay for it. I wonder if you want it at all, Boaz. I thought you wanted it because the hand of Elimelech's daughter-in-law went with it, but perhaps you're not sure you want the Moabite woman. Do you or don't you?
What is that to you?
Only that if you surely wanted her, I would make you pay. But as it is, I've decided to forego my right. I don't want her. She's no bargain for me, Boaz.
And what do you mean by that?
As I was saying before, Boaz, when you so rudely stopped me, love is not only blind, but deaf, or you'd know. Every man to his taste, of course, but she's not to mine.
And what, may I ask, do you find wrong with her?
She's too independent. Woman's place, my dear Boaz, is in the home.
Oh.
We have too much extolled those strong-minded matriarchs like Sarah, Rebecca, and Rachel. It sets a bad example. I'd not want my daughter Reba to behave that way. This young woman's got herself talked about in Bethlehem with her independence, boldly running about doing a peasant's work. Immodesty, some people call it. And I may as well tell you that people have been saying worse things. Only this morning I heard that late last night she'd been seen going...
Now,
don't look at me that way, Boaz. I mean no offense, only telling you what's being said.
All right, then tell me. Sit down and tell me. I want to know all about her.
You should, of course, if you're thinking of marrying her. Now, what I've said may all be woman's gossip. But aside from that, I must say I don't see how you can look with pleasure on the prospect of having Naomi as your mother-in-law. I'm not saying she's not a noble old woman. It's a hard time and all that, but she is much too crafty. Of course, she cannot be blamed for wanting a good home, and when a man's in love, he doesn't mind so much being taken in. But really, Boaz, the way she set out to get a good match for her outlandish daughter-in-law, egging her on, everybody's been talking about it. It may be a mere accident, my dear Boaz, that the Moabites came to glean in your fields, but there are people in town, I must tell you, who think differently. Of course, I would not go so far as to say, as some do, that Naomi induced her to come to Bethlehem for the sole purpose of getting a man...
I'll break every
No,
bone.
but Boaz, you said you wanted to know what...
You may keep the rest of your slanders for mean-minded men like yourself. Weak, despicable creatures afraid of strong women. But suppose he's telling the truth. Hooked. That's what you've been, hooked. You've suspected it all along, and that's what's been troubling you. You're no better than the rest. Scheming women. Setting their traps like Delilah, first to catch a man's eye in his heart and then destroying his freedom. Scheming all the time. What of last night? Naomi preparing Ruth, instructing her.
Wait, my daughter, until he has eaten and drunk, and his heart is merry. And
that damnable Tob was right. You've been blind and deaf. But do not let yourself be taken in. Go to those women now and charge them openly. They will not dare deny it. Think of the peace of mind you had yesterday. And now this gnawing suspicion. Oh, Lord God of Israel, grant me that peace again.
Watch the bread carefully, Ruth. A man likes good bread. Dead. 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 Did you do as I told you?
I did just as you told me, Naomi. And he said he would speak to Tob today.
Be assured, my daughter, he will not rest until he has settled the matter. Oh, but see who is here. Boaz, just at this moment I had you in mind. Come in.
The door was open, Naomi. I heard what you said.
The worst men say that even a husband should knock when he is not expected.
You were right, Naomi. I have not rested. And now I want rest and peace from the tormenting business of this day. I've come to tell you
Sit down, Boaz. You look tired. Ruth is baking bread for the Sabbath. She made fine flour of the grain you gave her. The bread smells good, does it not? Ruth, Boaz is here. Come and talk to him. I knew you would come, Boaz.
Naomi, I came to say that
Sit
you
down,
and Ruth...
Boaz, and wait for her.
That I know you've planned this. That
Having been the wife of one and the mother of two men, I know well the proud nature of men.
I know that I've been bewitched into
Since
giving
the
up
time of our mother Eve, men have blamed women for giving them what they most wanted. Look at me, Boaz.
Her face is lined with furrows worn like tracks in an ancient road, as if ridden by recurring sorrows. In her patient old eyes there is little of craft, but much of wisdom, of the needs of a man and of the perversity of his proud nature.
I will draw you a cup of wine, Boaz. Are you coming, Ruth?
In a moment.
She has learned the songs of the women of Israel. Here, Boaz, drink. Rest.
Women know very well what will soften a man's heart. Wine and a song. But this patient woman who was a good mother to her sons and a faithful wife to Elimelech, who went bravely with her men to a strange land in their adversity and suffered there, does she not deserve a resting place in her old age?
Here is Ruth.
Yes, here is Ruth, silent, expectant, wiping her brown hands on her apron. Ruth with her brave, undaunted look, her sweet lips, her firm body, sturdy and straight as a cypress. Where is her like in all of Judah? The spell of her eyes, dark and soft as the autumn night, is again upon you. Belial, take it. Why have you resisted? She's a mate for a prince.
Give me your hand, Ruth. Joy and great peace have enfolded me like a cloak. I've made up my mind.
I love thee too, Boaz. She is better to me than 7 sons.
She is worthy to be the mother of kings.
So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. And she bare a son. And Naomi took the child and became nurse unto it. And the women, her neighbors, gave it a name, saying, There is a son born to Naomi, and they called his name Obed. He is the father of Jesse, the father of David.
Now we present a brief talk by the Reverend Dr. Louis C. Gerstein, Associate Rabbi of the Spanish and Portuguese Synagogue.
I wonder whether in listening to the broadcast today, you found in the story the same striking idea as I did. Here in this tale, Jewish tradition, significantly, has chosen for its heroine not a Jewess, but a woman of a different people, Ruth, the woman of Moab. This fact is stated in the story quite casually, without any moralizing or preaching. But here is the great truth it emphasizes. When it comes to judging a person, it is not the birth or ancestry,
the creed or color that is all important. What really counts is the character of that person, what he is and what he does, what he thinks and how he acts, and how he is able to work with others. These are the all-important questions to consider in judging a person. Judaism has always been concerned with questions such as these. Does the person evidence a love and respect for all human beings? Is he self-centered, or does he feel keenly the plight of his fellow man? Does he think only of himself, or is he ready to cooperate with others? In a word, does he live among men with a high dignity befitting a human being? These are among the questions which must be answered in evaluating a man or woman, whether from Moab or from Mars. Are these not also among the crucial questions in America today? America has never put a premium alone on whence a man comes. America is more interested in where he stands and whither he is going. True Americans are less interested in the color of a man's skin than in the character of his work. True Americans are less interested in what creed a man is born into than in the convictions by which he lives. Here is the forthright challenge all of us must face. Do we live as true Americans? May we ever be stirred by this challenging idea found embodied in the Jewish tradition and found in all true religious teaching: the inherent worth of every human being. May this idea grow and flourish, flower and fruit wheresoever men live. And when we learn to judge men and women, not by their ancestry or birth, not by their creed or color, but by their character, their capabilities, their actions, and their deeds, then shall we be able to live and work and build together the better tomorrow for all mankind.
Thank you, Dr. Gerstein. Today's Eternal Light dramatization, Boaz Makes Up His Mind, was written by Irving Feynman. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Caton. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The role of Boaz was played by Alexander Scorby, and Bryna Rayburn was Ruth. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Because of the Jewish holiday of Shavuot, the festival of Pentecost, this program will not be heard next Sunday. Listen in 2 weeks from today to hear the Eternal Light again. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light. This program comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This year, the literary world celebrates the 60th birthday of the great Hebrew poet Zalman Shneur. Today, in his honor, we present a script inspired by his poem Chav Avar. The script, entitled The Dream of Jacob Meyer, was written by Alan Marcus and features Peter Capell as Jacob Meyer.
You know how many dreams are never dreamt at all, or how many are broken and never put back together again. I think there ought to be a law against it. Resolved, it is hereby declared a crime to injure or harm for any reason at all any dream or part of a dream belonging to me, you, or anybody. But no, that wouldn't work out too well, would it? Because then the sunlight itself would be guilty, and even the voice of a friend might have to be put in jail. Besides, how could you put handcuffs on a word of unkindness that was never even spoken? Well, I admit these matters are too much for me. As my wife says, I am a simple man. But I do have a dream to tell. And I suppose I better tell it quickly before someone does something to it. You never can tell how long a dream will last. Who can tell when dreaming begins? One minute I was lying in absolute darkness. Then suddenly the darkness vanished. I found myself in a long line of people before a theater marquee. We were all buying tickets.
Next, step up to the window, please.
Excuse me, miss. Could you tell me if the performance has started yet?
We never start until everyone's present, sir. Please keep the line moving there.
But I haven't paid you for my ticket.
Everything's been taken care of, Mr. Meyer. Usher, will you show Mr. Meyer to his seat?
This way, Mr. Meyer. Just follow behind me.
But you called me Meyer just now. Mr. Meyer.
Of course. Isn't that your name? What would you want me to call you?
I didn't tell you my name.
Why should you? Do I tell you how to breathe? Just follow behind me, please.
It seemed to me we walked for miles. One hall led to another, each larger than the one before. I don't have the words to describe the beauty. There were golden rafters and cornices of quicksilver. And we passed men with turbans on their heads, and men in robes, and other men in uniforms of foreign countries, all moving together in the same direction, hall after hall. Of course, it was very mysterious, but then it was only a dream, so I remembered not to be afraid. I think no one has a right to be afraid in a dream. After a long while, we came to two huge doors. Could describe it. A theater larger than any theater built in the world. Walls that stretched higher than a man could see. Seats that seemed to grow before one's very eyes. And the ceiling. I remember the ceiling was made of stars.
This is your seat, sir.
Excuse me, please, but this seat is a little too far in the front for me. My eyes are getting a little farsighted. Couldn't I sit a little farther back?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. No changes are authorized. You see, there's your name on the arm of the seat. Jacob Meyer.
He was right. There was my name on the arm of the chair. A man can't refuse a seat that has his name carved on it. So I sat down.
Hello, Meyer.
It was the voice of my good friend, Amos. But I couldn't see too well in the dark, yet it seemed to be very near me.
I thought you'd be late as usual, Meyer.
Amos. I didn't expect to find you here, too.
Why not? Doesn't a man have the right to come to the movies if he wants to?
Tell me, Amos, what's the name of the picture here?
I come to the theater only to relax, Meyer. I don't care about the names of pictures.
My friend Amos always has an answer, but he never can fool his old friend Jacob Meyer. Then I knew he didn't know any more about it than I did.
Meyer, what are you staring at over there?
Look, 2 rows from the front, isn't that the governor? Huh? And 3 rows above on the right, there's 3 generals sitting together.
Stop staring, it's not polite.
And over there on the left, those costumes are from the Orient. And there's a prime minister sitting in the front.
The prime minister can come to the theater to relax, can't he? Please stop staring, Meyer.
All these seats. More than a lifetime of counting. I can't even see the end. What theater is this, Amos? Who could build such a theater?
We're just here to relax. Aren't we? Why bother about such questions that can't be answered?
Amos, is it also a dream for you, too?
Look, Meyer, there go the lights dimming. Now maybe we'll see something for a change.
I knew then that he was as uncertain as I, and at the same time, inside, he was just as curious. It made me feel very good. If Meyer and Amos were uncertain, then perhaps so were the governor, and the generals, and the prime minister. It made me feel much less alone in the world. Then it began. First, the music. There was something about the music that disturbed me. I could feel the tension in Amos. And then, as if to reassure me and himself, Amos whispered,
Divinity Productions. Meyer, did you ever hear of Divinity Productions?
Shh, it's beginning.
So it was.
Look, Mike, it's a cartoon, an animated cartoon.
That's all it was. It was ridiculous to be afraid. And here was a reassuring, friendly voice that came from the screen.
Once upon a time, in a city like all of yours, filled with men, mice, weather, and taxes, there was born between a barrel and a closet in the warehouse of a man named Olive, the newest addition to the population. And what was remarkable about this newest citizen was not that he was born of a large, normal family of black mice. That was not so unusual. But when his 11 brothers and sisters crowded in to take a look, they could hardly believe their eyes.
The little black mice actually rubbed their eyes. It was very amusing to see.
A white mouse. Ridiculous. Whoever heard of such a thing as a white mouse? What are you staring at me for? Quiet, you little monstrosity. I'm thinking. What are you thinking about? Be still, you calamity. I'm trying to think of a name for you, you poor red-eyed imitation of a mouse. Why don't we call him Whitey? Whitey, Whitey. Whitey, Whitey. Whitey, Whitey. What an awful sight.
Oh, children, shame on you. Stop laughing right this second. Shame, children. This is your youngest brother. What if he does have a white coat? You let him alone. Go away, all of you. Don't cry, little white one. Go to sleep. Sleep, little mouse, while mother sleeps. We will see what fortune your white coat brings. Sleep, little mouse, while mother sings, and dream of cheese and pleasant things.
It was rather touching. She was telling him to dream within my dream. It was absurd that we should sit there, One would think that generals and prime ministers had something better to do with their time than to watch a movie cartoon. But there they sat, all eyes and ears, just like myself, and no one made a move to go. It could only happen in a dream. But I remember what happened next very clearly. All the brothers and sisters of the White Mouse held a meeting.
Brothers and sisters, we have got to decide the best way to get rid of a certain M-O-U-S-E.
I second the motion. He always gets to lick the cream first.
Disgusting color, white. Brothers and sisters, who can suggest a plan? We need some kind of a plan to work with.
How about pushing him into the pickle barrel?
Fine. We have one volunteer to push him into the pickle barrel. Are there any other...
Wait a second. Who volunteered? Oh, no. I didn't volunteer. I'd like to, but, well, you know, I get dizzy in high places.
Who volunteered to push him into the pickle barrel?
He could be led to the place where the cat sleeps.
Good. You will lead him to the place where the cat sleeps.
No, I couldn't. Not me. My feet are full of chilblains. I'm afraid I won't be able to.
Anyone volunteer to lead him where the cat sleeps?
Perhaps he could be caught under a bag of flour.
Excellent. We appoint you as a committee of one to see...
Not me. I'm awfully sorry. I'll have to decline with regret. I'm allergic to flour. It makes me sneeze. Terrible.
Whom can we count on to arrange the flour bag so it will fall on a certain M-O-U-S-E? Isn't there anyone who will volunteer? Doesn't anyone want the honor?
How about you, yourself?
Me? Well, I, as the eldest, I feel I have a duty to keep myself free so I can advise the rest. The eldest should always advise.
Shh, brothers and sisters, look who's coming toward us, speaking of a certain M-O-U-S-E. Oh, that loathsome white coat. I'm nauseated.
Pretend we don't see him. Ignore him. Pretend we don't even know he's here.
Stare at the cellar floor. Look down, brothers and sisters. Everybody bow their heads.
Hello, brothers and sisters. It's a very nice day for eating cheese. I have come to tell you about a place I have discovered where there is a huge chunk of cheese. All a mouse has to do is crawl through a tiny tunnel, and there's the cheese. What a smell.
The stupid idiot. That's a trap he's talking about.
Oh, what's a trap?
As if we'd be foolish enough to fall for... What's that, you ask?
What's a trap? Don't you know what a trap is? No. Is it something to eat?
Brothers and sisters, he doesn't know what a trap is. Oh, what a terrible thing for a mouse not to know how to enjoy a trap. We must tell our dear youngest brother. Whitey, every mouse has a right to know how to enjoy a trap.
Oh, tell me, please, tell me. Dear youngest brother, a trap is one of the best friends of mice. It's there the cheese is stored. All a mouse has to do is discover a trap, and he has the right to all the cheese in it.
Lucky youngest brother, you have discovered the trap, and you have the right to eat all the cheese in it.
Oh, but there's enough for all. I'd be happy to share.
Who would think of such a thing? Oh, no, that would be selfish of us.
But we'll all go with you and watch you enjoy your trap. That's how it is decreed. Your right to eat, our right to watch.
Oh, what a treat he has in store, hasn't he, brothers and sisters?
Wonderful, Frida, wonderful. Lead the way, youngest brother.
It was very amusing, this movie of the mice. I will tell you something strange. Although it was full of comedy and very funny, something stopped me from laughing. I could not bring myself to laugh. And all around me there was no sound of laughing, not a single sound. Somehow the destiny of the little white mouse had become important. Why should it have been important? It was only a dream, and only a mouse. But when we saw him sniff the cheese...
Smells wonderful. Brothers and sisters, are you sure you wouldn't like a bite?
Oh, that wouldn't be fair. It's yours by right of discovery.
And so the little youngest brother with the white coat entered the trap.
Oh,
cheese. Help me to get out.
You got in. You get out.
I can't.
Just be patient. Mr. Olive will come to empty the trap. You get out.
Something strange had taken place on the screen. I thought it was my own hallucination, but Amos noticed it too.
Something peculiar about the faces.
How do you mean, peculiar?
Well, 1 minute they look like mice. The next minute they look like the generals and the prime minister. Oh, but that's crazy, Meyer.
Is it, Amos?
Sure, absolutely crazy. Meyer, is it my eyes, or does the black mouse at the end look like me?
How could I answer him? Because the second mouse from the end looked like me.
Let's not betray our sanity. Meyer, you can see it's only a story of mice in a cartoon. Even in a dream, people should be rational. After all.
After all, what? What? How did Amos know it was a dream? It was my dream, not his. How did he know? How did they all know? All the people in the theater. And the prime ministers. And the generals.
Children, I've brought you a present. A white mouse.
It was Mr. Olive.
Have you ever seen a mouse as nice as this one?
Never. Father, can he be my pet?
Of course, Rachel. But share him with your brother.
I know. We'll build him a little wooden house, and we'll put him on the dresser between our beds. Hello, little mouse. Would you like a little drink of water? Would you, little mousy-wousy? Oh, he's so cute.
And for a while, the little youngest brother with the white coat lived happily in a little mouse palace which the children built for him. The girl made him a coat of silk. The boy brought him cake crumbs dipped in milk. While in the cellar, 11 brothers and sisters gnawed at their toes with jealousy. But so great was the joy of the children that they forgot school and neglected their chores. They even forgot to say their prayers. One day their father became very angry.
No more, children. It's done all over. We'll not discuss it.
I want my mouse. Where are you taking him?
I said we'll not discuss it.
But, Father, you gave him to me.
I have decided.
But,
I
Father...
want no arguments about it. I expect obedience in this house. I am your father.
Yes, Father.
That is an end to the entire matter.
The mouse hasn't done anything.
And neither have you. Why, since he's come, nothing has been done. Play from morning to night. Nothing but the mouse. Very well. If you and your brother choose this kind of behavior, it is my duty to punish you. The mouse is finished.
Don't kill him, Father.
No, I'm not a brute. I'll set him free outside the town. 4 walls in a cage. That's no place for a white mouse. It's practically an act of mercy.
I ask you, is a white mouse on a country road such a tragic thing that you should sigh over it with long faces? But there, in this theater of my dream, more men than there are numbers to count made a huge sighing sound. Jacob Meyer, I sighed with the rest. A field is so wide, the tree is so tall, and the mouse is so minute and alone, and so afraid. The little mouse cowered under a leaf, and the sun did not warm him. But then there came a sound. The sound drew nearer. Around a bend in the road, there came a man with a flute to his mouth, a man with music. But such a one as you have never seen. His cheeks were scarred, and his hands had been terribly seared by fire. He walked unevenly, for one leg was shorter than the other. Yet he possessed the illusion of height, very great height. When he saw the mouse, he stopped.
Don't be frightened of me. I also have known pain.
He stretched out his hand, the hand that had been seared by fire.
Come, I shall not hurt you.
This is how I dreamed it. The musician stretched out his hand, and the little mouse came.
You and I, we are brothers. You are lonely upon an empty road, and I also. Come, we will go together.
Wherever they went, the people came to marvel at the musician and his mouse.
We understand the meaning and the nature of destiny, this mouse and I. Good people, give us silver and open your hands to us, and we shall tell you the future.
For miles around the people came to see, and to distant lands there went tidings of a soothsayer who played upon a flute, and of a little white mouse that perched upon his shoulder. In the 7th month of their wandering, men in uniform came to them and escorted them into the palace of the king.
Soothsayer, His Majesty is waiting for you to foretell his future.
Let His Majesty open to me his hand.
My hand is open, Soothsayer. What do you see?
Take the mouse in your hand.
I am a king.
Take the mouse in your hand. Or is the mouse greater than the king, because you tremble to take him up?
Do what you want, but be quick. What do you see? Well, we're waiting. What do you see?
Sire, it is written in letters larger than the distance between two stars.
Speak up.
First, return the mouse. Your Majesty, this is what is written. The captives of the mighty shall be taken away. The prey of the terrible shall be discovered.
Go on.
There's nothing more. Consider the words, Your Majesty. The captives of the mighty shall be taken away. The prey of the terrible shall be discovered. Your Majesty, this is sufficient for you to consider. I bid you good day.
What is the progression of a dream? And what does it begin? And toward what end does it go? Who can explain it? A mouse? A child? A musician? A king? It was senseless. Suddenly, the 11 brothers and sisters of the White Mouse reappeared, and the musician played a melody on his flute. And the White Mouse, the little youngest brother, spoke again.
The evil have dug a pit for the righteous, and have made it deep, and have fallen into the pit they have digged.
I wanted to laugh. It was amusing. It was a burlesque. Why couldn't I? Why didn't laughter come from my lips? Why didn't Amos laugh? Why didn't the generals laugh, and the prime ministers, and all the people in the theater? Why was there a silence? Why didn't they applaud or speak or go out? The film was done. Yet it wasn't done. For the face of the musician had grown very large. In the silence of the theater, Amos, who sat by my side, stood up and spoke to the face of the teller of fortunes.
Sir, I have no use for your parable. All I care about is to live in peace with my family and my friends. I should like you to express your ideas on the subject, simply, so that I can know.
Amos sat down. Then the face on the screen answered.
Cast away from you all your transgressions, and make you a new heart and a new spirit. For I have no pleasure in the death of him that dieth, So saith the Lord God. Wherefore, turn yourselves and live.
I knew then. He beside me was no longer Amos, my friend. I knew where we were. We were in the place of the world, among men with faces of friends. And there kindled in me a slow warmth, which entered the marrow of bone and the deep places of my heart. And there came a sound of flute again. And behold, the words were Sachki, Sachki, al ha-chalomot. And this was their meaning. You may smile at all my dreams, but I still believe in you, in man, in a strong spirit, in brotherhood and peace, in the future of mankind, though it be distant. And I, Jacob Meyer, I lifted up my head, and it was I who was singing.
Today's script, The Dream of Jacob Meyer, by Alan Marcus, was inspired by the poem Char Varvar by Zalman Schneer, leading Hebrew poet, whose 60th birthday is celebrated this year. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. Cantor Robert H. Siegel was the soloist. Peter Capell was featured as Jacob Meyer. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Cain and Abel, is the first in a trilogy entitled The Brothers by Peter Lyon. Ralph Bell will play Cain, and Donald Bucher will be heard as Abel.
Incline your ears to my word. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter sayings of old. I have seen violence and strife in the land. Day and night they go about. Mischief also and sorrow are in the midst of it. And it was not an enemy that reproached me. Then I could have borne it. But it was thou, a man mine equal, my brother. And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived, and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel. And in process of time it came to pass...
The fullest season of my year, and this must happen.
Hush, Adam, and hold still.
Days stretching long, sun swinging in its warmer course.
Does that hurt?
Hurt? Of course it hurts. Not so much the stab cut in my hand as how my pride is bruised.
Keep tight this cloth upon your wound, and do be still for once. You'll start it bleeding fresh.
A countless million jobs before me, flocks and land, the fences. Where are the boys? Abel! Cain! 1 moment. I'm coming!
There, it's bound, but I'll not vouch how long it stays.
All right. You wear me down with talk.
What happened, Father?
Where's your brother, Cain?
I'm here. Whose blood is this? You cut yourself? How?
I plucked up our old dull scythe that I might sharpen it.
I had done it.
So I found.
I only thought to help.
Where's the joke? Let us share it, Cain.
Excuse me, Father. I had a picture in my mind.
Yes? Go on.
Poor Abel, always helpful, always wrong. Now once more again.
That's not fair.
That's not fair.
Abel did right. What's wrong is what I did, and now your laughter. Always helpful, always wrong. So helpful you might more times be nor go amiss.
Now, Adam, you know Cain meant nothing wrong.
Well, now with more of work than 6 could do, there'll just be you to do it. You too.
We'll make out.
I've thought of how to split the tasks. Abel, you to tend the flocks, and Cain will till the fields. Understood?
Yes, sir. But wait.
Well?
Can't we take these tasks by turn and turn about? Abel, you do that. Why not?
Because I say not. The work's to be done the way I say
But
it.
for him who tills the fields, you know yourself, sir, that's the greater task. Bending to the harrow for hour after hour under the sun.
No.
But, sir, when Abel here himself has said...
And while you're in the fields, Cain, reflect on how it is to be always helpful, always wrong.
Cain, it's true. You are the stronger and the older. What's right is what your father says.
It's understood?
It's tribute, brother, to your muscles.
Understood, Cain?
Yes, sir.
And so Abel was the keeper of the sheep, and Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Abel, falling asleep under a tree in the heat of the day, his sheep, by mischance, broke into Cain's fields, and the new grain was trampled, and what was green and growing trod upon.
Abel. Abel.
Oh, what a pleasant dream you woke me from. Is it late?
Too late for you to save my damaged wheat.
Too late? Your wheat?
Get on your feet and take a look. Unless, of course, you still are overtired from sitting at your ease and counting sheep.
What has it happened?
There, look at what your sheep have done. The fence pushed down. My wheat. And over there, the garden.
Cain, you hurt my arm.
It's not enough you have the lesser job to do. You can't do even that.
I'm sorry, Cain. If there was something I could do to make amends,
No.
At least I swear it shall not happen twice.
I'll see to that. Just wait until tonight.
Tonight?
And see how pleased our father is to learn of what you've done.
Oh, Cain, wait.
Well?
I can't do more than tell you I am sorry. I can't put back your grain to rights.
So then?
But when I do say sorry, Cain, you won't forgive?
Forgive? Grow up. Don't be a sniveling baby for all your life.
And it came to pass that Cain, tasting his spleen, strode home that night.
A late supper.
Ask Abel why. He left me more to do. Just wait and hear what happened to the fields, and all because
Sit down and eat your soup. He's told us all.
Told you?
Your soup is growing cold, my son. Your brother's sorry.
He shouldered all the blame. The milk is spilt. There's an end of it.
I offered Cain to take your job and give you mine, if that would make it up in any way.
Well, that might be.
I told him none of that. The work's cut out for both of you to eat what he knows best. The soup is good.
Here, Cain, some fresh baked bread.
I can't believe you know the worst of what was done this afternoon, sir. His sheep, and all the time he slept, broke down 2 rods of fencing.
He told us
trampled all the grain beyond the well and started eating all that's green in Mother's garden.
He told us, Cain, and more.
I said the milk is spilt. What would you have me do? What's done is done, and he's apologized.
He speaks 10 mealy words out of a mealy mouth, and there's no punishment. Except for me, who must tomorrow start all over and undo his mischief under a broiling sun.
Now, here's enough! I said the boy was sorry. The Lord taught me, and I have tried the same to teach to you. When there is wrong, where there is sin, be it against the Lord or man, then must the heart be humble and contrite. This done, there comes forgiveness.
If only I'd got here first.
Now I think of it, why haven't you forgiven him?
And now I'm in the wrong?
Have you forgiven Abel?
I'm sure he's meant to, Adam. I'm sure it's in his heart.
I'll hear him say so.
But Father Cain is right. Since I who did the wrong have still to suffer for it, more than have I in my heart.
Still I'll hear from Cain.
And so I have a plan, sir. If you will hear me.
Yes?
To sacrifice some lambs and make of them an offering unto the Lord.
Well, now that...
And so you kill a sheep or 2. Does that bring back my grain?
Hey!
Is this my firstborn? Speak.
What fearsome talk is this? Your temper takes a captive of your tongue.
If I have sinned...
If! This is how you fear your Lord?
Oh, Cain, my son, look deep into your heart and pray.
And Abel, this is good, your plan. You'll make your sacrifice first thing tomorrow. And you, Cain, so will you. Abel for what he did this afternoon. You, Cain, for your black and angry temper and for your darkling thoughts.
I'd sacrifice some better part if I'd been shown my wrong.
No more! You'll say no more about it. Thanks be to God that he's not struck you dead for what you've said this night. Atonement comes with sacrifice. Look well, your heart is purer in the morning.
So, Abel, you look cheerful.
I built an altar, Cain, over past the thicket. I hope it's big enough.
Cheerful and well satisfied with all that's happened.
Cain, I hope you...
Yes?
No matter.
The clouds are piling up to storm. We've picked an ugly day for this performance.
Perhaps the Lord is angry.
At what and whom?
At him who knows it in his heart.
If that's a hint...
I've loved this lamb. The best of all my flock. I've watched him play and skip around.
You're killing him, the fattest of the flock?
To see him was to laugh and know that life was good and happiness and love the best things in it. Where's my knife?
The plumpest lamb. And I'm sure you've lost your wits. Why not the lean and stringy you?
Oh, Cain, you're just as poorly timed.
I jest.
But what's a sacrifice, if not the best? Where's the sign of humbleness of spirit? Where the token that you love the Lord? I look at all my flock and choose precisely him whom I love best and whom I'll miss the most.
Well, as for me, I was thinking just a while ago, here's how I'll rid the fields of all the grain that's spoiled. Take it all and dump it on your altar. That way it'll serve some purpose, do some good.
Cain, you never...
There's a certain fitness to it, too. It cries aloud. The fault was never mine.
The storm. The storm is coming.
Here's the first big drop of rain.
Oh, Cain, now here's a portent. You must not do it.
I'll maybe do it, and I'll maybe not.
But show you fear the Lord, or he will be terrible in his vengeance.
At first it was my whim. But now, and just to show that I know right is right, I'll brook that vengeance.
Cain!
You two are ready for your sacrifice?
The early morning rainfall feels so fresh. I'm happy all is working out so nicely. Abel, you've picked out your choicest flesh.
the knife sinks home. There's your answer, Eve. A succulent and juicy lamb. Firstborn?
And fattest of the flock.
And Cain, you'll comb your crops for only what would fill the horn of plenty?
I've made my choice.
My good son.
Right, Abel? You heard me reach resolve? I heard you, Cain. And I would hope to hear another word
What's
before
that?
you... What's that you said? You know what's in my heart.
What's this?
Ask him. Ask him who does so right and speaks so fair.
You two, I never heard such childish bickering. Two cats are quarreling over a fish's head. What is it, Abel?
It is his sacrifice. He thought to tell me what he planned to do this morning.
What I still plan to do.
And all at once there came a crack of thunder.
And so the rain fell down. And he would have me think the two were tied together, push and pull, come and go, cause and effect.
And so I heard within me.
What, Abel?
Cain, you've changed your mind.
I must go. I've got my sacrifice together.
Abel, what is on your mind?
You'll change your mind, my brother?
You heard me say my whim is my resolve. I'll prove what's right and show how I was wrong.
This rain will scarcely help your offertory, Abel. Eve, you should go indoors.
The sky is clearing. It's just a shower.
Where are you off to?
I want to talk to Cain. The black look on his forehead.
Well, bid him hurry, or his day is gone and no work done.
And now Eve approaches her firstborn, and if his brow is dark, hers is clouded with concern.
Cain.
Hello, Mother.
You're feeling better now, son.
Better? Better than when? I feel taller than I've ever felt and mightier. You know the feeling? When the world seems small and all the things around us are dwarfed because you close your fists.
I'm worried, Cain. I think so much about you both, your future, what you do, but you especially, Cain. You don't remember how when you were young you brought your problems to me every day.
My problems?
They were childish things.
My problems? I remember none. The way I feel, I'll stretch my height to any man's. Or yes, to any god's. I feel my juices in me. I hear voices, or one at least, a voice that says, "This is your day. You'll show them all. And if they're blind to what there's in you, never fear, you'll leave your mark."
My son.
Don't look so worried, Mother. Or not on my account, at least. Now, look. The shower's clearing. Only that one thundercloud still holds the sky. The portent Abel pointed to is gone.
You're gathering only tares and broken wheat to bring to sacrifice.
Why should I not?
I passed no judgment, Cain. I'm just observing.
Is this not fitting use for what the sheep have trampled?
It's not the surest way to show what I think, who know I'm right.
Who speaks to you? Your mother. Learned what's wrong so many years ago. Learned that sin is in desire and good in self-denial. Cain.
Yes.
You know you're doing wrong.
You think?
You'll change your mind, my son. Admit that wrong is wrong.
My fist is closed. I'll do what I shall do.
And it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. And Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain...
Quickly, the storm will break again. Abel's lamb is on the altar. Cain, you ready?
Here's my fruit.
You'd offer that in sacrifice?
Cain,
it's here what I'm bringing on the altar.
You'll learn your lesson, son.
Now then, let us pray to God that he may see what you have brought.
A miracle.
A lamb consumed in fire and smoke.
But what Cain brought?
Untouched.
And And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell.
And now I see there is no justice on the earth, nor in the heavens above.
What talk is this?
Oh, Cain, I begged you to heed the portent. Portent? Portent of what? A cunning conspiracy that would bind me around with chains of do this, and that is wrong. Now apologize, and meekness is its own reward. Well, listen, not for me. No, not for me.
Hey!
A law is no better than its best respecter. And I can find no feeling but contempt for what I've learned this morning.
Cain!
Abel, go about your business quickly.
Father,
You hear me? Quick! Your flock should long ago have trotted out to pasture. Go on, get going.
Yes,
Cain, I told you I was worried you'd tear my mother's heart out.
No, Mother. But you know I've done no wrong. You know that nothing's happened where the blame can fall on me.
The Lord says, Cain, if thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted. And the Lord says, but if thou doest not well, then sin lieth at the door.
No sin lies at my door.
It lies there, Cain. It lies there like a mountain lion, waiting, watching, seeking its chance to spring.
Not for me. I take no blame for what has passed.
I've had my say. If you're a son of mine, you'll find it in your heart to pray forgiveness. And in the future,
yes,
to be more like your brother.
You say the same thing, Mother?
I've never known a time when prayer wasn't good for me. Oh, Cain, you'll find so, too.
Prayer.
Now to your fields, Cain. The morning's wearing on. Keep in your heart what we have told you. Let us know at supper time how you have fared.
I'll give a sign. I think you'll recognize the mark of how I fared.
And so it came to pass that Cain and Abel his brother were alone in the field. And Cain talked with Abel his brother.
Hello, Cain. I've something on my mind. I'll make it short and sweet. Before the sun is set, before it's dusk, you will have left this farm. Gone away. For good.
Gone? Gone where?
I don't care where. Call it the land of Nod, call it exile. It's all one to me. Walk from here to where the nearest river flows and trace that river to the sea. I don't care.
I don't know what you're saying.
You want to drive the sheep and cattle home. Leave them to me. I'd rather you not come too close to home again. You've seen your last of both our father and our mother. Send your farewells to them on the wind.
Have you gone mad?
It's very simple. Two such men as you and I can never longer stay in one same place. It's you or me.
And you?
We're first one here, and therefore last to go. You've been a favorite long enough. The choicest food, the softer bed, the simpler job, the kinder word, all smiles and honey.
I can't believe you mean this, Cain. But if you do, then think again.
Now raise your voice to me.
Now listen, Cain. I'm peaceable enough.
And so was I. Who honed the blade on father's scythe, and so his hand was cut. Who cadged the job? There's no job but sitting in the shade. It's tribute to your muscles, Cain. Who fell asleep, and so my fruit was trampled in the ground? Whose idea the sacrifice? Whose fault that now I'm black with fury so I can hardly speak?
You twist the truth with every question mark.
Be glad it's not your neck I twist.
I don't believe that you yourself believe what you have said. As though I'd cut our father's hand myself on purpose. What motive do you think I have to cross you, Cain?
And now you'll try sweet reason.
What cause have I given that you should take this tone?
You look so clear and guileless.
As God's our witness, you must know I love you.
A worm that gnaws and eats away at what regard they had for me. The slow, dark poison of suspicion that you've planted in their minds against me.
Cain.
And so they grow to hate. And all the time you smile, a sleek, smooth smile.
I can't believe it.
What innocence. Why, I'll propose you witch that storm up in the sky this morning crying portent and praying to your God against me in your secret heart.
My God, the God of Hesed, of
Preach
loving
me no
kindness.
gods. My muscles are my gods. They teach me there's a prayer in each fist.
I know you're stronger.
And so you go?
Go. But Cain...
Make me an answer. Are you going?
You cannot. Cain! Oh, Lord, I pray to you for him.
For me? You pray for me? Be selfish to the last, at best. And pray your prayers for yourself.
No. Oh, no, good brother, no!
passed that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and slew him. And the voice of the Lord spoke, saying, Where is Abel thy brother?
I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?
Then saith the Lord, The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth.
Now where to go? Oh, quick. For every man that finds me now will slay me.
And the Lord said, Not so, accursed, for my mark is on you. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him.
Abel, Cain.
Hey!
The sheep are scattered up the hill. Now where could they have gone?
Abel! Cain!
You'd think they'd hear your shout. I'm frightened, Adam.
Cain! You hear me? Abel!
It's so unlike them to have wandered off. You don't think they... Yes. Grass with this blood. Oh, no.
There, don't look upon it. Look down or back to home or up to God. Never look at me.
Abel. Oh, my baby.
A lion that crouched by his door has sprung upon a cursed Cain. See? Cain's mantle clutched in Abel's hand.
I won't believe the witness of my eyes.
Cain's fled. He'll feel the hand of heavy vengeance.
Now where is God?
He's mourning Abel's death. And so do we. He's in our hearts. That tells us to be strong.
My baby's dead.
And when these two were born, you said,
I have gotten a man from the Lord.
And so you'll say the same again. Come. I'll help you down the hill.
And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, which is to say exile, on the east of Eden.
Hello, my name's Lilith. What's yours?
I'm a stranger here. My name won't mean anything to you.
Well, you don't need to be so bashful.
My name's Cain.
Cain? Cain. You don't look like a stranger to me.
Go ahead, say it. You've heard of me.
You look familiar somehow.
Yes. Well,
you don't look as though you'd care about anything that might happen.
I don't.
Strangers should be welcomed when they arrive in a new land.
Do you worship the Lord in this new land?
Never heard of him. Anyway, I only worship one thing.
What's that?
Strong young men with hard muscles like yours.
You're pretty, Lilith.
Think so?
You can help me.
I can. I'd like to help for some things.
Just help me remember only the future. Forget the past.
Look at me. Look in my eyes. Are you thinking of anything but the future? You don't remember the past,
now, do you?
Yes?
And it was not an enemy that reproached me. Then I could have borne it. But it was thou, a man mine equal, my brother. And there was heard a voice saying, Thou art thy brother's keeper. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell in unity together.
Our Eternal Light drama today, Cain and Abel, was the first in a trilogy entitled The Brothers by Peter Lyon. Next week, the story of Jacob and Esau. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. Ralph Bell played Cain, and Abel was played by Donald Buca. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Pack. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Jacob and Esau, is the second in a trilogy entitled The Brothers by Peter Lyon. Donald Buca will play Jacob, and Ralph Bell will be heard as Esau.
Hearken to a testimony of wisdom. There are many devices in a man's heart. Pride and deceit are there. There also are humility and contrition. My brother, I put forth my hand to mischief, and my tongue was perverse. A brother offended is harder to be won than a strong city. His contentions are like the bars of a castle. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife. And Rebekah, his wife, conceived, and the children struggled within her. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his name was called Jacob. And these brothers were like the myrtle and the thorn bush, which seem alike in their early days, but when they attain to full growth, the myrtle is known by its fragrance, yet the thorn bush is known by its thorns.
At your studies still, my brother?
At them still, Esau.
But why? The sun is sliding down the slope of afternoon. Come on, what's more to learn?
What more? I've only learned from all I've learned how little I've learned.
Jacob, look. You see the copse of laurels just beyond the river?
Yes.
In that grove there waits a maiden, black-eyed, laughing, with tender hands that curve and pull my hair and stroke along my cheek.
Esau.
Just think, my brother, she is waiting. Here's knowledge you can't find in books.
Esau?
I'd bid my Judith call her sister, if you say the word.
No, please.
Oh, brother, younger brother. Are you blushing?
We are of one birth, you and I.
Ha-ha. But I'm the older, Jacob. You'll admit it. I'm the older.
What, 60 seconds?
Enough to claim the birthright, Jacob. What, 60 seconds? A brief eternity, my brother, younger brother. And so I'll head the family when our fathers...
Now, that's enough.
You're sure you will not come with me and learn your lessons lying in the laurel?
Go on, Esau, go on.
Ha-ha. Now, there's a stupid scholar.
Jacob.
Mother.
Shh, don't be alarmed.
You were standing there. You heard where he was going?
I know my children, Jacob. Nothing that I hear from you or him can grieve me. I know you both.
And you were standing there for all the time.
I know what's in his heart and yours, who are the older.
But he's the older. You told me that yourself. You bore him first.
You're hunters, Jacob, you and he. You both hunt men.
I? But I'm a student.
And if one son hunts men to take their souls from God, and if one son hunts men to bring their souls to God...
Now you're speaking riddles.
Why, then the answer's plain. Who brings the souls of men to God must claim his birthright. Jacob.
Mother.
You'll puzzle out this riddle when the moment's ripe.
And it came to pass that when Abraham's years which he lived numbered 175, that Abraham asked of his son Isaac to send to him his two grandsons Esau and Jacob, that he might bless them ere he died.
Who is it?
It is I, sir, Jacob, son of Isaac.
Jacob. Kneel here, Jacob, by my hand, where I shall see you. Your brother is not with you?
No, sir, he is hunting in the fields, as is his wont.
Hunting. It is as well, my son, for what I have to say is for your ears alone. Let rest your hand in mine. That's it. My eyes are not so bright as once they were. Your father told you I would give my blessing?
Yes, sir.
It is not so. When I am gone, the Lord will do what seemeth best to him.
What he will do is right.
But, Jacob, there is something you should hear before I go. No blessing, but instruction. When as your father follows me to God, who then will guide our family in his ways, who help our people prosper, keep them well and unified together, who keep the peace among our warring cousins, who judge the rights and wrongs that happen in each day throughout all lifetime, who guarantee our seed will multiply, who keep our name perpetuated down the ages.
My brother Esau is the firstborn.
True, your brother has the birthright. On him, by settled custom, will devolve the headship of our family. And yet...
What would you tell me, sir?
You know I know you do the better job. You know I know your brother's weak, a man of lust.
No, it's
Don't interrupt me, Jacob. Least of all to contradict the truth you know is true. Your brother Esau tricks men into liking him. He doesn't fear the Lord,
respects him not, scorns worships, spends his days in idleness and gaming. Is it not so?
It's so.
You think because I'm old I cannot see. Now then, let's turn to some less painful matter. What I ask of you is this, that all your days you do what should by birthright be your brother's task. Strive to keep our people praised throughout the land and keep their footsteps in the ways of God. You promise me?
I'll do my utmost, sir.
Good. That's all, my son. Now ask your mother if she'll come to me.
And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years. Then Abraham expired and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And the heart of Jacob was heavy within him. And as with sorrow he was preparing a dish of food, behold, his brother Esau came in from the field, and he was faint.
Jacob, quickly, steal and look across the meadow. Is there sign of any running in pursuit?
Of you? Just look, I'll tell you why. There's no one.
Good. Now then, look here. Just see what I've got.
Why, it's the...
Yes, the hunter's magic cloak. I'll have to hide it somewhere.
But that belongs to Nimrod. How came it to your hand?
Oh, ye gods, I'm tired. I'll wager I've run 6 miles this afternoon.
How came you by that cloak?
And hungry, too. Where's meat?
How came you by that cloak?
You want to know? I killed him.
Nimrod?
Him and his 2 bodyguards as well.
Oh, Esau.
I fought them fair. They're 3 against 1. So now the cloak is mine. The magic hunting cloak. There's none can say that Esau is not now the strongest, bravest hunter in the land.
Esau.
And if there's none pursuing, why, then that means there's none to know what I have done. And now I'll eat. What's on the fire? Why, this is only lentils.
It's all we'll eat today.
But why?
Because our father's dead. He died this afternoon. And what he spoke before he died was truth.
He's dead? Well, what have lentils got to do with that?
Because they're round. And ever roll around as death and sorrow also roll eternally around among all men. Now coming to this one and now to that. So it's symbolic of our mourning for his death to eat them now. For he will know we grieve. And so will love us for it.
You mean this nonsense?
Esau!
This is talk for fools. So Abraham is dead, and that's too bad. But he was very old and surely would have died. If not today, why then the next day or the next. Now, Jacob, please, the dead are dead and molder in their graves, but I'm alive and want to eat.
The Lord has said...
Oh, Jacob, come now. You're along with me. No need for all this pious talk. Come, I'm hungry. If that stew is all there is, why, give me some of it.
You mock the word the Lord has spoken. On the very day he died, and while your hands still drip the blood of those who murdered, yet you scorn the memory of Abraham and do dishonor to my grief.
I'm sorry.
You sorry? You don't know the meaning of the word. You do dishonor to your birthright.
And now I come to think of it, of what avails my birthright? Will it keep me warm? Or can I eat it as I'd eat the stew of beans?
Esau!
I'll tell you what, my brother, here's a trade. All yours, the birthright, if I get the stew.
And I believe you'll do it, too.
Why, sure, I'll do it. Here's my hand to seal the bargain. Shake?
I'll shake. And here's your stew.
You look as though you hope I choke. Now, that's the shrewdest bargain ever struck. Oh, you fool. The birthright. What brains you had are addled. It's too much prayer has done it, that's a fact. Beans taste good. And can you say the same for what you got?
The birthright has no taste. And neither power has a taste.
What's that? What power is that?
The power that I won when you despised your birthright, Esau. Younger brother.
And so you have the birthright. Why then sad?
I do not like the way it happened. Trickery is not the tool of honor. Esau looks at me and looks
My son, you've prayed.
I doubt that God will hear my voice.
When next you kneel to pray, why, ask yourself, who was it offered first to trade the birthright for the lentils? Was it you Or was it Esau?
It was Esau.
Then why do you say trickery?
Tell me, Mother, do you think all's happened for the best?
I do and do, my son.
Then will you tell me now what meant you by that riddle when you called me older of us two?
Not now, my son. Not yet. The moment's still not ripe.
And it came to pass that Isaac their father was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see. He called Esau his oldest son, and said unto him,
My son.
And Esau said unto him,
Behold, here am I. Behold now, Esau, I am old and know not when will come my time of death.
But, Father...
On this night does God unlock his storehouses of dew, and angels sing his praises and ask of him to grant us rain. It is time for favor, and he smiles. Now, therefore, son, take up your weapons, your bow and quiver, and go into the fields to hunt me game.
My arrows never will have flown so true.
Bring to me savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me so that I may eat once more and bless you ere I die.
I'm off, and I'll bring back the plumpest venison you ever tasted.
And it came to pass that when Esau had gone to the fields to hunt for venison, Rebekah sought for Jacob, her younger son, and when she found him, she spake unto him, saying,
Now, Jacob, we must act with speed. Just hear what's happened. What? Sent your brother Esau out to hunt him meat.
So then?
But don't you see? He means to give to him when he returns the blessing that by right should go to you.
But why by rights to me?
Don't stand about and waste our time with questions. Quick, I'll need 2 tender kids. You choose them from the flock of goats and bring them back to me.
You mean you're going to trick our father?
You see, I'll swiftly cook them, cunningly, to suit his taste. And then you'll take it to him. He will eat. And in the sight of God, you'll get the blessing as is right.
But where's the justice? Surely if my father wants to bless my brother Esau, he knows best.
You ask for justice. Was it just for you to take the birthright when your brother hungered? Was it?
Esau made the offer.
Jacob struck the bargain. No, my son. And justice here cries out that Esau is not worthy to be blessed.
But my father...
Would himself know whom to bless had he his eyesight. Now his very blindness is an omen in our favor. Go, I'll warm the pots to stew the meat.
But, Mother, Esau is a hairy man, and I am smooth of skin. Now, if our father stretches out his hand and finds me out, then I'll be cursed, not blessed.
Why, then, I'll skin the kids and drape the skins around your arms and neck. I warrant you'll be hairy to his touch.
Oh, dear Mother, I am torn. Such trickery, not twice to so supplant my brother.
Son!
Don't ask me to do this thing.
So you're quite willing he should lead our tribe.
He lead?
And so his evil shall supplant your righteousness. His sloth, your industry. His blasphemy, your piety. His sins against both God and man prevail against your wisdom and your good.
No, no.
So shall he then regain the birthright?
No.
The moment's come, my son, to answer you the riddle I once put. You'd rather never trick your father and your brother thus. Your opposition does you honor. But I say you must. And here's the why of it. For years I was a barren wife. We prayed the Lord to grant me children, and he heard our prayer. I conceived. And from the first, and deep within, my womb was racked with strife. I prayed the Lord and asked, if this be so, why am I thus? God answered, there are 2 within thy womb, 2 warring nations in thy bowels, each contending which shall be the master, which the slave. One strong of fist, the other's strength in prayer. He, though younger, yet shall rule his brother. You're the younger, Jacob. You've found strength in prayer. You must rule.
This is the word of God, that I must fight my brother.
It is the word of God that he shall serve who first was born. God grant that you and Esau shall one day make peace and live together friends.
Amen.
But now to work and fast, or Esau will return. You'll choose the kids.
I'll do it.
went to the flock and fetched from thence 2 good kids of the goats and brought them to his mother, and his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father and said,
My father.
He said,
Here am I. Who are you, my son?
It is I, your firstborn Esau. I have done as you commanded me. Arise then, if you will, and sit to eat the venison, and so your soul may bless me.
Ah, the smell is rich and good. Just set it here, my son. I never thought I'd eat so soon. How is it that you slew the deer so swiftly, son?
The Lord your God was good enough to smile on my pursuit.
You give the credit to the Lord? There's a puzzlement. It's more like Jacob to give thanks to God.
Don't fret your mind, sir, with such trifles. Eat, fall to.
A moment, it will wait. Come over here, my son. Come close to me. I wonder if you really are my son Esau or not.
But, sir, you surely doubt me not?
Come here to me. I touch your hand.
Yes, sir.
Voice, Jacob's voice. Sure, these hands are Esau's hands. Forgive me, son, this blindness fogs my mind.
There's nothing to forgive. I've only sympathy for your affliction, sir.
But you're sure that you're my older son, you're Esau? You are he?
I am.
Well, now's the time to eat. Just bring it near me. Set it down.
It's here, sir.
Good. And now, I'll give my blessing. You are on your knees?
Yes, sir.
See, the smell of my son is as the smell of the field, blessed by God. And so may God give you dew, yea, from heaven, and of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. And you shall sow the ground, and it shall be fat and plenteous. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be master over your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be all that bless you.
And it came to pass when Esau came in from his hunting and learned of what had happened that he was very wroth with his brother Jacob. And he sought his mother out and taxed her with the knowledge of what her younger son had done.
You burst in here. You'd talk to me.
I think you know what Jacob's done to me. I look at you, and now I think you know, and you approve. And now I know you planned what he has done.
What do you mean? You're speaking to your mother.
Look at me and tell me that you had no hand in what he did.
What's this? A son of mine now dares to frown and stamp his foot and try to stare me down.
Ever since I married Judith, it's the same. Just because you hate my wife, you side with Jacob, and you plot against me with my father, and you count the days until you'll drive me from my home. Is it not so?
You overreach yourself.
From you, such accusations come with sorry grace.
You'd best be gone. Goodbye.
I'll leave. I'll leave you with this vow. The days of mourning for my father are at hand. And when he dies, then will I slay my brother Jacob.
And Rebekah sent and called Jacob her younger son to her, and said unto him,
Behold, your brother Esau purposes to kill you.
It's as I feared. Now must I go and speak to him?
Not now, no, Jacob. Not while he is burning in his present rage. Obey my voice. Arise and fly to where my brother Laban lives and stay with him.
But what I did, it was not wrong. It was the word of God.
Go on, my son. Go on. Pack up your things. Some meat and bread and cheese. I've seen your brother talk to him and know what he proposes.
Mother, I would like to talk to him myself. I would like to make my peace.
When you return, a fortnight, nevermore, I'll send for you. You'll go. Do this for me, your mother asks. I could not bear it if my son should harm my son.
My mother asks, I'll go.
And it came to pass that Jacob went out from Beersheba and went to Haran, into the land of the people of the east, into the house of his mother's brother Laban. Nor did he sojourn there for just a fortnight, nor yet for just a year. For it is told how Jacob stayed with Laban his uncle for 20 years, working for him, tending his flocks, marrying his daughters, and learning his responsibilities. And it came to pass that after 20 years, Jacob had much cattle and maidservants and manservants and camels and asses. And he set out to return to Isaac his father in Canaan with all his kinfolk and his flocks. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother. And he commanded them, saying,
This shall you tell my brother Esau. I have sent to ask in hope that I'll find grace with him.
And the messenger returned to Jacob with word that his brother Esau was come to meet him. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men.
Now had I hoped my brother Esau would forgive. But if he'll not, then all I can is put my trust in God.
And Jacob bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him. And they wept.
My brother, Jacob, 20 years. They've left you handsome.
I had feared you came with men to fight me.
What you did is done. I cannot love you for it, nor yet would seek revenge.
Then you will forgive.
Forgive? You seek too much.
But Esau...
Tell me, who are these that come behind you?
Here's my family. These are the children God has graciously bestowed upon your servant.
But these flocks of cattle and these camels, all these servants...
They are yours, my brother, if by giving them I find forgiveness in your eyes.
No, I have enough, my brother. Content yourself that we can compromise by living each and letting live. A soldier's patience being stretched may snap.
We live in peace.
But not together.
No.
Our ways are different. You look upon the face of God.
And you?
Goodbye, my brother.
Yet my heart is with you, Esau. Better after 20 years stay, stranger. Fare you well, and God be with you.
And the days of their father Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac died and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him in the cave of Machpelah, where his father and mother and his wife were buried before him. And when he was buried, then Esau said unto his brother,
And now we should arrange the sharing of our father's wealth.
So soon?
But Jacob...
Yes, you're right. You always were a man to face the facts.
There's one fact sure. Despite your trick of years ago, I'm older. So it's I should have the right to take first choice of what he left.
You're older.
You deny it?
No. No, I'll strike a bargain for you, Esau. See, one portion is his gold, his silver, cattle, flocks, his slaves, and all.
That's one. But what is left?
This cave. This cave of Machpelah, and Isaac's claim upon the Holy Land which God did promise would be his.
But Jacob...
Yes?
That land. The Canaanites, a mighty people, hold that land. Now, how avails the promise of your God?
You choose the wealth, leave me your land?
You always were a fool. I choose the gold. You take the promise of the promised land.
And this is the testimony. My brother shall dwell in his tent on the hill without me, and he shall walk in all his ways without me. For our unity was broken upon the rocks, and our peace is troubled.
Eternal Light drama today, Jacob and Esau, was the second in a biblical trilogy entitled The Brothers by Peter Lyon. Donald Bucher played Jacob and Ralph Bell Esau. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The third part of our trilogy next week will be Joseph and Benjamin. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Joseph and His Brothers, is the third in a trilogy entitled The Brothers by Peter Lyon. Alexander Scourby will play Joseph, and Edgar Staley will be heard as Pharaoh.
And there was in Egypt a prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. Dozens and scores of those who had found disfavor in the eyes of the courtiers of the king, whose name was called Pharaoh. And it came to pass that one day Pharaoh sent and called, and the keeper of this prison went hastily into the dungeon and called forth from the dungeon one prisoner.
Where's water? Water. A drink for mercy's sake.
Quiet, dogs!
Oh, my tongues are parched.
A drop of water for the love.
It's past the time appointed for our meal.
A taste of my whip should cure your thirst. Which one of you is Joseph, born a Hebrew?
No, not me.
He's over there.
I'm Joseph. What would you with me?
Follow me. Quick, no questions. The rest of you, your food and drink is coming when I please.
Here's clothing, Jew. But first you'll wash and shave.
Is that an order or an invitation?
The word has come from Pharaoh he would see you. Would you come to stand before the king in rags and lousy from the dungeon?
He's not my king.
Now listen, you.
I'll wash and shave and wear clean raiment. Not to please your king, but just to advertise how clean you keep this pest house.
Would there was time to teach you proper oath, mighty Pharaoh.
Your razor's lost its edge.
Remember, when you get there, he'll be thrown atop a flight of 66 steps. His crown outshines the sun. He stands 6 cubits tall. While you're nothing but a Hebrew slave, a worm, the dust beneath his feet. You hear?
I hear.
And when you enter, you're to knock your head 3 times upon the floor. And when you speak, your eyes must be averted, lest his glory blind you before he's satisfied his whim in bidding you to come.
Is this the best you've got for clothes?
Ungrateful dog.
Call me a dog. I swear, if opportunity presents while I'm with the king, I'll so contrive that those poor devils down below will teach you how it feels to have the lash across your back.
What, slave?
Enough. Which way will take me to your king?
Pray you'll not chop your head off, slave. This way.
Remember, thrice you bow and scrape your head before him. Follow me.
No, speak until you're spoken to. Turn left and up those steps.
Does he wait impatiently? Is this the dog? I'll never comprehend the workings of our Pharaoh's mind. He comes.
Now down, O Hebrew slave!
O Pharaoh, live forever. Behold the Hebrew slave.
Begone, all save Jacob.
Your will be done, O Pharaoh.
So this is Pharaoh.
You looked for more?
Where's the king 6 cubits tall? Where the dazzling crown of amethyst and gold to blind my eyes? Where the throne atop the 66 ebony encrusted steps? Where the mountain lion purring at your heels?
You must concede my courtiers do not lack imagination.
I'll concede a stupid effort aimed at making men believe you're more than man.
But you're not fools. All you see is just a feeble man grown fat with callous life, whose hair is falling out, whose hands are soft and pale.
That's right.
Your eyes are very sharp.
If you would shrink a king down small as man and smaller,
yes?
Then spend 2 years in that king's jail. See who's imprisoned. Ask the reason why. Learn how poverty is a crime in Egypt. See the cunning punishments contrived for those who have contempt for that king's courtiers and fail to seek their favor. Witness how they're whipped and starved each day. Count the bodies of their dead each evening. Then skulk home by secret alleys, take a mirror, steal a look at that same king, and see how you have shrunk.
Your tongue is bold for one who was born a slave.
I was not born a slave. In Canaan, whence I came, my father is a chief of rank and honor, and I his favorite son.
And yet a jailbird here in Egypt. What was your crime that you should be in jail?
My crime?
1,000 pardons. What did they say you did who clapped you under iron?
Invite your answer from the wife of Potiphar, your captain.
The wife of Potiphar. Yes, let me see. A sultry wench. Zuleika, that's her name. Roving eye, flirtatious disposition. I'll wager she's had affairs with 20 strong young... Why, you're the sort of youngster that she'd have. I see it all. She winked, and you went walking past. I'm right.
Yes, sire.
So scorned, she screamed, claimed you attacked her,
and lands me in jail. You will forgive me, sire. I cannot join your merriment. Her waspish tongue has kept me jailed for these 2 years.
Yes, of course. Slight punishment. Such a dreadful crime.
There were those among my jailmates had done less, but there they were, and on your orders, sire.
Young man, you seem persuaded of your own superiority.
In Egypt, Pharaoh is the law and should ensure the justice of his law, and should inquire why is it that his law, and thus his very self, is hated by his people.
Strong words are like the piercings of a sword.
I am no courtier, sire.
That's evident enough. You know why I bid you come?
No, sire.
They tell me you're wise beyond your years. It's true you're wise enough, although a slave, to tell a king how he should be advised.
I speak my mind.
They told me you could pass the meaning of a dream.
A dream?
Surely dreams are child's play for a man who'd give instruction to a king.
A dream is filled with many strange devices.
Oh, the wisdom of my wisest men has founded on this dream. I've highest hopes that you will not fail me. You seem so certain of yourself.
If God is with me, I'll translate your dream.
Do I detect some slight uncertainty? Who is this God that you must call upon? Almost as though you needed the excuse that should you fail, 'twas only he that failed you.
I'll hear your dream and wrest the magic from it. Go on, speak.
In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored. And they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine, and when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as at the beginning. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears of corn came up in one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered, thin and blasted with the east wind sprang up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And those were my dreams.
Your 2 dreams say the same thing. The 7 kine are 7 years. The 7 years of corn are likewise 7 years. And God is warning Pharaoh. After 7 years of plenty cometh 7 years of famine. Both dreams were the same. In Egypt there will be a time of plenty, then the lean years will consume the land.
Now here's a wise interpretation.
And God is teaching Pharaoh. Harvest shrewdly. Set aside 1/5 of all your Egypt's food for each of 7 years and store it up in granaries against the 7 years of famine.
My wise magician spoke of 7 kings quarreling in 7 cities, toppled in the dust, 7 wives and 7 sons, a farrago of witlessness. You say your God advised the symbols of my dream?
He so ordained.
Who is this God, and where is he? I'd like to look upon him.
Can Pharaoh look upon the sun and not be blinded?
Of course not. Your God's the sun?
My God created sun and moon and stars. If Pharaoh can't look on the sun, then
All right. I'll never seek to grasp the mysteries of God when those of man are prickled sharp enough. What matters now is that you've passed the meaning of my dream.
God helping me.
And did your God at the same time suggest a meaning that will take 12 years and more to verify?
Don't
answer. You will just deny it. Joseph?
Sire?
You have much wit, a quality to be admired, and you have pluck. There's need for such a man as you at my right hand.
This is a grim and heartless jest.
I mean precisely what I've said. My wisest men are fools, my bravest captains fops who scarce can lift their swords. I need a man to rule my land.
You choose a slave?
You cannot even act the part of slave. Besides, I like the way your God advises you. If he can make you wise and so discreet, well, then you'll do the same for me.
I'll open up the jails and free the men whose crime was being poor.
There was a time when I was poor myself.
If I'm to rule the land, I'll change your laws with new and better men to force them.
You said my laws had fathered only hate.
I'll have your word to back me up.
I give this ring from off my hand to seal our bargain. There.
Praise be to God.
As you say. Go, call the palace guards. I'd have them know that I have set you over all the land of Egypt.
And Pharaoh put a gold chain about his neck, and they cried before him, Bow the knee. And he was ruler over all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by the handfuls. And Joseph gathered corn as the sand of the sea, very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And the 7 years of dearth began to come, according as Joseph had said. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Egyptians,
Apply to Joseph. Do whatever he shall say.
And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold unto the Egyptians. And the famine waxed sore, and the dearth was in all lands over all the face of the earth. And Joseph sat at the right hand of Pharaoh and spoke with his officers.
You've published my decree in all the foreign lands, Arabia, Phoenicia, Canaan.
It's as you ordered, sir.
Decree? What decree was this?
An offer, mighty Pharaoh, sent to all our neighbors, telling them to come and buy our corn whenas they lack.
Our corn? Invite our deadly foes to buy our treasured corn? You must be mad.
No matter what their tribe, they are our brothers. God has said that we should succor those who want.
You'd feed our bloody-handed enemies and make them strong?
If we are rich and sell them none, then they are foes. If they have none and buy from us, then they are friends.
That's true enough. You mix your charity with wisdom.
Officer, you're sure that my decree has reached as far as Canaan?
Certain, sir.
Then set a watch at all the city's gates and bring me word when certain men from Canaan, sons of Jacob, come to buy our corn. That's all.
It shall be done as you've required, my lord.
Canaan, sons of Jacob, friends of yours?
My brothers.
Oh, you plan a feast to honor them?
I plan revenge.
What's this?
It was they who sold me into slavery. Tore off my coat, then tossed me in a pit alive with snakes, then flung me to a band of Midianitish merchants, into bondage for 20 bits of silver.
So that's the way of it. I wondered how you came to be a slave.
I've waited for this moment 20 years.
Now, by my gods and yours, the day has never passed without fresh testimony of your subtlety. Oh, wisest, slyest serpent thou.
I'll see them squirm.
Who else but you would free the poor unjustly jailed, revise our laws to benefit the general as though each was your flesh and blood, feed the hungry from whatever foreign land, insist all men are brothers, but not ever swerve an inch from your most just resolve to kill?
My brothers.
No sickly sentiment, no conscientious qualm. Did ever king rejoice in such a viceroy?
Will you excuse me, sire?
Not going, you.
I have much to do before I sup.
You'll surely let me witness your revenge.
I'll tell you if my brothers come. Farewell.
He is young, and therefore stubborn. Yet he'll change his mind.
Jealous because our father loved me best. Some silver coins, the price of 20 shoes. 2 years in prison, 20 years from home. I've cause enough to kill, and I've the means. Their blame is black enough. My blood is blind. I know them not as brothers, but as foes. And yet there was a whisper in my heart crying me off from vengeance, speaking soft of loyalties and love and lessons learned, of sweet forgiveness for the cruel wrong. But I'll not listen to that secret voice. Come!
My lord, the men you asked about are here.
Then send them in at once. I'll see them now.
All right, come on. My lord, the viceroy waits. Come on, you.
Which one of you is spokesman for the rest?
I'll speak, my lord.
Your name?
Is Judas, sir.
Whence do you come?
We've come from Canaan, sir, to purchase corn.
You lie.
My lord.
My men report that you're spies. They say that you're come to see the nakedness of our defense to plan a war.
But this report is false, my lord.
What's that you say?
We're true men, my lord, and all one father's sons. We're no spies.
You say?
Your servants are 12 brothers, sir, the sons of Jacob in the land
12, you say? And now I know you lie. I count but 10.
Our youngest brother, Benjamin, remained at home.
And where's the 12th?
He's dead.
Ah. A quick, convenient death to fit your lie.
My lord!
Have done. I still suspect you're spies, and here is how I'll test your story. One of you I'll bind in chains as forfeit. Go the rest of you and fetch your youngest brother back, if such there really be. So shall your words be verified.
My lord! What you propose is harsh, for we are peaceful men and only come to purchase corn.
Will you select your hostage, or shall I?
I'll stay. But Simeon, I'll stay. It was I who would have killed our brother Joseph years ago. Now, therefore, this distress has come on us from God. Get all ye hence for home. I'll stay.
Oh, gods, arrest this man and cast him into jail. You others, speed you on your way if you would save your brother's life and prove that you are honest men.
Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with corn and to give them provision for the way. They laded their asses with the corn and departed thence, and came unto Jacob their father unto the land of Canaan. But Simeon their brother was bound in chains. And in Egypt Pharaoh spoke unto Joseph, saying,
You promised me I'd witness your revenge.
It's yet to come.
What riddle's this? The 10 are here and in your hands, but you sent 9 away. Almost as though you hope that they'll escape your wrath. You think that they'll return?
I sent them for my mother's son, my only fullest brother, Benjamin.
You'd slay him, too?
He's innocent of any wrong. I love him best of all, and now I yearn to see him once again.
You're confident that they'll return?
Why not? Why should they have suspicion of the Pharaoh's viceroy?
And you still plot revenge?
I've steeled my heart.
I wondered.
Never fear, they'll be repaid.
And it came to pass that Joseph's brethren took of the best fruits in the land for a present, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds, all this as a present. And they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and rose up and went down to Egypt, and stood before Joseph, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And they said unto him,
Behold, my lord, your servants have returned.
You've brought the proof that you're honest men?
Once more we number 10, my lord, for here is Benjamin.
May God be gracious to you, Benjamin.
My lord believes we are not spies.
And is your father well, the man of whom you spoke?
My father has good health, my lord.
And Benjamin, you have a wife?
A wife, and lo, 10 sons, my lord.
10 sons. How are they called?
My lord should know I had a brother once, my mother's son who disappeared. And so my children's names are each symbolic of his loss. Bela, meaning my brother's lost. Becher, he was the firstborn to my mother. Ashbel, our father grieves his loss. Gera, he dwells in some strange land. Naaman, he was exceeding fair. Ahi, he was my mother's only other son. Rosh, he was the wisest of us all. Mopim, his heart was good. Hopim, he did not see my wedding day. And Ard, he will return one day.
You must have loved you.
If now my lord is satisfied, we're not He doesn't hear you, Judah. Have you forgot, my lord, our brother Simeon? My lord!
And so, my son, revenge no longer smiles so sweet.
Oh, Pharaoh, so long to wait, and now there is no room for both within my heart.
Your brother Benjamin has come with them?
And memory twists in me like a knife. He was a boy when last I saw him, and now he's a man. For his and for our father's sake, I'd summon up forgiveness.
Yes?
And I remember how I pleaded, how I called to them for mercy, how they laughed, jeered and stripped the coat from off my back. I see again their cold contempt.
How can you know they've changed?
That's it.
How surely know their manners now are not assumed? A careful, sly hypocrisy they wear when as they stand before a mighty Lord.
Yes, how?
I'd conjure up a test.
Go on.
Should you, for instance, take some trinket, say this golden goblet here, it would serve, and cunningly contrive to thrust it in among your brother Benjamin's effects.
Yes?
Apologize for doubting they were honest men, you see. Then bid them all Godspeed. Direct them on their way.
But how can...
Then straightway send some soldiers in pursuit. Arrest them all, accuse them all of theft, which, when denied, is proved.
It's proved that Benjamin has...
Announce in angry tones that he who stole the cup must thenceforth be your slave and serve you all your life. And then...
And then?
Why, then you wait and see. What will they do? Take to their heels and flee? Quit their youngest brother? Satisfied to keep their own skins whole?
I see.
Or will they fight? Cry thunder in your teeth, flash out their swords and swear to die protecting him who is their flesh and blood? Which, if they do...
Forgiveness comes.
And they'll be worthy brothers of my viceroy.
An artful scheme and fair. I'll give the word at once.
And Joseph commanded the steward of his house, thus and so, and it was done according to his word. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away. And when they were gone out of the city and not yet far off, the soldiers overtook them, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes and returned to the city. And they came to Joseph's house, and they fell before him on the ground.
What deed is this that you have done? When knew you not that such a man as I can certainly divine?
What shall we say unto my lord? What shall we speak? How shall we clear ourselves?
Now, for this wrong I'll serve a judgment. He in whose hand the cup was found shall henceforth be my slave and stay with me in Egypt.
Oh, no, Benjamin.
As for you others, get up and go in peace unto your father.
My lord.
What would you?
If we return to Canaan, and our father sees that Benjamin is not among us...
Yes?
His life is bound up in the life of Benjamin, his son. Without him, he will die.
But what concern is this of mine?
My lord can spare an old man's sorrow.
And did he think of that who stole my cup of gold?
My lord, I pray thee, mercy.
Mercy's no concern of mine.
My lord, I swore unto my father, if I bring him not to Canaan, then I bear the blame forevermore.
So then?
So therefore, sir, I pray thee, let the lad go with his brethren.
No.
Wait, and I will stay myself to be your bondsman in his place.
What's that you say?
That I would stay myself to be your bondsman in his place.
Here's vindication of the test.
My lord.
Oh, Judah, brother. I'm Joseph. I'm your brother and your father's son.
What say you, Joseph?
The lost is found.
Yes. I'm your brother Joseph, whom you sold in bondage into Egypt. Be not grieved nor angry with yourselves that you did sell me. God ordained that I should thus be sent here. For lo, 'twas given me to save your lives from famine.
My brother is the leader of us all.
And we're forgiven?
More. We're reunited. Come, for Pharaoh waits to bid you welcome.
I give you greeting. Here's a happy time. Of thorny ethics taken root, and now the flower bravely blossoms. Unity. How stern a task for many to make one. Your 12 contentious, selfish selves forgot, your dozen aims now welded into one. A difference is most easily achieved, but only those are men who learn to stand and fight together for their right. Arise and go now. Take the news to him whose sons ye are, and say it is my wish that he and all his tribe come down to live in Egypt while this famine shall endure. Your brother Joseph wears the purple here. He cannot leave. His home must come to him. And if your father should object and say he's no Egyptian, nor can find a home down here where men have always warred with Jews. Tell him that Pharaoh's royal helping hand is humbly offered in his need, as, when one day I need, he'll offer his in turn. This is the truth that Joseph taught to me, then learned himself, that every man is keeper for his brother.
Our Eternal Light drama today, Joseph and His Brothers, was the third in a biblical trilogy entitled The Brothers, by Peter Lyon. Alexander Scourby played Joseph, and Edgar Staley was heard as Pharaoh. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's dramatization, entitled Special Performance, was based on fact and written by Milton Wayne and features Gary Merrill as Corporal Devens.
When the circus came to town, I remember we used to run like the devil down the wide lawn and line up against the fence with our faces pressed between the bars. It wasn't a big deal, not our circus, because the orphanage was in a small town, just small enough to fill a tent for a one-night stand. As the wagons trundled by, painted orange and blue, the horses dozing in the heat, the drivers almost full asleep, as the parade came by the orphanage, the lion, the leopard, the camel, the one lone elephant, the zebra, all the animals would gaze out between the bars of their cages, and we would gaze back. And between the animals and the orphans, there was understanding. And then the sawdust cavalcade would wind out of sight, lumber around the barn that stood on the crest of the hill, and it would be gone, and all the kids, all the orphans, me and the rest, we would look after it, waiting until the very last wisp of dust settled and was gone. The last time I saw it come was when I was 12.
Listen, Willie. Huh? Hey, look at the line. Do you see the line?
Willie.
Huh?
You came to bust out?
Run away, you mean?
Yeah.
Run away where?
With a circus. How about that?
Circus? Huh?
What do you say?
When?
Tonight.
How we gonna bust out?
I got a key that fits the back door.
Where'd you get it, huh?
Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies.
We'll get whipped if we get caught.
Yellow?
Says who?
Well,
okay.
Tonight then.
Sure, tonight. Hot dog.
Willie, you up?
Okay, Steve.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Shh. Come on.
Wait, my shoes.
Carry them.
Okay.
Coast is clear.
Oh, no, Beelzebub be surprised. Oh, boy.
Shut up. Come on.
Where's the key?
Here.
Open up. Hurry.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I don't know. Don't fit.
You dope.
It fit before.
Let me try.
Go ahead. No luck? Holy mackerel.
Now what are we gonna do? Now what, huh? Okay, wise guy. Now what?
Listen,
Well, for the love of... The door's open.
How do you like that?
It's open.
Yeah.
Steve, listen.
Let's go.
Steve,
What's the matter? Yellow?
Says who?
Well, you coming?
Sure.
Then let's go. Let's make a run for it. Come on, Willie, here we go.
I'm hungry, Steve. Gee whiz, I'm hungry.
I'm hungry, too. Stop talking about it.
When you're hungry, you gotta talk about it.
Shut up.
What's over there?
A zebra.
How do you know?
I saw its picture in a book.
Looks like a jackass. Does it bite?
Nah.
How do you know?
Read it in a book.
Who wrote the book?
How do I know?
How do you know the fellow that wrote the book knew for truth that zebras don't bite?
So, okay. So zebras bite.
I thought you said they didn't.
Oh, for
Hey,
God's...
what are you kids doing here?
Shut up, Willie.
Ah, so you're running away. That's it, huh?
We'll get out, don't worry.
Now, wait a minute. You kids aren't hungry, are you?
Nah,
He's a liar. We're starved.
Willie.
Well, I'm starved.
How'd you like some breakfast? Wagon wheels and Java.
Wagon wheels?
Pancakes.
Oh, boy.
You gotta earn it.
What do we do?
You see those pails down there? Those pails down by the well? You gotta fill them up. Animals are thirsty.
Okay.
Wait a minute. We get breakfast for watering the animals?
That's right.
Well, throw in 2 tickets to the show and we'll do it.
I don't know.
That's the deal.
Okay. That's the deal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all right. Step right up, up. 10 cents, 1 thin dime for the greatest show on earth.
Hey, mister.
The most awesome, exhilarating spectacle in the world.
Hey, mister.
Fantastic, hair-raising, death-defying act. See the line claimer and a spine-chilling act. Go away, boy. Step up, ladies and gentlemen. Not a dollar, not a half, not a quarter, but a dime, 10 cents. Don't miss this awe-inspiring.
Hey, mister.
Get away from me, boy. You bother me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, step right up for the greatest show on earth. The most awesome, exhilarating. Go away, boy. Fantastic, hair-raising.
Hey, mister, you promised us tickets.
Huh? Oh, it's you kids.
We finished watering all the animals.
We had a picnic day. The camel got first.
You said you'd give us...
Yeah. So I did. Hey, Sheriff. Come and get him. Here are your kids.
Why, you...
Oh, hold it, kid. Come on now, no fuss.
We didn't do nothing.
I know you didn't, but I gotta take you back to the home. I'm sorry, kid.
We don't want to go back.
Reckon you're gonna go back anyway.
Well, let us see the show. Come on, please, mister. It won't do no harm to no one. Just let us in. We worked for it. Let us in, won't you?
Beat it. Come on, Sheriff. Get him out of here. They're holding up the line.
But you said that you...
Beat it.
Come on, boys. Come on.
All we want to do is see the circus. That ain't no crime. You can take us back after, but now, please, we want to see the circus.
Oh?
If we had folks in, it would be all right, wouldn't it? Then we could stay, couldn't we? If we had a ma and pa, then we could see the circus. But we ain't got no ma and pa. We ain't got no right to do anything. A kid without a ma and pa's got no right to have fun. Got no right to go to the circus. You can't blame us for being orphans. It ain't our fault.
I never did get to see a circus. Not that circus, not any circus. A little later, I left the home and went to work on a farm out west. A little farm. A farm so far away from any other farm that even the snakes were lonesome. I was there maybe 6, 7 years, and it was all right, I guess. The man I worked for was all right, I guess. It was all right for an orphan, I guess. When you're alone, better to be alone by yourself, far away and alone. When you don't see people, many people, hardly any people, then it's not bad. You get to learn to live by yourself, all by yourself, finding things to do by yourself. It wasn't bad. Then when the war came, even way out there I had a number, and pretty soon my number was called. I was in service. This isn't about what happened to me in the war, so I'll skip that. It's about what happened a few months after the war, when I was with the occupation troops in Germany. It's funny, but during the war, I wasn't sure what I was fighting for. I didn't really think much about it, I guess. It wasn't till later, till after it was all over, I found out. Because of something that happened to me. Something that had to do with kids. With one kid in particular. I remember how it began. I was with a friend of mine, and we borrowed a Jeep.
You have to take those curves on 2 wheels, Bob? You in a hurry or something? Say, what's eating you, Steve? You've been moping all day.
Schlachtensee.
Come again?
In Schlachtensee, there's a DP camp. And in the DP camp, they've got what they call a home for unaccompanied children. That's a new one on me.
What are you talking about?
Calling it a home for unaccompanied children. Loose kids hanging like the way wet socks hang from a line. Orphans, most of them at least. Orphans without papers, see?
Papers?
Yeah, not even first-class orphans. Not even real notarized paper orphans like me. Maybe some of them have got folks alive somewhere, but who knows where. So they can't be called orphans. So they're called unaccompanied children. Sticks in your throat when you say it.
Yeah, tough deal.
I went in and saw them. Oh, sure, some committee's doing a job with them, putting fat on their bones and clothes on their backs. But it's a tough job to make them kids, real kids, kids who can laugh and play and scrap like kids should scrap, not stand around moping the way they do.
How was it in the orphanage you was at?
How do you think it was? Was always watching something come up the road and by the home and never stopping. No one ever coming in and saying, we'd like to visit for a while with Stevie Devens. It was me and all the others, all the time. Never me alone. Never me having something for myself, something mine, like even a book or a taped-up baseball. It was playing games, not because you felt like playing games, but because it was game-playing time. Said so in the schedule. It was game-playing time, and so you chucked the ball around, and when the whistle blew, you got on line, and so did the others. Hey, listen.
A circus.
A circus. A real circus, sure enough. Hey, stop for a sec, will you?
How do you figure that got through the war?
Who knows? You ever been to a circus?
Sure, lots of times.
I never seen one.
You kidding?
Never seen one.
Well, come on, let's take this one in. We still got a couple of hours open on our pass.
No, wait a minute. Turn this thing around and take that road to the left.
That road? Where to?
To Schlockton. I went in the gate, past the guard at the gate that was really only a passage through rolls of barbed wire. This fellow Stone was in his office. The sign on the door said, Alexander Stone, American Joint Distribution Committee. Outside in the open space between the buildings and the barbed wire, there were groups of teachers and kids. I stood and watched. Some kids were being fed. Some were working hard, trying to learn, of all things, how to play again. So I went in and told Stone my idea. How about it, I said. How about taking the kids, all the kids, to the circus?
A circus? A real circus? Here in Berlin?
Yeah, it's called Blumenfeld, and it's on the Hauptstrasse at Berlin-Zellendorf.
An honest-to-goodness, legitimate circus?
Real as rock. Acrobats, clowns, a little Ferris wheel that runs on elbow grease, even one of them leaky radiator organs.
How could we get the kids there?
Dozen 10-ton trucks.
Army trucks?
Sure.
You'll need orders.
That's right, and we'll need soda pop and candied peanuts and balloons.
Can you get them?
I've already got them.
Okay. I'll get in touch with Blumenfeld. We'll buy out the house for next Thursday afternoon. We'll take every kid in camp.
Hey, that's swell.
Thanks for the idea, Devens.
Say,
Yes?
You know something, Mr. Stone? I ain't never seen a circus. Never once, even. You think maybe I could sneak in and watch?
I think so.
Hey, that's wonderful. Well, I'll see you next Thursday. See you at the circus. They unloaded the kids from the trucks. Not like kids usually pile out of trucks, pouring out over the sides and through the back, yelling and squealing. Not these kids. They came out one by one, quiet, looking at the ground mostly. Only sometimes throwing a fast look at the circus tent, the gay streamers, the pictures painted on canvas. They stood in a line, and when someone told them to walk, they walked. They sat down on the benches, circle of little heads around the arena, and we passed out candy to them and peanuts and balloons that I'd liberated from a blasted-out toy shop. And Mr. Stone came over to me. When he saw me, he came over and shook hands with me, and he had a kid with him.
Devens, you've done wonderfully. Candy, peanuts, everything.
Yep, even balloons.
I brought Simcha here over to meet you. Simcha, this is Corporal Devens.
How do you do?
Say, you speak pretty good American.
My father was a teacher in Warsaw. He taught me English.
Ah, well, I'm pleased to meet you,
Simcha.
In Hebrew, Simcha means joy.
Well, we sure got plenty of real Simcha around here today, huh?
Corporal Devens, We thank you very much for the refreshments. We will enjoy them very much. We are going to have a good time. Thank you.
Well, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Come on, I think they're all set to start. Let's get to our seats. Hurry up. We don't want to miss anything. The circus is ready to start. The acrobats came first. You should have seen them. Now, this fella, he gets out on that wire with nothing but a long stick. He walks and bounces and dances on that wire without even a net on him. Nothing on him. He does somersaults and stands on one foot, walks backward and forward. It was terrific. Finally, for the end of his act, get this. He gets a bicycle and rides it out on the wire. Right out on the wire. I ain't never seen nothing like it. Hey, how about that? Wasn't that great? Did you see that? How about it?
Why does the man do that?
Why? Why, because... Well, it's a trick. You think you could do it?
Why should I do it?
Well, you shouldn't, but he...
Don't eat your peanuts that way, Simcha. Break the shells first.
How about some more candy? How about some more, Simcha?
No, thank you. I still have some in my bag.
I guess you don't go much for wire walkers, do you?
It was very interesting.
Hey, what's this now? Hey, this is going to be something you're going to love. Wait till you see this. A trained bear. This was something like I never seen before. This guy with a bear, he had it trained so it rode on roller skates and did all kinds of tricks. Then a monkey jumped on the bear's back, and the two of them skedaddled around the circle. It was hilarious. With the funniest thing you ever saw. A monkey jumping up and down on a bear's back, and the bear skating around the ring. I was laughing so hard I almost threw my ribs out of joint. Holy mackerel, how about that, huh?
Why does the man have a whip?
Well, you mean the fella in the middle of the ring?
Yes, he had a whip.
He's called the ringmaster, Simcha. Ringmasters always have whips.
It hurts very much when you're whipped.
Sure. Yeah, I know, but see, this is different. He isn't hurting anyone with the whip. Not even the bear. He just snaps it.
Thin whips hurt more than thick ones. They cut.
Yeah, but look, don't you see, kid? He wasn't whipping anyone. He was just snapping it.
It was very interesting.
Well, I guess maybe it wasn't so good, huh? But wait a minute. Now, you just wait. This is something that's really going to give you a thrill. Now, watch him. Now, there's the man on the flying trapeze. That fell on that trapeze. Oh, listen, he was just out of this world. You never saw stunts like it. He'd swing way out over the stand, sitting on the bar, and then just like that, he'd go flying off. Think he'd be a goner for sure. When his heels would catch onto the bar, and there he'd be, swinging back and forth just by the heels, twisting suddenly, catching another trapeze. I tell you, it gave me butterflies in my belly. It was sensational. Well, I was having a great time just watching him when I happened to look at Simcha. He wasn't looking at the act at all. He had his head hung down on his chest. His hands were white from clutching the candy bag he was holding. And I could see his little body shivering and all hunched up. What's the matter, kid?
I don't like to see men hanging from ropes.
Oh.
But it's very interesting.
Yeah. Hey, look what I got for you. This is an extra special balloon. The only striped one in the whole lot I had. Here. Blow it up.
Blow it up?
Yeah, go on. Put it in your mouth. Oh, no. Don't chew it. Just kind of grip it in your lips. Now blow into the opening. Oh, harder. You can do better than that. Blow hard. Go on. Blow. That's it. Again. Keep it up. Again. I guess this isn't making too much of a hit with the kids, huh, Mr. Stone? Just look at them. They're all just frozen up like they didn't understand it.
Oh, I think they understand it all right. It's not that.
Well, what is it?
They just don't know what's expected of them.
Expected of them? I don't get it. Nothing's expected of them. They're just supposed to be having a good time.
The circus is a place one goes to for thrills, for excitement. The adventure of watching dangerous things. These youngsters have been brought up in a far larger circus than this. Every day of their lives, they've known danger. They've known it intimately, lived with it, the way American kids live with automobile rides, picnics, and Saturday matinees. They don't need the thrills of artificial danger. They know the horror of the real thing.
Yeah, but this is only fun. It's just something to laugh at.
Yes, providing you've learned how to laugh. They just don't understand laughter. They've never known it.
Well, you can't have kids without their knowing how to laugh. That makes them something else. But kids, that makes them... Hey, wait, kid. That balloon busted, that's all. It was only the balloon.
Please, take me away. I don't like it here. Take me away.
Sure, Simcha. Come on.
I'm sorry, kid.
It was very amusing.
Kids without laughs. Quiet kids. Kids that sit around and keep twisting their hands and lining up when you tell them to line up, and then marching without songs. We're going to teach these kids lots of things. How to plant crops, how to build bridges, how to split an atom even. But what I want to know is this. When are we going to teach them to laugh?
Eternal Light drama today, special performance, was written by Milton Wayne. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Cadens. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Gary Merrill was featured as Corporal Devons, and the entire production was under the direction of Frank Patt. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Head of the Table, has been written for radio by Irv Tunick. Peter Capell will be featured as Dr. Israel Kligler.
From Jerusalem, looking up from Jerusalem, up from the shadowed antiquity of the old city of Jerusalem, the Hebrew University crowns the heights of Mount Scopus, its towers barely seen above the cedars and the palms. This was his workshop. On Scopus, Mount Scopus, the Mount of the Beacon, where today atomic physics is being taught in the language of Isaiah, where the student of the Talmud shares his library light with the student of agronomy, this was his laboratory. Here the little man, the very little man, barely 5 feet tall, the man with the shy smile and thick-lensed glasses. Here in the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, Israel Kligler labored in the purpose of man.
In answer to your recent letter, I shall try to aid you by recalling some facts and disillusioning you about others regarding the background of my brother, Dr. Israel Kligler. We lived in a province of Austria that is now a part of Poland. Our father was a cattle dealer in a small town and was fairly successful. We were 6 children, and it took a lot of providing. Our mother died in 1898. In 1900, father left for America and established himself in business on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. My brother Israel was only about 12 when father left Europe. He had been known in our town as the best student, the best by far, in the Hebrew school. He spent his whole days studying with the chief rabbi, and all that he talked about, all that he dreamed about, was to be a rabbi. One day, father sent for us. He had worked hard and saved hard, and somehow there was enough to pay our passage. You can imagine what excitement was produced.
Where's Israel? He's not packed yet. Not anything, Irving. We're gonna be late.
Did he say where he went? Where did he go?
Should I pack this coat, this old coat? Look, it has no elbows in the sleeves.
Don't pack it, wear it.
But I'm wearing 3 coats already.
How much you wear, that's how much you won't have to carry. The candlesticks. Don't forget the candlesticks.
Where should I wear the candlesticks?
You put them in the bundle.
Here's Israel. Here he is now. He's here.
Israel, we only have an hour, less than an hour. Now hurry up and start packing.
I'm not leaving.
What?
What?
I'm staying here.
What do you mean? We've got to...
Shh. Israel, listen. They are coming for us with the carriage in less than an hour.
I'm not going. I don't want to go.
But you gotta go.
I can stay with a rabbi, in the rabbi's house. I can work in the synagogue, cleaning up, doing things.
Please, Israel, everything is mixed up enough. Don't you start. Put on all those clothes we put aside for you. You'll have to wear 3 pairs of pants and 2...
Goodbye.
What?
Goodbye. Tell Father I'm sorry. Tell him goodbye.
Israel, come back. Come back here, Israel.
Now what? Everything...
Oh, keep on with the packing.
Where are you going?
To the rabbi's house to get Israel. Make him come, Rabbi. He's got to come with us. He can't stay here.
I can stay here. Can't I stay here, Rabbi?
You can stay, Israel. Of course you can stay.
There, you see?
But you mustn't stay.
But why? Tell me why.
Because you are young. Because this is an evil country.
I don't care. Here with you, I can study. I can learn what I want to learn. I don't want to go anyplace else. This is the only place I want to be.
Israel, in the next town only. How far away is that? In the next town, they have had pogroms. They are coming here soon. Do you think they won't come?
Let them come.
You can study in America. They have schools in America, don't they, Rabbi?
I've been told so.
There.
But who would care about me in America? Who would care if I worked or if I didn't work? Who would know? And if I did study, suppose I did. Suppose I could. If I did study, who would think that was important? In America, I know, I've read this. In America, it is important to wear fine clothes and have your own carriage. And people are so busy making money that they don't care about a scholar. Isn't that right, Rabbi?
Well, I don't know, Israel.
I want to study the Talmud. I want to be like the rabbi. I want other people from all over to come to me and ask me about the Talmud. Ask me questions the way they do the rabbi. Who would ask about the Talmud in America? Even if I became a great scholar in America, what good would that be? This is where that matters, not in America.
Israel, I will tell you a story. Will you listen?
Yes?
Once in a little village, there was a very wise man, a sage, a man of great distinction. But he was extremely modest. He disliked being honored. Well, this wise man was once invited to a banquet. The host wished to seat him at the head of the table, which, according to custom, was his due. Are you listening, Israel?
Yes.
Well, when the wise man came into the room where the banquet was taking place, he modestly chose a seat among the poor at the foot of the table. The host immediately arose and asked his other guests to take their places alongside of the scholar at the foot of the table.
When one of them demurred, said that he was accustomed only to the honor of being placed at the head of the table, the host replied, "My master, wherever our scholar sits, there is the head of the table." You understand the meaning of that, Israel?
Yes, I see.
Wherever you go, if you go in the light of the Lord, there is the place of honor. It is late, Israel. They will be coming for you soon.
I won't be late. I'll be ready.
The city, the ugliness of the city, the dissonance of the city, trains roaring overhead, the constant thunder of the city, strange tongues lashing strange words as he fumbled his way through the city. This was his welcome to America. The schoolrooms, the long stacks of books in the library, the flicker of gaslight on the small print of thick books. This was the treasure of the city.
I just got my card. It's a new card.
I'm perfectly aware of that fact. You have 6 books here.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
You may take only 4.
Only 4?
Only 4.
Please,
Those are the regulations. They're printed on your card.
But I can't come back for another week. I work during the day, and I can't come during the day. Only on this afternoon.
Well, take 4 now and 2 next week.
But 4 books will only last 4 days.
That's ridiculous. You can't read an entire book in one day.
Sure I can. Sometimes more. Thick books, they take longer, but the skinny ones, they go fast.
At that rate, you'll have read your way through the library in 6 months.
I was thinking about that.
What will you do then? Start all over?
No, ma'am. I'll just go to the big library uptown. They'll have enough to last me lots longer.
I have your letter requesting information about Israel Kliegler, which I hasten to answer. As you know, he was both a student and colleague of mine. I consider him one of the 2 products of my 30 years of teaching, of whom I'm most proud. The remarkable thing, the thing I best remember about Kliegler, was his intensity, his enormous industry, the fervor with which he applied himself to every job he tackled. I'm certain that his early Talmudic training, the discipline it taught him, was reflected in his scientific accomplishments. If Palestine today is actively free of malaria, that achievement is almost exclusively due to Kliegler, to his energy and his readiness to give his whole personality to his great experiment. Have you ever heard the story of Mulacha, an Arab village in the Hula region of Palestine? It was during the Second World War, the early years of the war.
Well, isn't that true? Get a gang over here, rip down the side of this ditch. Tompkins, can you spare a couple of men with shovels?
Right away.
Now hurry it up. We haven't got all day. Get a push on. Come on.
Don't tear down that dike.
Huh?
What are you trying to do here?
Who are you?
Stop it, all of you. Stop it.
Now, what is this? What do you mean, barging in?
I'm Israel Kliegler.
Oh, Kliegler, connected with the malaria station at Rosh Pina. Know of you, of course.
Why are these irrigation dikes being torn down?
Flooding the fields.
What?
That's right. Government's decided to grow rice on this land.
You can grow rice without flooding the fields.
Wouldn't doubt it, but the orders are to flood the fields, and that's exactly what I intend to do.
You know what you're doing. You know what will happen if you flood these fields?
Certainly, they'll get wet.
Listen.
Oh, Bosh. Come on now, back
Listen to me. If you flood these fields, you'll be committing murder. Murder, do you hear that? Murder.
I'm afraid
For over 20 years, we've been fighting to cleanse this region of malaria. And we've done it. They said it couldn't be done, but we did it. Before we started our work, almost every Arab child born here during the spring and summer months died before its first birthday. When I first came to Palestine, this place wasn't a country. It was a graveyard. This entire region, all this land around Lake Hule was...
I don't know why you're so concerned, Kliegler. This isn't your land we're flooding.
You think a malaria mosquito knows the difference between a farm owned by an Arab and a farm owned by a Jew? Is there any difference? Listen, if you flood these fields, if you reopen the door to malaria, the door we've been fighting to keep shut, everybody in this area, Jews, Arabs, English, everybody will suffer. In one day, you'll undo the work of 20 years.
Well, that's just going to be too bad. I've got orders. You can see for yourself if you like. The administration says that the fields are to be flooded, and flooded they will be.
Wait a day, a few hours. Let me wire Jerusalem.
No, sir. Orders are orders. And you'd better move out of the way, because if you don't, you'll get your feet wet.
There was nothing to do, nothing the Kliegler could do. His labor of years, the almost total elimination of malaria from the marshlands of northern Palestine, a scientific accomplishment that had won him the unrestrained admiration of every public health authority in the world, all this was sacrificed to a policy of the moment, short-sighted, tragic, cruel. Kliegler from his laboratory in the Hebrew University wrote me about it. He told me what would happen. A year later, it did happen. A delegation of Arabs came to him.
I will speak for the others, Dr. Kliegler.
All right.
We are from the village of Malacha in Hule.
Oh, yes.
It has been very bad with us.
I know. I've seen the reports of your village. We sent as much medicine as we could. Whatever we could.
There is a death in the village every day, sometimes 2, sometimes 3.
Why did you flood your fields?
To grow rice.
Rice?
Were there any men left to harvest the crop?
We were ordered.
If you were ordered to slit the throat of your son, would you do it?
The orders came from the administration.
I know.
Many years ago, you first came to us, Dr. Kliegler. Do you remember me? I was only a young man then. My father was the muhtar of the village. When you came to our house, you gave my little sister lemon drops.
That was many years ago. How do you remember?
I remember. After the first few years of your work, after you struggled to get my people to understand about malaria, to drain the swamps, to cover all water, to live like men and not cattle. After that, when a child born on a feast day might live to see another feast day. After that, the people of my village, in gratitude, had a feast in your honor. Do you remember that, Dr. Kliegler?
Yes, I remember.
Well, when the feast was over, after you had gone, when the men of the village were sitting around having their final smoke, it was decided then, it was agreed, that you, Dr. Kliegler, you were the smallest man ever to sit at the head of our table.
He had been very young when he first arrived in Palestine. Some thought much too young. The welcoming group had stood in the shade of the railroad shed of Jerusalem, and they wondered about this new chief bacteriologist of the Hadassah Medical Organization. Most of them had thought, too young, and so small. Young? Yes. He had only barely passed his 30th year. But already he had battled yellow fever in the infested swamps of Mexico and Peru. Young? Yes, only 6 years out of college. Yet he had stood at the side of the immortal Noguchi and flung his challenge at the death that came with a mosquito's hum. And when he had done what everyone said could never be done, when he had shown that malaria could be controlled in Palestine, that the malaria-ridden land could be farmed, then they said, he may be young, he may be small, but he's good.
I'm sorry to be so late in responding to your request for information about Dr. Israel Kliegler. Being a nurse in Palestine these days hardly leaves one time for correspondence. I first met Dr. Kliegler in 1926, the year he was appointed Professor of Hygiene and Bacteriology at the Hebrew University. He was already well known in Palestine, His work with malaria had made his name a household word from Kula to the Negev. He continued his malaria work, but in the university, he slowly began to turn his attention to another scourge of the tropics, typhus fever, a disease that had already claimed a score of investigators. He developed a vaccine that worked beautifully on our laboratory animals. But as you probably know, in bacteriology, that's only half the story. One night we were working late, quite late.
Well, there's nothing more we can do. You have your entries up to date?
Right up to the minute.
Fine, fine.
Are you going to publish this, Doctor?
Should I?
Of course.
Why should I?
Because it's important.
What? That we can prevent typhus in monkeys?
Yes.
The important thing is to prevent it in man.
But this will.
How do we know? We don't, do we?
No, but we must find...
We must find out exactly. My dear, do you happen to have a really lusty little bug that's just bubbling over with typhus organisms?
Yes, of course.
Bring them out.
But I...
Quickly.
Yes, sir.
The alcohol, please.
Dr. Kliegler, don't do it.
Don't do what? Let me have that hypodermic.
You're going to test the vaccine on yourself.
That's right.
Don't do it.
Didn't you say our vaccine would prevent typhus? You were sure of it?
Yes, but that doesn't mean...
I think it will prevent it, too. Here, give me a shot of the vaccine. About 25 cc.
I don't...
Before the alcohol dries.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now the bung. Be careful. Keep the gauze over the mouth of the test tube. Just slip the open end against my arm. Let the hungry little beggar feed.
Yes, sir.
It's hard to believe that the lowly little body louse can carry so much death. But it's true.
It's feeding now.
Enter this in the ledger. Call it Human Experiment Number 1.
Fever 102.4. Pulse 110. Irregular.
Still too early to tell. Much too early.
Fever 104.3. Pulse 125. Irregular.
Another few hours will tell. Another few hours. Well?
I can't see well in this light. Let me take it over to the lamp. Dr. Kliegler, it's down. Your fever is down. It's almost normal.
Good. Very good. Not perfect yet, but very good.
Later, in Arden, on the hot fingertip of Asia Minor, he would fight a raging epidemic of typhus among 1,600 people in Yemen, an ancient people stricken with an ancient disease. Almost alone, almost barehanded, he would win his battle. Later still, an appeal came for his vaccine from the Polish Red Cross. 55,000 doses were manufactured and forwarded by the Department of Bacteriology and Hygiene of the Hebrew University. There was new life for 2,000 Polish soldiers, new strength for the Allied armies. And for Kliegler, a speech by the Polish...
In the sanctuaries of science, examples of the most sublime heroism are frequent. Cases where the scientist gives his life exactly like the soldier on the battlefield. Today, we have the honor to see one of those silent heroes among us. I refer, of course, to our distinguished guest, Dr. Israel Kliegler.
Professor Israel Kliegler stood on tiptoe. The Consul General stooped.
There you are.
And pinned the medal on his breast.
I am very happy that my first letter to you about my memory of Israel Kliegler contained the information you desired. But I wonder if you also have heard of his greatest disappointment. Let me tell you about it. After Kliegler's typhus vaccine had proved successful, just about the time the United States entered the war, Kliegler returned to America. He realized that American troops would soon be going to the Near East by the thousands, perhaps by the hundreds of thousands. In this corner of the world, typhus is endemic. The possibility of an outbreak among the troops was more than theoretical. As a precautionary measure, Kliegler proposed to manufacture his typhus vaccine in quantities large enough to meet any emergency, to do it at the Hebrew University, where it would be available at a moment's notice. He spent several months here in Washington, most of the time going from one office to another. Nothing happened. Red tape. One day here in Washington, I met him for lunch.
I don't know what to do. What would you do?
Well, it's a difficult decision.
From what I gather, the Army may decide to send a commission to Palestine for typhus work at any moment. I've got to go with them. I've got to be on the spot. There's no one else that can get them to set up a research center in the Hebrew University. And now, at this stage of the game, I get this letter from the refugee colony in the Dominican Republic asking me to come down and help them set up a sanitation program.
Well, how bad are things there?
Must be bad. Reading between the lines, you can see how bad. Invite me, that's what the letter says, but I know better. This isn't an invitation. This is an appeal. They need help, and they are begging me to come there and help them fight malaria, yellow fever, and every other tropical disease in the book.
What are you going to do?
You've read the letter, haven't you?
Yes.
Could you refuse their appeal?
No.
Neither can I.
He was gone only a few weeks when I learned that the commission had been appointed, that a plane had been chartered to take them to Palestine, and that it was due to leave in 24 hours. I sent a wire to Israel at once, but by the time he arrived, the plane had left without him. He tried to get passage on another plane. The State Department and the English ambassador did everything possible. But the Army controlled priorities, and finally there was nothing left but for him to take a freighter to Dakar. From there, he took a plane to Cairo, then by auto to the university.
Dr. Kliegler, welcome home. Did you just get back?
Yes. The United States Army Commission. Where are they?
They left 3 days ago.
What about the Typhus Research Center? Did they say anything about it?
They said they would set it up, but not here. Not in Palestine.
I will not say that this disappointment was the direct cause of Israel's death, but I do know how much he'd set his heart on the project. He felt that only the United States could make sufficient money available to do all the work and research that was needed to be done in the Near East. And he felt, too, that this work could only be done in the Hebrew University, the true scientific heart of that part of the world. He was on an inspection trip to the malaria research stations near Lake Eula when he was stricken suddenly by a heart attack.
Get some water, quickly. Please, somebody get him some water.
I wonder.
What? What is it, Dr. Kliegler?
I wonder.
Don't talk.
Where are we now?
They've taken you into the dining hall. It's cool here. The ambulance will be here soon.
The dining hall. Let me see. Lift me up a little.
Please. Very well.
Thank you. You see, at the foot. No. At the head of the table.
From Jerusalem, looking up from Jerusalem, up from the shadowed antiquity of the old city of Jerusalem, the Hebrew University crowns the heights of Mount Scopus, its towers barely seen above the cedars and the palms. This was his laboratory. And do not think it is locked, for it is not. Israel Kliegler still works in the Hebrew University. His books are still there, his students are there, his spirit is there. As truth never dies, neither does knowledge. Today, high on Mount Scopus, in the midst of turmoil, in a land of battle lines and armored convoys, they are building. Mortar is being poured and walls are going up. And from every direction, people are massing, waiting for the road to Scopus to be freed again, waiting to join hands in a quest for the indestructible, for knowledge and for truth.
Our Eternal Light drama today, The Head of the Table, was written by Irv Punick. The music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Peter Capell was heard as Dr. Israel Kliegler, and Bryna Rayburn as the nurse. The entire production was under the direction of Edward King. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York City. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today, Portland, USA, was written by Irv Punick and features Joseph DeSantis in the role of Saul Gitlin and Edgar Staley as Triumph. The narrator is Roger DeCoven.
The town of Bobrus in the district of Minsk suffered in the main from an accident of geography. It was perched in the very center of that twilight zone between Poland and Russia that was neither far enough away from Poland to escape its innumerable partitions, nor far enough from Russia to avoid the Russian winters. Whenever there was a war, and when wasn't there a war, it was standard procedure. The loser had to take Bobrus. This is the reason that Saul Gitlin was happy to leave Bobrus. He never liked the idea of going to sleep in Poland and waking up in Russia, or vice versa. In 1910, Saul Gitlin left his two brothers in Bobrus and came to America. Somehow he found his way to Portland, Maine, and there he was content, and there he settled. At least when you went to sleep in Portland, Maine, when you woke up, it was still Portland, Maine.
Chaim. Chaim, get up. It's time to get up.
Oh, what time is it, Saul?
4:30.
Has the rooster crowed?
Not yet.
Am I not entitled to as much sleep as the rooster?
Chaim, this is not the hour for dialectic discussion. Get up.
Have you washed, Saul?
Not yet.
And wash. When you finish, wake me
Chaim, get up. I repeat to you this wisdom of Solomon. A wise son gathereth in summer, but he that sleepeth in harvest causeth shame.
Oh, summer, he says, summer. Outside the snow is falling, and he says summer. What will mean when it gets warm enough so that you have to wear only one suit of woolen underwear? That's they call summer.
Chaim, are you unhappy here?
He says unhappy.
You're always complaining.
A man gets up before the chickens. He doesn't get up laughing, so you say he complains. I never complain. I only say in Portland, Maine, the winter is cold. That I get up before the chickens, the business is terrible, that I feel my rheumatism is worse. But complain? No, not time. Never.
Listen, tonight I'm going to write a letter to my brothers in Bruce.
Jacob?
To Jacob and Abraham, to both.
What has that got to do with my getting up before the chickens?
I'm asking them to come to America, to Portland, Maine. When they come, then, if you like, you can go where it's always summer and sleep to your heart's content.
Good. Fine.
But until they come, you're still my partner?
Naturally.
We still have to do business?
Of course.
When a customer comes to the store, no matter when he comes to the store will be open?
Yes, but...
So now get up.
I am up.
And stop complaining.
I am not complaining. I never complain. When did you ever hear me complain? Never once. Not once did I complain. I challenge you to tell me when once I complain.
Now, you see, Chaim? You see what you did?
What did I do?
You woke up the chicken.
Then now I know it's time to get up and say the morning prayer. Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who hast given to the rooster intelligence to distinguish between day and night.
That night, from Portland, Maine, a letter was dispatched to the Bruce. Saul did not labor over its composition. It was easy to write. The words glided from his heart. I ask you to put aside whatever preconceived ideas you may have about America. The promise of America is not a material thing. The roads are not paved with gold. The trees are not laden with gilded fruit. Nor is one able to sit under a tree and have a fortune rain down into his lap. Here in Portland, the climate is severe. The winter is long, and the summer, though sweet, is short. But here is opportunity. Here a man who gives an honest measure has the chance to earn an honest profit. Here there is growth, new growth, and a chance for all to share in the growth. Brothers, both of you, come to Portland. Come to live in this new land. Come, see for the first time what it means to live in peace. In Bobrusk, which at this time was in Poland, or was it in Russia? I forget now, but it is unimportant. In Bobrusk, Saul's two brothers read his letter. Abraham had married. There was a child expected. Of course, he could not leave. But Jacob turned his back on Bobrusk, not looking back even once. He turned his back on Bobrusk and started for Portland.
Moving, Mr. Gitlin?
Moving? Me? No, only alteration.
Oh.
Expanding.
Well.
Building a whole new wing. We're going to put in a full line of dry goods.
Is that so?
The finest. Only the finest.
Well, I must say it's about time somebody thought of that. Will you carry drapery material?
Huh? Of course. Naturally.
I had expected to go to Boston to buy material for some new draperies, but I'll wait till you have yours in.
Thank you, Mrs. Everett. You won't be sorry.
I've dealt with you many years, Mr. Gitlin. I've never been sorry.
Oh, that's a wonderful compliment.
Yes. Will you send the package to my house by this evening?
By this afternoon.
Oh, good. Well, good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Everett. Chaim! Chaim!
Are you calling me, Saul?
Where are you?
Back here.
What are you doing back here in the stockroom?
Taking inventory.
Now?
Right now.
Why?
It is now 5 months since you wrote to your brothers to come to Portland, Maine.
Almost 6 months.
They should arrive any day. So I'm taking inventory. When they come, I leave.
I don't know why you're in such a hurry to leave now. The summer has only started.
That's it.
What's it?
The summer.
Well, what about the summer?
It's too hot.
The new wing to the store was finished now. The dry goods lined the shelves in varicolored strata, and Saul Gitlin stood proudly below and exhibited his wares to his customers. Already he was thinking of, no, not another wing, but another floor. Furniture this time, only the best. But he was worried, too. He had heard from the Brusque. He knew Jacob was on his way to Portland. But in months now, not a word, not a sign. Finally, he could wait no longer.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Gitlin, come in.
You will please excuse me, Mrs. Everett. I hope I'm not taking you from anything important.
Oh, of course not. Come into the parlor.
Thank you. Mrs. Everett.
How do you like the way the drapes look?
Oh? Oh, beautiful.
You don't think the velvet fringes are too daring?
I should say not. The latest, the very latest. I have a picture in my store of Mrs. J. Gould's parlor. She has exactly the same drape.
Really?
Yes. Mrs. Everett, please. I need help.
Well, what's the trouble?
My brother Jacob. He's coming here to join me. He left Bobrusk at least 3 months ago.
Bobrusk?
The village we come from in the old country.
Oh, well, where is that?
Either Poland or Russia.
You're not sure?
Frankly, I've not had time to read the papers this morning. That's the only way you can tell for sure.
Oh.
Whenever the Tsar feels uneasy, he gives Bobrusk to the Poles. Whenever the Poles feel strong, they make him take it back.
Oh, I see. And now your brother has left Bobrusk for America?
He has, but I've not heard from him. He must have arrived here already, but I haven't heard from him. You see why I'm worried.
Well, he knows where to come.
I wrote him very carefully in the letter. Portland.
Well, I think the thing to do is to get in touch with the Immigration Service. They surely ought to know.
Am I allowed?
Well, for heaven's sakes, why not?
Not yet a citizen. I've only my second paper.
That makes no difference. Write to the Immigration Service in Washington. They have all the records. They'll find your brother.
You mean I've got the right to ask the government about my brother?
Certainly.
It's a wonderful country, Mrs. Everett. Wonderful land. Chaim! Chaim! Are you here?
Did you think I was in California?
I made all the deliveries. I think
Letter came for you.
Letter? Where?
Here. It says in this corner it's from the United States government. I think that's a lie.
Why?
Look, no stamp on the envelope. The United States government is big enough to be able to buy a stamp.
It must be about Jacob.
Read it.
Mr. Saul Gitlin, Gitlin's department store, Portland, Maine. Dear sir.
Dear sir. That's very nice. The United States government calling you dear sir.
This office is in receipt of your favor of the 14 inst.
What's in?
Inst is this month.
This month? It couldn't be.
Why?
This month is August.
In regard to Jacob Gitlin, our records disclose that a Jacob Gitlin, formerly residing in Bobrusk, province of Minsk, Empire of Russia, entered this country through the port of New York on July 5th. His papers were in order, and he passed customs inspection and health examination the next day. Our records further reveal that his destination was Portland. His nearest relative in this country, one Saul Gitlin, whom we presume is yourself.
Well, naturally.
He's here. Jacob is in America.
Well, if he's here, where is he?
I don't understand it.
Well, how can he be here and not be here? At least if the letter said he wasn't here, that I could understand.
But it says
he isn't here because he isn't here, but the letter says he is here. So where is he?
Chaim, please.
Is there any more to the letter?
Yes. If you have not yet located your brother, this office suggests that you contact the Bureau of Missing Persons, New York City Department of Police. Missing person. Missing person.
You think he's lost?
Well, what else can I think? It doesn't take over a month to get from New York to Portland. What else is there to think?
I don't know why you're so gloomy, Saul. Jacob doesn't have to be lost. Maybe he's only had an accident.
Huh?
Maybe with all that Russian traffic in New York, maybe he was only hit by a horse car. Or who can tell, maybe he's only sick in the hospital.
Chaim,
Huh?
please, go back to work.
With the thought of poor Jacob suffering alone in that hospital, maybe on the point of death, how can I keep my mind on my work?
to the Bureau of Missing Persons, New York City Department of Police, Jacob Gitlin became a 5x3 index card, neatly filed away. No information, try Boston. Boston, no record of Jacob Gitlin. Providence, no such person as Jacob Gitlin. Philadelphia, no Jacob Gitlin.
Chaim!
What time is it?
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Huh?
And is this the time to sleep?
Who's sleeping? Me?
When a man is flat on his back, when his eyes are closed, when he snores like a freight locomotive, what then is he doing?
Thinking.
Thinking. About what?
About where I should go when I leave Portland. So, what do you think about Texas?
What would you do in Texas?
In Texas, I understand they have thousands of cows.
Yes.
Cows give milk.
Yes.
From milk, you can make cheese.
Yes.
For cheese, you need boxes.
Yes.
Boxes need labels.
Yes.
Labels need pictures.
Yes.
Labels need words.
Chaim.
And someone has to write the words.
You.
Naturally, am I not a scholar? So I think I shall go to Texas and become an author.
Someone in the store.
Mrs. Everett.
Oh. Good afternoon, Mrs. Everett.
Well, Mr. Gitlin, I've located him.
Who?
Your brother.
Jacob. You know where Jacob is?
I do.
Oh.
I've just returned
Well,
from
tell
New
me.
York City. While there, I did a little sleuthing on my own.
Yeah?
I traced him from the docks where his ship came in to Grand Central Terminal. I inquired further, and finally, I found a ticket seller who thought he remembered him.
Yes?
I know where he is now.
Where? Tell me where.
Your brother is in Portland.
Was here? In Portland? But
Jacob is in Portland, but not here.
But...
Sit down, Saul.
Why?
Your brother is not in Portland, Maine. He's in Portland, Oregon.
On the map, as Saul looked at the map, Portland, Oregon was a black dot, a universe away. Plans billowed up in his mind. He would take the next train to Oregon. He would wire the police in Oregon. He would send Chaim to Oregon. How does a brother find a brother in Oregon?
So, the letter is here.
Let me see.
This one must be important. It has a stamp.
Chaim! Chaim! It's from Jacob. From Portland, Oregon. From Jacob.
My dear brother, no doubt you will be surprised to learn that I am now in Portland, Oregon. To tell you the truth, I am a little surprised myself. But you should have told me that in America it is sometimes like in the old country. That Portland is like Bobrisky. That sometimes it is in one place and sometimes in another. What follows is the true account of my adventures since I arrived in America. When I arrived in New York City, I, along with all the other immigrants, were lined up on a pier, and after a doctor looked in my mouth and made me say, "Ah," I was given a tag. Then a man in a uniform came up to me and began to ask questions. Not yet being able to understand English, I answered in our own tongue. But then he seemed to understand when I said, Portland.
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 For 5 days on the train I traveled. Finally, the train came to Portland, and I got off. I've looked for you, for your store. I walked up and down every street looking for your name on a window. But I found nothing. The first night, I slept in a park. The second, in a stable. But the third night, I slept in a bed. I will tell you how that happened. I was walking down a street lined with stores, and in front of one of these stores, a man was standing. He was a small, stout man, and his face was bright with a smile. And he stood in the door of this shop, his hands clasped behind his back, and he rocked back and forth on his feet. There was something about him, something I recognized. I walked up to him, and I said, "Pardon me, can you help me, please? Here in Portland, I am a stranger." And this man looked at me, and he put his hand on my shoulder and then saw. Then he said,
"You are not a stranger. Come into my house."
And so the two brothers were now in America with only the continent between. It was planned, at first, to have Jacob stay in Oregon only long enough to earn his fare eastward. But a year passed, and then another.
Saul.
Yes, Chaim.
Saul, this morning you got another letter from Jacob.
Yes, a wonderful letter. In English.
What did it say in English?
It said that Mr. Pincus, the man he lives with, has decided to make him a partner in his livery business.
In Portland, Oregon?
Of course.
If he's in business in Portland, Oregon, that means he will not come to Portland, Maine.
Not just now.
Oh. When?
I don't know when.
Do we have a size 36 short overcoat in stock?
I think so, Chaim. Do we have a customer for it?
Certainly I have a customer, me.
Now the years flew by swiftly. They were good years for Saul and good years for Jacob, so they flew by swiftly.
And dear Jacob, congratulations on your marriage. Please accept this little gift that represents not only my joy for your happiness, but my sorrow at being unable to attend the services. I wanted to come to Portland. I intended to come. But at the last minute, I came down with a bad case of pneumonia, and so naturally I had to stay home. But next year, for sure, I will come. I've had a letter from Bobrusk. Our brother seems to need a little aid. I've sent him what I could. Please kiss my new sister, and tell her that my love for her crosses the continent with ease. So strong is it. Jacob, now that automobiles are getting popular, what are you going to do with your livery business? Your loving brother, Saul.
Dear Saul, so they have elected you president of the synagogue in Portland, Maine. What a wonderful honor. Of course, I only wish it were possible for me to join you on this great occasion. My wife and both children are well. Little Rebecca has entered school, and my son has been promoted to the 6th grade. My last letter from Bobrusk, from Abraham, was very depressing. I wish he would come to America, but now, of course, with all the trouble in Europe, I suppose that will be impossible. The automobile business is prospering. Last week, we sold 6 cars. We are thinking now of opening a branch in Salem. Not in Salem, Illinois. Not in Salem, Massachusetts. But in Salem, Oregon.
Now year followed year as day follows day, swiftly with a dash of time. And still the brothers remained apart. Saul in Portland, Maine, Jacob in Portland, Oregon, and Abraham in Bobrusk. 30 years passed, and still they remained apart.
Dear Jacob, I know you will be proud as I am to learn that my son Elias has just received his commission as a second lieutenant in the Air Force. He tells me that it is very possible that he may get to the West. If so, he will look you up. No, I've had no word from Abraham. Expecting news from Europe these days is like expecting it from the grave. My love to your family, Saul.
Dear Saul, I have wonderful news. The best news since the ending of the war. Abraham is safe. Abraham is alive. The American Joint Distribution Committee has written me that he is safe in the refugee camp in Germany. I have already started making arrangements to bring him here to America. He will come to me in Portland, Oregon. You, Saul, you must come too. Whatever ties hold you to where you are now, these ties are not as close as the bond of blood. Now, at last, you must really come.
Dear Jacob, it is not so easy to do it as it is to say it. To give up my life here and start all over in a distant region, a man of my age. I remember a letter you sent to me
in Bobruisk. I will repeat a little of it. Here in Portland, a man who gives an honest measure has the chance to earn an honest profit. Here there is growth, new growth, and a chance for all to share in the growth. Come, Saul. Come live with me in the new part of the land. Now is the time, Saul. Right now.
Jacob.
Yes, Saul.
You haven't changed. Not at all.
Nor have you. You look the same.
Jacob,
Saul, do you...
When Abraham comes, then think, after 40 years, we'll be together. At last, after all of this, at last together.
I sometimes wonder what would happen to the world if America weren't here offering every man a chance of dignity.
We have a lot to be...
Oh, yes, my dear.
Jacob, a telegram.
Oh, from whom?
I didn't open it. You know how nervous I get when a telegram comes.
Silly.
What is it, Jacob?
Bad news?
From the Joint Distribution Committee. About Abraham.
Well?
They won't let him come to America.
But why?
Because he arrived in the refugee camp after December 22nd, 1945.
What difference does that make?
It's the law, the new law. This country will accept refugees, but only if they were in the American, British, or French zones of Germany before that date.
I don't understand.
It's the law.
But we bring people to this country. People come to this country because of what they are, what they need, what they've been through. They come because they want to live here and work here and be good citizens.
Yes.
Because a man went into a camp before December 22nd, 1945, does that make him a good man? Because a man went into a camp after December 22nd, 1945, does that make him a bad man? Is there a date that determines a man's goodness?
It's the law.
My dear brothers, so at last you have come together. You can imagine my joy at the news and my sorrow at not being able to join in this great reunion. All during the time I was in the concentration camps, all that terrible time, the thing that kept me going was the thought that at least you, my brothers, you in Portland, were safe. To believe, to know that there were Portlands still standing in the world, havens, little islands of safety. This thought sustained me in my agony. And now, I am safe, too. Here in the refugee camp, I've given a name to the little hut in which I live. I call it Portland. I do not understand about laws that prevent a man from freely walking the roads of the world. But there are such laws. Still in my heart, as in the hearts of all the children of Almighty God, Jews and Christians, all of us in the refugee camps of Europe, there is a dream. We see ourselves, all of us, sailing freely across open seas, through open gates, and there in every nation on God's earth, waiting on the dock, are our brothers. For my own sake, I close my eyes and see my own brothers on the dock, waiting to greet me. I read the name of the port. It stands out in bold black letters. Portland, USA.
Our Eternal Light drama today, Portland, USA, was written by Irv Tunick. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Cadams. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Joseph DeSantis was heard as Saul, and Edgar Staley as Chaim. The entire production was under the direction of Edward King. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light. This program comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today is Sylvia Berger's The Woman Rich in Time. Norman Rose is the narrator.
A short time ago, around the corner, there lived a little girl who was loved by her mother. Everybody else found her as welcome as a mosquito bite, because she asked too many questions. Marilla asked so many questions, in fact, that even her own mother sometimes wished she were a little dog instead.
Mother.
Yes, Marilla?
Mother, why is rain wet?
Because it's made of water.
Where does the rain get the water?
It gets it from the clouds.
Where do the clouds get the water?
They get it from the ocean.
Where does the ocean get the water?
It gets it from the rain.
But, Mother...
What is it, Marilla?
If the ocean gets the water from the rain, and the rain gets the water from the clouds, and the clouds get the water from the ocean, and the ocean gets the water from the rain, then why, Mother?
Why, Mother? Why, Mother? I don't know why, Mother. I was never asked, and I was never told. Now pick up a towel and dry the silver spoons. Before you get a slap, you'll remember.
But as Marilla picked up a towel to dry the silver spoons, she said,
Mother?
Yes, Marilla?
Mother, why will I remember this slap more than the slap you gave me yesterday?
Now, anyone smart enough to have two ears can tell you that a man who asks too many questions is like a dog with fleas. You don't dare get too close to him lest some come off on you. But no one had told that to Marilla, so she went on asking questions. She asked long questions, short questions, sharp questions, dull questions, questions with an answer, questions without an answer.
How deep is the blink of an eye?
Clever questions, useless questions,
Who has seen tomorrow come?
and just plain silly questions. But sometimes, when she had asked a question from the very marrow of her very heart, it seemed to Marilla that she heard the whisper of golden wings, and then she knew that she was about to be given an answer. But at that very moment, a leaf might fall, or a clock would tick, and she wouldn't hear the answer after all. And so the years grew, and Marilla grew with them, until the time came when she herself had become a mother, and it was her turn to answer questions.
Why, Mother?
Because all good little children go to bed at this time. Now kiss Mother goodnight.
Sing the song.
David, I've already sung it 3 times.
Just once more.
All right, just once more, and then goodnight. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. Oh, dear me, how shall I learn my ABC? Up to the ceiling, down to the floor, right to the
window,
left to the
door. Just once more, Mother, just once more.
No, no more now, David. We'll sing more tomorrow. Now you have to go to sleep. Good night, son.
Good night, Mother. Mother.
What is it, David?
I want to ask a question.
What question do you want to ask?
Does it hurt a tomato when you bite it?
No. It does not hurt a tomato when you bite it. Good night, David.
Good night, Mother.
What words are there to describe the love of a mother for her child? A mother sweetens with the love of her child as the warm earth sweetens with the summer sun. Her days are like days in a flowering orchard. Her nights are honeyed with contentment. Such were the days and nights of Marilla. And then, one blackened hour, a visitor came into her home. And the visitor's name was Death. And Death took the son of Marilla. And the sun in the sky burned black. The black of the night burned with fires, as Marilla wandered in search of Death. But Death would not be found, and Marilla prayed for her time to end. And one night, when she was not so young anymore that she had not seen the leaves fall from the trees, Marilla woke up with the biggest question she had ever asked. Marilla sat up in bed and she cried,
What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? What time is it now in my life? Why won't time end for me?
And then it seemed to Marilla that she heard the whisper of golden wings. But at that very moment, the ears of night turned deaf, the mouth of night turned dumb, and she heard the thunder of her empty heart. Marilla was persuaded to go to a doctor. The doctor said, You must try to eat more, Marilla. Rest, good food.
Doctor, is there a food, Doctor, that cannot be eaten by death?
And she went to another doctor, and he said, You must try to get some rest, Marilla. Rest. Sleep.
Doctor, is there a sleep longer than the sleep of death?
There was no doctor who could answer Marilla's questions. And then they told her of a woman rich in time, and they said that surely she would have the answers to Marilla's questions. And Marilla came to Rebecca Cohut.
Sit down, Marilla.
Marilla sat down.
Forgive me for asking you to come to my bed, Marilla, but I have not been able to leave it for a few years.
Marilla raised her eyes.
One gets a little tired at 86.
Marilla looked at the frosted hair, the head lowered with time.
Tell me, how can I help you, Marilla?
Marilla was ashamed, but still she had to ask. And she asked her question.
What is stronger than death?
And she waited until Rebecca Cohut spoke.
When we were children, we played beside our mother's knee. But when I was 7, my mother died. And every afternoon, my brother Felix and I would go to her grave on Chuckle Hill to play our games.
Pepper, salt, mustard, cider. How many bullets killed a tiger? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. You missed. I did not.
You did too. You said 30, 60, 50.
I did not. I said 30, 40, 50.
Oh. I guess I don't want to play numbers anymore.
Why not?
I guess I want to play something else.
You want to climb the walnut tree?
No.
Well, do you want to play store?
Let's play store.
All right. Now, these leaves must be a dozen eggs, and this stick is a yard of calico. Now, you must come into my store and ask for a yard of calico, and I must say...
ask for a salad.
Oh. All right. Here. This little bit of grass must be a salad. Now, you come in and... Ma'am?
Hello, Miss Schwartz.
Rebecca Bettelheim, what are you doing? And you, Felix?
We're playing, ma'am.
We're playing, Miss Schwartz.
Playing? In the cemetery?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Playing right beside your mother's grave.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Miss Schwartz.
Aren't you ashamed, Rebecca?
No, ma'am.
No, Miss Schwartz.
We always play near our mother, Miss Schwartz.
We like to play near our mother, Miss Schwartz.
And this time, Rebecca Cohut waited to see whether Marilla had found her answer. But all Marilla said was,
What happened to you then?
I grew up. Not the way a songbird grows, Marilla. Not the way a lily grows in a field. My father, you know, was a rabbi. And I'm afraid that I sometimes found it rather a trial to be a rabbi's daughter, especially at mealtimes.
Rebecca?
Yes, Father?
Mrs. Schwartz is ready for more potatoes, Rebecca.
Oh, excuse me. Miss Schwartz, will you have more potatoes?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Felix,
Yes, Father?
I think Mrs. Schwartz would care for a little more pie.
But there isn't. Would you care for some more pie, Miss Schwartz?
Thank you. My brother Felix and I used to grumble sometimes that we had to share the little food we had with outright strangers. But I know now that they weren't strangers at all. They were old friends. Hadn't they been introduced to us by our old friend, Hunger?
Rebecca Cohut smiled into Marilla's eyes. But Marilla's eyes were turned on herself with grief, and she didn't see her. And like a mother coaxing an ailing child back to health, Rebecca Cohut picked up her story.
I made up my mind, Marilla, when I was young, that I would never be poor again. And above all, I would never marry a rabbi, because rabbis had little money, and what little they had, they gave away. Then, I was 24 at the time. I remember it well. I went to visit my cousins in New York, and I met a man called Alexander Cohut. I must have sounded very light-minded, because I fell in love with him at once.
I am very charmed to know you, Miss Bettelheim. Are you staying in New York long?
I'm here on a short visit, Dr. Cort.
Oh, I have not been here very long either.
Well, it's only an accident that I'm here at all.
An accident?
Well, I mean, I would never be here if it weren't for the rate war.
Please?
The railroads are fighting for each other's customers, Dr. Cort. They've both reduced their rates so low now that it costs almost nothing to travel. Our whole family is taking trips this summer.
Good.
I've heard a great deal about you, Dr. Cort.
A great deal that is nice.
Oh, yes, indeed. My father told me all about the work you've been doing on ancient literature.
Well, I have heard about you, too, Miss Bettelheim.
You have?
You forget your father also came to visit because of the rate war.
Oh, yes, of course. You are here with your family, Dr. Cort?
My 3 sons
3 sons? How nice.
and 5 daughters.
How nice. When you are young, you bargain with tomorrow. This I will have, this I won't have, this is not for me. But tomorrow's treasures are hidden from the eyes of today. At 17, I knew I would never marry a poor man, a rabbi, or a widower with children. At 24, I married a widowed rabbi without money and with 8 children. And that which I had wanted least is what I loved most, my family's need of me. Each night, 8 children had to be tutored in English.
Thank you.
No, children, no. Not thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that's very good. Now let's get back to the presidents of the United States. Who was the first president?
George Washington.
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 And 8 children had to be tutored in American customs.
Never. I will never go there again. Never.
Margaret, darling, now don't be so upset. It's not as bad as all that, dear.
As long as I live, never.
But, Margaret, dear, I've already told you they didn't mean to hurt you. They liked you, dear. Couldn't you see that they liked you?
I don't believe it. Oh, even if all the family is invited there. Even if George and Louis and Elizabeth and Helen and Valerie and Eugene and Gisela and you and Father. Even if you're all invited and you all go to visit them, I won't. I will send word that I have a headache.
Oh, really, Margaret? Oh, now, dear. Dear, you wouldn't want to be unkind to 2 lonely old people who never meant you any harm, would you? Mr. and Mrs. Handler are so lonely, Margaret, and they do so enjoy visitors.
I don't care.
And they're so fond of you, Margaret. You know Mr. and Mrs. Handler don't have any little girls of their own. That's why they asked me to bring you. They felt so gay to have a pretty little girl to tea. Couldn't you tell how gay you made them?
They laughed at
Oh, no, dear, no, they didn't. They weren't laughing at you. They were laughing at me.
Now you are laughing at me.
Oh, no, dear, no, I'm not. Not at you. I am just laughing at the look that came over Mrs. Handler's face when she saw you bowing from the waist.
I have seen many people bow from the waist. Father and thousands of people.
Yes, I know, dear. I know many people do it. But they are mostly men. And I don't think Mrs. Handler was quite accustomed to seeing a little girl bow from the waist when she was introduced to her.
I only wanted to be polite.
Oh, yes, of course, darling. And I'm very glad you were. I wouldn't want you to be impolite ever. But, you know, Margaret, manners are different in every country. And what might have been perfectly correct in Hungary might seem just a little strange here in America. Now, anyway, let's forget all about it and have some fun. Let's go out for a nice, long walk in the park. I can finish the dinner later. Now, how would you like that?
I don't know.
Oh, we'll have a perfectly wonderful time, Margaret. We'll look at the carriages going by with all the fashionable people, and we'll see how many trees we can recognize by their American names. Now, let me see. Where did I put my hat?
Oh, here it is, Mother.
So it is, dear. What would I do without you? Now, come, let's hurry before the sun goes down, huh? Oh, and Margaret, I've got another idea.
What, Mother?
When we come back from the park, we'll bake a whole lot of little different flavor cakes as a surprise for Father and the others.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, won't it be nice? And we can make them all different flavors. A special flavor for everybody.
You have strawberry?
You will have strawberry, and Father will have chocolate. He likes chocolate, and George will have...
George likes chocolate, too. So does Elizabeth.
George and Elizabeth shall have chocolate, and Helen and Gazella. What flavor shall we have for Helen and Gazella?
Vanilla.
Vanilla it will be. Now, all we have to do is to decide on the flavors for Valerie and Louis.
And Eugene.
And Eugene, of course. Well, we can decide on that in the park. Come on. Why, isn't it beautiful out? Hurry, dear.
I'm coming, Mother. Oh, it's beautiful out.
Yes, of course it is. Ah, and there's Officer O'Reilly. Good afternoon, Officer O'Reilly. Say good afternoon to Officer O'Reilly, dear.
Good afternoon, Officer O'Reilly. Mother, he's laughing at me.
Margaret, dear.
Yes, Mother?
Margaret, dear, it is not the custom in this particular neighborhood to bow to the ground when you meet Officer O'Reilly on the street. You merely say, good afternoon, and you continue calmly on your way. And 8 children tutored in American fashion.
Mother. Hey, Mother.
What? Oh, my goodness, George, you startled me.
Is Father around?
Why, Father's upstairs, George, working on his book. Would you like me to get him?
No, that would be terrible.
Terrible? What's happened, George? Is there something serious?
Yes.
I'd better call Father.
No, that would just make it worse. You'd better not know until it's done.
Until it's done?
I'll need your help, Mother.
My help? All right, George, what do you want me to do?
Buy a derby.
What?
She'll hear you. For my bar mitzvah, Mother. I'm not going to stand up to the ceremony without a derby.
Yes, of course, George. But if you want a derby, George, I don't see why your father can't come with us.
Have you forgotten the coat?
The coat?
It had a fur collar.
It was warm.
Said it made me look like a prince.
It was quite beautiful, George.
He wanted me to wear it to school.
It would have been lovely for school.
Except that it was green.
I'll go with you, George, to buy your derby.
At Bloomingdale.
What's that, George?
I went into the subject of derby hats with my colleagues at school, Mother. The American-type derby can be had only at Bloomingdale.
Alexander Kohut knew Hebrew, Hungarian, German, French, Italian, Latin, and Arabic. But his lectures had to be given in English. Alexander!
Yes, Rebecca.
What is this word here, dear? I can't make it out.
Where, dear?
Right here.
Oh, yes, my handwriting is atrocious. It is Hünchen. That means how shall I
No,
say,
I know what it means, dear. I just couldn't make out the writing. I'll have the translation finished in a few minutes now.
You're very kind to us, my dear.
Oh, no, I'm not. I love working with you on your lectures, Alexander.
You've done a great deal for us, Rebecca. You've given the children understanding and love. As for me, without you, Rebecca, I think I should have been lost completely.
No, Alexander, no. It was I who was lost until you found me. I never knew that until I could give myself to another's happiness, I could never be happy at all.
In the room where Marilla sat listening to Rebecca Kohut, twilight gathered in the corners and spilled like smoke upon the pictures on the walls. Marilla raised her eyes, and then she pointed to one.
That is my father.
And Marilla pointed to another.
That is my brother Felix.
And Marilla said,
They are dead. They died.
And Marilla pointed to the picture of a tall, dark-eyed man.
That is my husband.
And Marilla cried,
But he, too, is dead. My husband died when I was 32. Then what was there left for you? Oh, I had no time to ask. I had my children to work for.
Where are your children now?
No child can stay forever with his mother.
But when your children left you alone, what did you do then?
I worked for other mothers' children. There were some who were lonely and needed a friend, and some who were hungry.
Excuse me. Can you please tell me where I can find Mrs. Cohut? Mrs. Rebecca Cohut.
I am Mrs. Cohut.
Oh,
Won't you sit down, my dear?
thank you. Mrs. Cohut.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Cohut, I'm here because... I came here because...
Tell me, how can I help you?
I wouldn't ever have come here, Mrs. Cohut. I would never have come here to bother you, and I know you must have troubles of your own, and everybody's been coming to you, but the other girls, you helped them, Mrs. Cohut. You found jobs for them. I looked, Mrs. Cohut. Don't think I haven't looked.
I know you have.
I stood in line 6 hours this morning outside a restaurant. The sign said waitresses, until a man came out and said for us to go home. The job was taken. He kept coming out and telling us to go home. The job was taken, but nobody would move. Nobody. And I stayed, too, until they sent for the cops.
Yes, I know.
Please, Mrs. Cohut.
Child, there isn't a factory in town now which doesn't throw me out when they see me at their door.
You found jobs for the others. I heard about it.
Yes, I know. But now they leave orders with the office boy. When Rebecca Cohut comes around, get her out. She's a pest. She wants jobs.
Mrs. Cohut.
I'll try, child. I'll try. There must be some place that hasn't thrown me out yet. I think I'll try the mayor's office.
Rebecca Cohut remembered and smiled. But Marilla said,
That was long ago.
That particular girl? I think she came to see me in 1904. Perhaps it was 1903. There have been so many things to do and so many people, I don't always remember exactly.
But all those people are dead now. All the people you knew are gone. You're all alone. What is there for you now? What is stronger than death?
I heard about a young girl the other day. She wants to get married, but there are difficulties. I shall have to help her. Yes, someone will have to help her.
Have to help. Oh.
Marilla looked at the frosted hair, the head lowered with time. And then it seemed to Marilla that she heard the whisper of golden wings. Marilla had heard the answer.
Our Eternal Light drama today, The Woman Rich in Time, was written by Sylvia Berger. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Caton. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Charlotte Holland was heard as Mrs. Cohut and Mitzi Gould as Marilla. The entire production was under the direction of Edward King. Free Time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program came to you from Radio City, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our Eternal Light story today, Messenger of Prayer, was written by Irv Tunick and features Henry Rosenblatt singing the songs of his father, Cantor Joseph Rosenblatt. Alexander Scorby is your narrator, and Peter Capell plays the role of Cantor Joseph Rosenblatt.
All week long, from Sunday until Friday afternoon, all during the week, little Josele Rosenblatt suffered from his size. Life was hard enough at home with 9 older sisters to plague him minute by minute, but away from home it was worse. In the streets, because he was small, the other boys would surround him, bully him, torture him with the exquisite finesse of children having fun. But on Shabbos, on Friday after sundown and on Saturday, little Josele Rosenblatt would clamber up on a little box, close his eyes, and sing. And all the congregation of Chernovitz, the old men, the boys, the women, the girls, all of them would hear the sweetness of his song and feel an intimacy with God. When he was 18, barely 5 foot tall, looking more like 13, when he was 18 and already cantor of the Chernovitz synagogue, a tall man in the uniform of the Emperor's Hussars paid him a visit.
You are Joseph Rosenblatt?
Yes, sir.
You sing?
Yes, sir. I am Joseph Rosenblatt. I sing.
I believe we've already established that point. There's no chance of a mistake, huh? You're the only Joseph Rosenblatt in Chernovitz that sings.
That is true.
Then you must be the singer, Joseph Rosenblatt.
I would say, sir, that such a conclusion is wholly obtainable upon the facts.
Ah.
And now, what can I do for you?
My name is Holnus, Major Holnus.
Rosenblatt. Joseph Rosenblatt.
An honor.
Likewise.
I come with a message from His Imperial Majesty, our beloved Emperor Franz Joseph. His Majesty has heard of your remarkable voice and requests your presence at court.
The Emperor wants me to sing for him?
He does.
A great honor.
An extraordinary honor.
Please inform His Majesty that I am enormously grateful for his invitation.
Yes, and then you will be...
deeply regretful that I cannot accept.
You'll decline His Majesty's invitation?
I am afraid I must.
But you can't.
Nevertheless, I must.
His Majesty commands it.
Commands what?
Commands that you appear before his court and sing.
His Majesty may command me to appear before his court, but he cannot command me to sing. Isn't that so, Major Holness?
Why is it so?
Because my body belongs to His Majesty, but my song belongs to God.
What?
Major, among the Jews, music is considered a divine art. The prophet Elisha said, "But now bring me a minstrel." And it came to pass when the minstrel played that the hand of the Lord came upon him.
I make no pretense of understanding your obscure theological references.
Let me put it plain as I can. Here in the synagogue of Chernovitz, I am a cantor, a shaliach tzibur, a messenger of prayer. My song is a link, a bridge between men and God. My songs are the wings that carry prayers between men and God. They are not meant for amusement, for entertainment. Don't you see?
No.
Oh, certainly you do. You must. Please tell His Majesty that I refuse his invitation only because I know that I could not do justice to his kindness. He would not hear my song because he does not understand my faith. My song is a prayer. I can pray before God, but not before Franz Josef.
He believed this. Joseph Rosenblatt believed that his songs were the wings of prayer, that his voice was the chariot of prayer between men and God. When he sang in the synagogue, his voice spanned the harmonics of melody as prayer spans the harmonics of faith.
Sur Yisroel, Sur Yisroel, como beyezras Yisroel, ופדי חינומך יהודו ישרואל אוי וצור ישרואל כמו ביבזרוס Beyezras Yisroel, ufedevechinomecho, yehuodo beyisroel, goyalev veyenu, goyalev veyenu. Goy aleinu, Tzur Yisroel, goy aleinu, como beyezras, beyezras Yisroel, ufedei chinomeyecho, yehudo beyisroel, goy aleinu, adoi shem tzivoi shemoy, kidosh Yisroel, Baruch atu adoi shem, goy Goal, you
Older now, years older and already married, Joseph Rosenblatt, humble at the honor, accepted the invitation of the Jewish congregation of Hamburg and came to them as their cantor. But in Hamburg, where there should have been nothing but joy, in Hamburg he found conflict.
Yossele, what is it now?
Now it is the same as yesterday, and the yesterday before yesterday, and every day since I came here. Toba, how much can a man stand? How much can any man take of this? Constantly, always bickering, arguing.
Sit down. Take off your shoes.
How can a man be angry with his shoes off?
Why must you be angry?
Because I have cause. They are trying to bully me into singing as I cannot sing, as I never will be able to sing. Yes, so they say. They come up to me with sweet, sweet smiles. They take me around the shoulders. Yes, so they say, and they wag their fingers at me. Yes, so. You must not sing the liturgy the way you want to sing it. You must sing it the way it is written, not repeating a single word. Yes, sir. You're being naughty. What do they want from me?
They want you to stop improvising.
Aha. So Zimmerman has been here?
Mrs. Zimmerman.
What did you tell her?
Well, I told her a recipe for making strudel. Imagine, Yossele, she doesn't slam down the dough. I told her always you must slam down the dough.
What did you tell her when she said I should stop improvising when I sing the liturgy?
I told her that singing the liturgy is not like making strudel. When a person makes strudel, then they must always do the same thing in the same way. But when you sing, when you pray, then you must go to God in your own manner.
You understand me, Toba.
Take off your shoes.
If I could only get them to see it as clearly as I see it. I try to explain. I honestly try. I tell them that when I'm singing in the synagogue, my brain does not control my voice, only my heart. If my heart says a word should be repeated, then I repeat the word. If I feel that at a certain point I should pause, then I pause. If suddenly my heart is overflowing with joy, then my song overflows. It is in my heart. I cannot help it.
Here are your slippers.
So what is there to do?
Yossele, you had a letter from America last week. What did it say?
Letter? What letter?
The one from America.
I had a letter from America?
You put it in your pocket.
Which pocket?
The inside pocket.
Here?
No, there.
Look, a letter from America. Well.
Suppose you open it.
Well, of course. Imagine a letter from America. Toba, this is a very important letter. It was careless of you not to remind me that I'd forgotten to open it before this.
And what does it say?
It is from the congregation of Tzedek in New York City. They want me to come there, to New York City as their cantor. So, what a coincidence. Just when I have reached the limit of my endurance here in Hamburg, just when I can take it no longer, this letter comes. It is like a miracle. Just at this moment, a miracle. Wait. Not so fast, a miracle. You knew about this letter, Toba.
I saw it come.
You knew what it said.
Yes, I knew.
How much did you have to do with this miracle, Toba? Tell me now the truth.
You're unhappy here. They're trying to hold you fast in chains of tradition, but I know you, Yossele. No one can clip your wings. No one. So I thought of you and freedom, and that made me think of America. I wrote your sister in New York City.
Now it all comes out.
You're angry with me.
Furious.
I'm sorry.
You should be. Plotting behind my back, fixing up deals. Who ever heard of such a thing? I'm going now.
Where?
To Zimmerman. Toba, I'm going to ask him to accept my resignation.
Oh, Yossele.
America, here we come.
Yossele.
Yes, Tobele?
Yossele, in polite society, a cantor does not offer his resignation to the president of the congregation in his carpet slippers.
Better put on your shoes.
Good afternoon, Cantor Rosenblatt.
Afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yesterday in shul, it was wonderful. The way you sang, it made my prayers come so swiftly. Before you came, I rarely went to the synagogue, but now, always. Always.
Cantor Rosenblatt.
Yes, my son.
Please, Cantor, the boys asked me to ask you something.
Yes?
Why is your beard so long?
Why is my beard so long? Well, you tell the boy that a cantor is not worth 2 cents without his voice. And how do you lose your voice? From catching cold. And how do you catch cold? From drafts. And how do you avoid drafts? By wearing something warm. And why do I wear a beard? Because it is warm. It keeps me from drafts, so I do not catch cold, so I do not lose my voice. Here, take this quarter and buy ice cream for the boys. And tell them not to be such nosy bodies.
Cantor Rosenblatt.
Oh, Rijn. Did you get the job?
No, I was too late.
Oh, too bad. No money?
No.
Here, take this.
I try, honestly.
Of course you do. Alone.
Yes, that's it. I'll pay you back.
Of course. No hurry. Do not worry about it.
Bless you. Bless you.
Oh, Yossiter, please. I must sit down.
This is the top. The top of the Palisades. Looked over, across the river. Our New York City.
You're happy here. It's good that we came.
It is good that there was a place like America to come to. A man can sing here as his heart tells him to sing.
They came to the synagogue, the critics, the lovers of music. They crowded the synagogue when he sang, and they wrote long articles about the short man with the heavenly voice. And one day he had a visitor.
I am Campanini.
I am Rosenblatt.
Cantor Rosenblatt. You no longer can deny the world the beauty of your voice. It is not permissible. I, Campanini, declare it is not permissible.
My voice is denied to no one.
I say it is. I say you are cheating the world of a treasure by your refusal to sing upon the stage. Cantor Rosenblatt, as the director of the Chicago Grand Opera Company, I demand that you come with me at once.
To Chicago?
You will play the leading role in our special production of La Juive by Jacques Halevi. Think of it. The opera house filled to overflowing, the symphony in the pit, the curtain rises, and you, Cantor Rosenblatt.
And I, Cantor Rosenblatt, will be in New York.
No!
Yes. Campanini. I am a cantor. I am not an opera singer.
I will make you as great as Caruso.
I have no desire to be an opera singer.
I don't believe it.
Wait, I will tell you a story, Mr. Campanini. You know what a shochet is?
No.
A shochet is a man who slaughters animals according to Jewish law. Well, in a certain town in the old country, there was a cantor who was also a shochet. One day, he decided he might also like to become a sofer.
A sofer?
A writer of scrolls. He would be a cantor, a shochet, and a sofer. He would sing in temples, slaughter cows, and write scrolls. Now this man, who wanted to be 3 men, went to a very learned rabbi for advice. The rabbi explained to this man that Satan always finds it difficult to tempt each man individually. He has therefore devised a plan whereby his task of temptation is made doubly easy by combining 2 men in one, let us say a cantor and a shochet. Or, now he proceeds another step forward. He persuades one man to unite 3 positions in himself, cantor, shochet, and sofer. The rabbi then reminded this man that if he were truly loyal to one occupation, He would have enough work to keep him forever out of the way of temptation.
But Cantor Rosenblatt...
I have enough work now, Mr. Campanini. Believe me, it keeps me out of the road of temptation.
His earnings were large, but his giving was larger. That was his weakness, his giving. When there was a sad story to hear, no one heard it more quickly than Cantor Rosenblatt. And no one felt its sorrow more deeply than Cantor Rosenblatt. And no one gave more quickly than Cantor Rosenblatt. That was his weakness. He suffered from a chronic inability to say no. And so he found himself in trouble.
Oh, they'll wait a little longer, but only a little longer, Ursula. They must have their money.
I know. I'm a bad provider, too.
You're a good provider. But too many people.
What is there to be done?
Well, we can move to a small apartment, give up the place.
1,000 little economies like that would not make up a fraction of what I owe. No, the answer is not that. It is strange that there can be evil in charity.
Evil?
The Talmud tells us that we must not give away more than 1/5 of what we have, or our loved ones and those around us will suffer. Tober, I have given away more than my 1/5, and yet I can never stop giving, not while I live. If men are in need, then their need cries out to me, and I must give. Tober, would it be wrong to sacrifice one principle for the sake of a higher principle?
You mean go on the stage?
Is there another way out?
You must do nothing but what you believe is right, Ursula.
I have fought against it, Tober, always. When Franz Josef commanded me to sing at court, I refused. When Campanini invited me to Chicago, I refused. I have said, I believe, that my songs are sacred and not for sale. If it were only myself, only my family, I would still hold to my principle. But there are others who are at stake. So many of them, Tober. Who would care for them? Who would worry with them? Who?
Ursula, when you sing, no matter where you sing, your voice brings people nearer God. Today, more than ever today, people need wings for their prayers. The same God that you sing to in the temple will hear you in the music halls. He's there. He's everywhere.
Cantor Joseph Rosenblatt made his own terms with the stage.
One ticket, please.
Yes, sir.
What will Cantor Rosenblatt sing tonight, do you know?
He won't be singing tonight.
No? It says on the sign he's here all week.
That's right, all week except Friday night and Saturday. He doesn't sing here on the Sabbath. Tonight he sings in the synagogue.
Tober, come sit on this trunk with me. Maybe we can get it to close.
Oh, packing. When the devil has nothing else to do, he gives people the idea to travel so that he can plague them with packing.
1, 2... Again. 1, 2...
Oh, that's all we need now, company.
Oh, Henry.
Hiya, Pop. Mom, all packed?
Almost finished. Did you get the tickets?
Right here.
Exactly as I planned?
Yep, exactly.
Tober, listen. I'm surprised. You know where we are going?
Oh, what a question. All day I've been making out trunk tags, and he asked me if I know where we're going. We're going to Europe for a concert tour. There. Am I a smart one?
No. This is something special. A real surprise. Almost like another honeymoon. Tober, I have changed our route so that we will have time to go to Palestine.
Palestine?
Eretz Yisrael. Tober, I do not know what it is, but just at the last minute I made up my mind. Something inside of me said to visit Palestine. It will be a pilgrimage. A pilgrimage to Zion.
Zion, the little man climbed a high hill and looked at the sweet land of Galilee. He was without words, but not without song. On a hilltop, with the warm softness of the breeze to carry the beauty of his voice to Zion, he sang a song.
Shir ha'malos beshuvad Oshem Shiva Sion Hayinu kecholemim.
When the Lord brought back those that turned to Zion, we were like unto them that dream. Then was our mouth filled with laughter, and our tongue with singing. Then said they among the nations, the Lord hath done great things with us. We are rejoiced. Turn our captivity, O Lord, as the streams in the dry land. Though he goeth on his way weeping, that beareth the measure of his seed, he shall come home with joy, bearing his sheaves. And it was his last song. This song he sang upon a hill in Zion. The heart that had told him to repeat a word of the liturgy, that told him to pause at a certain point, that caused his song to overflow. The heart that had whispered Palestine at the moment of departing. That heart ceased to beat. The little man with the great voice came home to Zion with joy, bearing his sheaves.
Our Eternal Light drama today, Messenger of Prayer, was written by Irv Tunick. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Henry Rosenblatt sang and arranged the songs of his father, Cantor Joseph Rosenblatt. And Arnold Pinsky of the Abraham Nadell Choir was the soloist as a child. Alexander Scourby was featured as narrator, and the role of Cantor Rosenblatt was played by Peter Capell. The entire production was under the direction of Edward King. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company. If you would like a copy of today's script, you may receive it by sending your name and address with 10 cents to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Amen.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our Eternal Light story today, Zipporah, was written by Sigmund Miller. Charlotte Holland is featured as Zipporah and Roger de Koven as Leo Barren.
For there's hope of a tree, if it be cut down, that it will sprout again, and that the tender branch thereof will not cease.
The first time I saw her was in Dr. Shaw, the registrar's office. She came in very softly and stood in front of the door, draped in a brightly colored dress, with huge yellow flowers imprinted on it. She wore a wide-brimmed straw hat, gay and so large that we couldn't see her face at all. But there was something extraordinary about her. The stiff, unrelaxed way she stood that caught my attention.
I am Zipporah Stone.
Yes, I know. Please sit down.
Thank you. Mr. Gordon said I should come to see you about going to school here.
Yes, he called me. What course would you like to take?
I don't care.
You must have some preference.
I don't care, Dr. Shaw.
This was a strange answer, for all who wish to study at our Teachers' Training Institute come with a great deal of eagerness. I know because I'm an instructor here. I tried to see the face of this strange student, but the wide-brimmed hat obstructed my view.
Most students who enroll have a very definite course in mind and are usually very eager about it.
Mr. Gordon is very anxious for me to study here.
How old are you, Miss Stone?
20.
You live alone?
No. I live with Mr. Gordon and his family. He is my second cousin.
Where is your mother?
Dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. How about your father?
Dead. And so is my brother. And all my relatives, my uncles, aunts, and cousins.
I'm not trying to pry, Miss Stone.
I know.
Where are you from, Zipporah?
Lvov, Poland.
Mr. Gordon mentioned to me that you were a teacher over there, or that you were studying to be a teacher.
I have forgotten everything.
Oh, I'm sure you haven't. Everything will come back to you. Anyway, Zipporah, I think you'll like it here, and I'm sure you'll get along fine. Especially if you let people see your face.
She turned to Dr. Shaw and then slowly lifted her head, and I saw her face. A frozen, rigid face with the lips and mouth set in a mold. A face that had forbidden itself to smile. Her eyes were large and dark. She looked at Dr. Shaw for a moment and then dropped her head again.
I'm going to enroll you, Zipporah. You'll find study here very rewarding, I'm sure of that.
Yes, Dr. Shaw.
We have other students who lived through the war in Europe, and they're doing very well.
I will do my best.
I'm sure you will. That's a very handsome hat you're wearing.
Mrs. Gordon picked it out for me.
Oh. Well, then, Zipporah, I'll be in touch with you in a day or so.
Thank you.
She arose, said goodbye, and walked out, wrapped in her gay summer dress with huge yellow flowers on them. Zipporah Stone was enrolled as a student in the school and began her studies in my class. Day after day, she sat in her seat quietly, rarely moving. Day after day, I looked into those large, dark, unlit eyes of hers that revealed nothing. Perhaps there was nothing to see anymore. Perhaps the light had gone out for good. I couldn't brush her from my mind, even after school hours. One day she didn't come to class, nor the next day, nor for several days after that. It worried me so much that one evening I paid her a visit. Mr. Gordon, her second cousin and guardian, answered the door. He invited me inside.
I sent Zipporah away for a week. A vacation. How's she getting on in class?
No better than when she first came to school.
I'd hoped she would come out of it. You wouldn't believe me, I know, but Zipporah was one of the gayest, most sparkling creatures I had ever met, and a brilliant student.
Did she ever tell you what happened to her over there?
Never. I don't think she ever will.
Would help if you could get her to tell you.
I know. My wife has tried a dozen times, but Zipporah just freezes up. All we know is that everyone is dead. None of her relatives in Europe escaped.
Well, she should be encouraged in those things young women are usually interested in. Clothes, young men.
We've tried. I've had several eligible young men to the house, but she neither encourages nor discourages them. Why, we can't even get her to smile. And Zipporah's been here with us over 6 months.
Well, maybe time will thaw her out.
I hope you're right, Mr. Barren. I certainly hope so.
Zipporah returned to class. There was no change. She sat quietly in her seat, imprisoned within herself as before. Her face remained as before, expressionless, frozen, and unsmiling. In this manner, weeks went by, and the semester drew to a close. It was time for the students to prepare the term essay. I had chosen a common topic, something simple and light. The subject was an unforgettable June day. The students were given a week to prepare. I promised to read the best of the essays aloud in class. Students, I have selected Miss Zipporah Stone's essay as the best in the class. It was not a difficult selection, as you will hear for yourself. I'm going to read it to you. The sun rose up over the rooftops, exploding the pink clouds into tiny, feathery balls. And the day came alive, clear and sharp and sweet. The sun began to shine down
with golden might, tinting the windows and painting the houses. And now a warm, soft, silky breeze swept over the streets. It was the loveliest of mornings, and the bluest of skies, and all of us who saw it were filled with a painful, passionate love of life. We who were about to die, standing in front of the barracks, wondered why nature mocked us with this radiant morning. On this June morning, 1,000 of us waited for the Nazi trucks to come and take us off to the gas chambers of Belzenz. On this loveliest of mornings, 1,000 of us waited without hope and without faith.
Shh! I think I hear the trucks.
No, they're planes. That's what they are, planes.
What is there to do?
Nothing. We're all going to die.
There's a forest right in back of the barracks.
It's too late for the forest.
Stormtroopers guard every street.
I won't go. Let them shoot me.
It's the best way. No torture.
That's what my mother had told me. If they come to take you, she said, don't go. Run away. Let them shoot you in the back. It's far better than the gas chambers or torture. I listened to the frightened, hysterical voices about me. I listened and looked up at the radiant, friendly morning. And as I waited for the green trucks to come, I remembered the last night I spent with my family. It was 11 o'clock of a windy, rainy night here in Lvov.
They took Dov Lippmann away today.
Let's not talk about it. What's the use? Let's go to sleep.
Of course, let's go to sleep. To sleep is to forget.
The Allies are going to conquer. The Nazis can't win. We just have to hold out.
It's no use trying to close our eyes to the facts. Every day, 20 Jews, no more, no less, are removed from this street to the gas chambers. They do things with precision and order. Where's Moshe Cohen and his family? Chaim Gutman and his wife, Aaron Gelb and his sons, all gone. Any night now, they'll come for us.
Father.
I'm the head of this family. I should encourage you. tell you there's hope, but I cannot. There is none.
Let's go to sleep. Zipporah, go to bed. Maybe it's Cousin Esther.
Not at 11 o'clock. It's death to be caught on the street after 9. It's not Cousin Esther.
It's my playmate, Benjamin. He said he would ring 3 times. That's what he said.
It's them. They're coming for us.
Children, if they're going to take us to the gas chamber, try to escape. It's better to die with a bullet in your back. Remember, try to escape. They took my father, my mother, and my sweet younger brother. But they didn't take me, for I was number 21. My father shouted curses at them, and they beat him. My mother walked straight with unseeing eyes. And my dear brother, who was always full of wonderful hope, looked at the faces of these monsters. And in that brief, searing moment, I saw hope die violently in him, leaving him a blanched and terrified and whimpering little boy as they pushed him out of the door. And then suddenly I was alone, my soul screaming with this horror. Not even God can measure the agony. All that long, dreadful, rain-filled night, the whips of anguish lashed at me, inflicting wounds from which no human being can recover.
I stopped reading the essay for a moment. The class was sitting very quietly. Not a student moved. I looked at Zipporah, but she didn't look at me. She was a little paler than usual, but otherwise the rigid, unsmiling mold of her face remained the same. I'd stopped reading only for a few seconds. I picked up the essay and began to read again. The sun rose higher in that twinkling June morning. The prisoners in the wire-fenced courtyard of the barracks were growing silent. The frightful hand of terror
lay heavily upon us all. Before me in that bright sunlight was a sea of gray and ghastly faces waiting for those green trucks to come to take us away. One could get across the wire fence easily enough, but a dozen or more guards with submachine guns watched us carefully. Zipporah, I said, come on, let's run. Like Mama had said, die with a bullet in the back. But I did not want to die, not even now. The sky was too blue and the sun too warm and friendly, and life was bribing me with its June beauty. Perhaps this lovely day would soften the Nazis. Even they could not think of murder on such a day.
I can't stand it. I hope they come soon.
They'll be here soon enough. Hush, my baby.
It's the trucks.
He won't sleep. No, he hasn't slept all day. He's hungry, isn't he? Very hungry.
They're not coming here. They're not for us.
They were not for us. Not yet. And so we waited as the sun rose toward noon. On the ground near the wire fence, a pair of swallows landed, chirping happily. One of the guards with a submachine gun approached the birds stealthily and threw them a slice of bread. They fled away and then came back to nibble at the slice. They threw them several more slices. All of us stared at the 3 slices of bread lying on the ground near the wire fence. The guard had seemed almost human. His face had warmed with a smile as he watched the birds pecking at the bread. But the birds had flown away now, and a young woman with a thin, silent, emaciated child in her arms ran to retrieve the bread. The guard, who liked birds, did not like women with emaciated children. It's a quick way to die. No anguish, no waiting, mercifully fast out of this beautiful June world. Why wait for the trucks to cart you away like cattle in the slaughterhouse? Reach for the bread and all will be over. Every cell in my body recoiled as I moved to where the mother and the child lay still upon the warm earth. I snatched the bread and turned and faced the guard. He looked at me, unbelieving. He raised his gun. I looked at him and waited, quivering. He laughed, put down his gun and turned away.
There's no word for these beasts. No word in any language.
Maybe the child is still alive.
They're both dead. Don't look at them.
Please, could I have a piece of your bread? Yes. Yes, take it. Take all of it. I don't want it. But you risked your life for it. I don't want it. I didn't risk anything. Nothing is cheaper than life here. Give it to your child. Go on, go on. Thank you. Thank you.
They have made us all crazy.
The sun reached the top of the day, and still the trucks did not come. It was high noon, and now there were no more shadows. The sun crept into every nook and cranny, searching hungrily for shadowy places. This deadly and radiant day moved on. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and still we waited. We were given no food, a sure sign that they planned to murder us all. But the guards grew restless. They needed relaxation.
Hey! Du! Youth! Come here.
The guard pointed to an old man with a short gray beard. The old man fearfully pointed to himself in question.
Yeah, du! Come here!
The guard gestured with his gun in an angry motion at the delay. The old man, with his head bowed, but watching the guard with the fascination of horror, shuffled slowly over to the fence where the guard stood. As he approached the fence, one of the 3 guards reached in and grabbed him roughly by the arm, pulling him up fast against the wire. The other pulled out a large red bandana protruding from the old man's pocket and slipped it around the old man's neck and strangled him. We watched, expressionless, soundless, and half crazed.
They're blood crazy. Blood crazy.
Quiet. Quiet. Don't let them hear you.
Here you are, murderers. I have a handkerchief, too. See my handkerchief.
Please.
Come. Murder me.
Please, you'll only... One of the guards had taken leisurely aim and shot him. He fell with his arms still outstretched and the handkerchief held tightly in his clenched fist. Then his wife ran over to his sprawling body. But she died before she reached him, falling ungracefully over him. The rest of us stood transfixed, not daring to move, not daring to breathe heavily. We stood like stones. The guard, in a lazy manner, swept his gun slowly up and back, ready to shoot at the slightest quiver of motion. Not even the children moved, for they knew. For well over a minute, he played his gun upon us, reveling in his terrible power. But then his arm grew tired. He lowered his gun and turned away with a laugh. The day approached its end. The old sun, now an incandescent orange, moved down the western sky. The earth seemed on golden fire. And we who saw it, standing in the wire-enclosed yard of the barracks, knew that this was the end of the world.
The trucks! They're coming!
I see them. Yes, they're really coming.
We're going to Belzins.
I'm sure they're going to take us to another camp, a labor camp.
Those trucks go only one way, to and from Belzins.
Achtung! In Doppelreihe aufgestellt! Los!
The trucks aren't facing in the direction of Belzins.
What's the use in hoping?
Da gibt's nicht mehr zu quatschen! Wenn ich gehorcht, wird abgegleicht! Einer nach dem anderen Lastwagen rein! Quatsch!
We rode for a long time as the dusk changed to a dark, moonless night. We entered Lvov, the city of my birth,
and began to ride through the dead and darkened streets. We came upon a long, narrow thoroughfare, and then the truck I was on stopped suddenly with a jolt. It became terribly quiet. There was no sound. This was the time to jump out of the truck and escape, for there was no doubt anymore in anyone's mind where we were going. Suddenly, the man alongside of me jumps out of the truck and runs like he's on fire. The guard shoots at him. Without thinking, I jump too, and I run. I was running not to die, but to escape. My back crawls with the expected bullet. I keep running faster and faster. My heart batters against my ribs. Suddenly, the street is lit up by a glaring white searchlight. I run into an open cellar and crouch near a bale of refuse.
Sie können doch nicht weit weg sein. Sie haben sich hier in dem Haus versteckt. Wir können den Lastwagen nicht aufhalten. Die Besatzungstruppen werden Sie schon finden. Gehen wir! Gehen wir!
I couldn't hold up the trucks, and they were sure that the occupation troops would find me. I don't know how long I stayed there crouching behind the barrel of refuse. Maybe an hour, maybe 4. Finally, I crawled up to the street level. There were several Nazi soldiers combing the street. I backed into the cellar again and moved deeper inside. In utter blackness, I moved slowly on, not knowing where I was or where I was going. I, who had always been afraid of the dark, now found it protective.
Who's this? Speak up or we'll shoot. Flash the light. We're not supposed to. You know the rules.
Just for a moment. Quick, we might be ambushed.
It's a woman. One of us.
Come here. Don't be afraid. We're not Nazis.
Who are you?
The underground.
Very deep underground we are, too.
How'd you get here?
I jumped out of a truck. They were taking us to Belsen's. Where am I?
You're at the entrance to a tunnel leading into the river which runs under the city of Lvov. You may yet escape with your life.
Give me your hand. We'll take you to the tunnel.
I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Yeah, none of that.
No one has done anything kind for me for so long.
You're not safe yet. Far from it.
This tunnel, who built it?
The newspaper publisher. He was very wise. He knew that Hitler would someday come and knock on his door.
So every day he and his sons and daughter and his wife would go down to the cellar and dig. Not to cause suspicion. Be careful there. Not to cause suspicion, they carried the earth away in bits in their pockets and even in their shoes. The neighbors never knew. For several years they continued to dig, following the river to the canal.
This tunnel has saved over 1,000 lives.
I never saw the faces of those 2 men who took me here. But I shall never forget them.
Goodbye, Zipporah.
Keep alive.
I began to crawl on the narrow, damp ledge that was hewn out over this underground river. I crawled in the blackest blackness, feeling my way by reaching ahead with my hands. Some unknown person was behind me, and were it not for him, I would never have made it to the canal. I know not how many times I lost consciousness, but each time I was goaded on.
Move.
I dragged myself ahead, moving in a nightmare.
Move.
Halfway through the tunnel, all my strength oozed out. I would have rolled off into the river if I could, but I didn't even have strength for that.
Move. Move.
I don't remember the rest of the way at all. I don't know how I got through the rest of the 50 yards. The next thing I knew, several pairs of hands grabbed me and picked me up. When I had recovered enough to look around, I saw that I was in a large space before a canal. In the pale, wavering candlelight, I saw a long row of people. Women, children, and men. But not very old people. The old lay somewhere in the bottom of the nameless Black River. The rest of us who survived felt nothing, because anguish, fatigue, and fear had dried us up.
You are safe for the time being, but soon you must go out on your own. Perhaps some of you can find friends with whom you can hide out. Some of you might escape to the side of our allies. Whatever you do, may God be with you.
Thank you.
When he finished, the man smiled kindly upon us all. They brought us food. I had forgotten hunger. I hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. As I ate, I saw that a boy alongside of me still had his watch. What time is it, friend?
Almost midnight. Just another minute more.
And so ended my most memorable day in June. So unforgettable that I cannot stop thinking of it since it happened.
That is how she ended her essay. The class said nothing. No one applauded. They were all very sober, as if in the presence of a tragedy. When the class was over, I asked Zipporah to stay for a few minutes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barren. I should have written something light. That's what you really wanted.
Oh, I'm glad you wrote this. Look at me, Zipporah.
Yes, sir?
How old do you think I am?
I don't know.
Oh, I'd like you to guess. Go on, I won't be hurt no matter what you say.
About 43?
Not very accurate, Zipporah. Maybe it's my gray hair that misleads you. You see, I'm only 30.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Barren.
It's not your fault, Zipporah. You see, I was at Belden.
You?
Yes, Zipporah. Please call me Leo. That's my first name.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Leo.
I took her by both hands, and I smiled. She looked at me for a long time, and then smiled back. The eternal light in people does not snuff out so easily.
Our Eternal Light drama today, Zipporah, was written by Sigmund Miller and was based on an essay by Zipporah Wynne. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Charlotte Holland was featured as Zipporah and Roger de Koven as Leo Barren. The entire production was under the direction of Edward King. Free Time to Present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our Eternal Light story today, All These Barren Hills, was written by Morton Wishengrad. Donald Buca is heard as Samuel Gottlieb, and Alexander Scorby is the narrator.
We will observe the mighty holiness of this day. And in this season of the days of war, let us tell once again a dream of the prophet Jeremiah, that they who survive shall find grace in the wilderness. And the watchmen on Mount Ephraim shall call out to them, Arise ye, and let us go up to Zion. This is a true history, based upon actual letters, upon diaries that were kept, upon documents which were gathered and preserved as a journal. The day the bugle blew was April 11th, 1945. It took a little time to decide what should be done. Nearly a month. Then it took a little time to speak to the authorities. On June 3rd, 1945, 16 of them got into a truck. To the left and to the right, the rich landscape of Thüringen unrolled. They rode through Weimar, past the ruined houses and the broken streets. They rode for a long time, but they were patient. They could afford to be patient. In the town of Blankenheim, they stopped. The man who sat beside the driver got out and spoke to the Burgermeister.
We are taking possession of the township farm at Eggendorf.
No? By what authority?
The American military government, Herr Bürgermeister.
What documents do you have? I will need a certification.
These are the papers. They're in order, Herr Bürgermeister.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Not at all.
What will you be doing in Germany?
We shall be farmers.
I see. Another question, if you don't mind.
I don't mind, Herr Bürgermeister.
Where do you come from?
Buchenwald.
You mean from the...
Yes.
May I know your name?
You may. It's Samuel Gottlieb.
They were 16 from Buchenwald, 16 who had survived the sword. But they had not come unto the mountains of Samaria to plant a vineyard. Neither were they adorned with tabrets and disposed to go forth in merry dances. It was enough to be able to walk and to be allowed a small dream. The township farm of Eggendorf is 2 kilometers from the Burgermeister's house in Blankenheim. They rode to the farm with their documents of temporary possession. They looked at it with their large eyes, and then slowly the man named Samuel Gottlieb enumerated their blessings.
All right. The houses are torn and broken. We're no better. The cattle are skinny. Why not? They won't be ashamed of us. Oh, that's a joke. Isn't anybody going to laugh?
Samuel, I've had a look at the pile of manure out in the yard. For that alone, just to clean the yard, months of work.
Anybody else? Avram.
I didn't want to speak, but since you ask, everything is filthy. Everything needs repair. It would be different, Samuel, if we were people with skill. 8 years ago in Poland, I was a school teacher.
Avram, that's the whole point. We used to be tailors and clerks and intellectuals. Now we're going to become farmers. Isn't this what we argued about in Buchenwald? Avram, it was you who made the big speeches. Let us live together here in Germany, in a communal settlement, and prepare ourselves to be farmers so that we can go to Palestine and work on the land. That's what you said.
I haven't changed my mind. But this place is hopeless.
What do you think this place says about you? Look at all of us. What a collection of scarecrows we are. Well, what do you say?
It's better than the watchtowers and the barracks at Buchenwald. Let's get some sleep. Tomorrow morning we'll look around and see what's to be done.
Tomorrow they looked around, and they began to work. They began to build a farm settlement, modeled after the pioneer farm settlements of Eretz Yisrael. They gave themselves a name. A man named Samuel Gottlieb wrote an entry in his diary.
This is the farm settlement of Buchenwald. Kibbutz Buchenwald. Camp Buchenwald punished us, ruined us, but Kibbutz Buchenwald has united us. We've been cleansed of all our sickly, egotistic leanings. Now we must train ourselves to deserve to build our Kibbutz Buchenwald in Eretz Yisrael. There is so much work to do.
Look, how can you keep hammering nails when your right hand is just a mass of blisters?
You don't have to know the Talmud to answer. You use your left hand.
But what happens if both hands are full of blisters?
Then you shovel manure.
Look, how much manure can a man shovel?
How much is there?
So much.
That's how much. What are you so pale about?
I never touched a horse in my life. Now I'm riding one.
Shh. Not so loud. You're all right so long as the horse doesn't know. Now what's the matter? Why aren't you plowing?
The oxen have stopped.
Well, don't be bashful. Yell to them to start.
How do I yell?
Well, maybe they were Nazi oxen. Just yell Achtung.
You know, that's something I can't joke about. And I suppose it's stupid of me, but I just can't bring myself to shout commands at them in German. What's the Hebrew word for onward?
Kadima.
All right. Get up. Kadima.
It was a miracle. Not that they were able to work and had the strength for it, but that they were able to laugh. They plowed with oxen. One day after their arrival, they were already turning over the weed-choked earth of Eggendorf. It was cruel work for men who had subsisted for so many years on watery soup and potato parings. They trembled with fatigue. Under the hot sun, they shivered with weakness. But they forced themselves to turn over the ground, to sow it with barley and wheat.
Whoa! Whoa! What's the matter of him?
My hands are bleeding. My back.
Oh, hey, change places with me.
Thanks, Meyer.
Better cover those blisters with something. Avram, what's wrong?
Meyer, are we crazy?
What do you mean?
I mean, have we become lunatics? Look at all of us. What are we doing here? Working the Nazis' land.
It was a question uppermost in their minds. They were rebuilding a German farm, plowing German land. Why were they doing it? A man named Shlomo Lazarovich wrote the answer down in a letter he sent from Kibbutz Buchenwald to a friend in the former concentration camp of Buchenwald. A letter from a pioneer to a displaced person.
We must learn to love work itself and bring this love with us to Palestine. Even while we were still in Buchenwald, we volunteered to work in the hospital to save the few who were still alive. We washed the sick. We did not run away, even when the typhus epidemic spread. We suffered a great deal in the last 6 years, but we learned that only through love of labor can we find a lasting foundation for the future.
As if in answer to the letter, on June 6th, 5 more scarecrows arrived to build and to be rebuilt by Kibbutz Buchenwald. June the 9th was the Sabbath, and a man named Avram wrote in his diary that night,
Our room was brightly lighted and filled with guests. One of them was a rabbi from the American Army who had come to be with us for the Sabbath. We asked him to say a few words.
I don't have any right to preach to you. It isn't why I came.
You're a rabbi. It's the Sabbath.
I don't know what to say. I've never had a congregation like you.
Say whatever you please. We'll listen.
No. This time, I want my congregation to preach to me. I'm creating a president. I'm a rabbi who wants to listen.
No. What can we tell you? Well, we work hard here. The first days, we didn't think it was possible to go on. It's a little easier now. I think we've proved to ourselves that we haven't been destroyed, that we are people with a will to continue. We thank you for the help you have brought us from the American Joint Distribution Committee, because you are helping us to reach a time and a place when we will be able to rely on ourselves.
Samuel Gottlieb, that's a sermon for this Sabbath. Let me give you a text for it. They say that of those who went into the wilderness with Moses toward the land that had been promised to them, some saw only the difficulties. We cannot secure the land of Israel, they said. But some were like you, like Joshua ben Nun. They relied on themselves. And they said with Joshua, let us go up into the land.
Discovered in America in the days of Daniel Boone and the Cumberland Road, in the days of the Conestoga wagons, a pioneer is a skillful man, sufficient unto himself. You do not build a civilization in a wilderness with other men's hands. The hands must be your own, skilled hands, able to turn the earth, to hold it, to build a house, to hold it, to gather the grain from one's own field, to hold it. It requires skill to be a pioneer and courage. And so they who had come with courage taught one another skill.
This is the machine which the Joint Distribution Committee sent to us yesterday. Now you stand here and watch how it works. Halima.
They stood round and watched the machine whir through a field of barley, cutting the grain and binding the sheaves. Then the machine broke
We'll have
down.
to send for a mechanic to fix it.
No, wait. Let me try.
Have you ever repaired a machine like this?
No. Until yesterday, I never even saw one. But yesterday, I stood and watched the mechanic who brought it. A machine is only a machine no matter what it does. Somebody give me a screwdriver.
Well, naturally, he didn't fix it. It takes something more than presumption or boldness to repair a complicated mechanism. And so they had to call an expert. But the second time the machine broke down, an expert was no longer necessary. They had watched him, and as they themselves said...
After all, what is an expert? A man who is capable of learning from others.
Kadima!
This was how to be a pioneer. A man with a scholar's face, but with newly calloused hands, laughed to himself.
I will tell Samuel Gottlieb how I learned about monkey wrenches and pliers from a man who used to teach the Talmud. That should be a proper entry for his journal.
As the days followed, there were many new entries in the journal of Kibbutz Buchenwald.
The Russian army will occupy Thüringen, so we shall leave Wegendorf, find a new place farther west. We are to be given a new farm near Fulda. June 24th. We are in Geringshof near Fulda. It is even poorer than Eggendorf. There are no beds, no chairs, no tables. Still, we've started right to work.
July 2nd. New recruits come to us every day. Young men, young women, all intent on Eretz Yisrael. Some are religious, some are not religious. We are all shades of opinion. We have decided that no one will try to force his ideas upon his comrades. The main thing is that all of us have only one object at heart: to work for Palestine and the Jewish people.
Slowly they find themselves. Cheeks are burnt by the sun, hands are surer, eyes are more clear. On the Sabbath, the cattle and horses are in their stalls. The men and women wash and put on fresh clothes. And Samuel Gottlieb of Kibbutz Buchenwald composes an entry for his diary.
Once there lived an artist in God's world, somewhere on the edge of the Baltic Sea. He looked out on the greenish water, studied the world and its beauty. He listened to the sounds around him, and all that his heart felt, he played on his fiddle. Then there was the war, and all vanished. They took him away forever. His wife, his music, his children were gone. All that remained was his last friend, his fiddle. And he plays upon it endlessly in his pain, month after month and year after year. And suddenly, all becomes quiet on God's earth. The burning fires are put out. Airplanes are quiet, motionless. The prison gates open for him. He sees the blue sky and the sun. He wants to run somewhere, to run to something. He seeks his beloved ones, his wife and his children. But he does not find them. He is all alone. And then he finds us. He is a member of our kibbutz, one of us, equal with all, working equally with all, and playing on his fiddle. Like this. So heartfelt, so good.
A melody to play on a violin, a Rosh Hashanah hymn to sing in Kibbutz Buchenwald. Lo, as the potter shapes the clay, so are we in thy hands. A hymn of occupations, of the smith, the mason, the worker in the field. And the men and women regard the musician and the singer, gazing with large, staring eyes. They sit sunken in themselves, thinking of dead moments and wondering.
Far away, perhaps at Carmel or near the Sea of Galilee, there's a green settlement.
Will there be some joy for us there? Will there be warmth and closeness somewhere? Sometime?
On August 5th, an American chaplain brings news.
Please be quiet. We're behaving like children. Please be quiet. Quiet, everyone. All right, Rabbi. We'll be quiet.
I have received word from Paris that 80 priority certificates for Palestine have been set aside for Kibbutz Bougainville.
80 certificates?
You can expect to sail in a month or 6 weeks.
Well?
Rabbi, you're absolutely sure?
Yes.
It wouldn't be good if...
You will not be disappointed.
You're sure?
Yes. There are 80 certificates. More than you yourselves need.
We'll send a small committee to Bergen-Belsen and ask who among them will go with us as farmers to Eretz Yisrael.
80 certificates. They stand around, and for once there is no quick movement to resume the tasks they've left abandoned. A hammer lies idle near a cabinet that's being repaired. The oxen stand stolidly in the field and wait for the return of the plowman. The thin cows munch hay in their stalls, while the milk pails remain unfilled. There is silence. The men and women have died many times. They are those who have seen hell and survived. Now they can only listen to the sound of their own heartbeats. That evening, Samuel Gottlieb opens the diary he is keeping. He dips a pen in ink, and he writes a single sentence.
Perhaps the word joy, in the fullest meaning, is enough.
On August 8th, there is another entry.
2 girls have come to us from Bergen-Belsen.
Shalom, Haverim.
On August 11th, Samuel Gottlieb takes up his pen again.
Today was the Sabbath, and from a distance we heard a song. Then came some girls and boys, and we went out to meet them, crying, Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. And then we began to dance.
El Ibne Hagalil, Baruch Ibne Hagalil, El Ibne Hagalil, Baruch Ibne Hagalil, El Ibne Hagalil, Baruch Ibne Hagalil, El Ibne Hagalil, Baruch Ibne Hagalil.
And so there is another entry in the journal.
The words of the song are, who will build Galilee? And the answer is, God will build Galilee, and we will build Galilee.
The journal is crowded now with many entries. But the best entry is a smudge of soot that comes through the window of the railroad car. A man named Abraham Ahovain studies the faces of his comrades, and he begins to write in his diary.
Through the dark of Europe, a few half-broken little railway cars are carrying a few people toward Palestine. Each of them, years ago, sent his longing heart before him, sent his heart from behind electrified barbed wire. In the car, all have given themselves to the angel of sleep. Like good children, they are listening to the angel's tales. It is dark, but it gets lighter and lighter. My comrades get up, come back into life again.
September 8th, 1945. The military transport Matroa cast anchor off the port of Haifa. September 8th. It was the first day of Rosh Hashanah, the first day of a new year and a new life. They thronged the deck in sight of the Holy Land, and they spoke an ageless prayer.
grant lasting peace unto Israel and all mankind. In the book of life may we be inscribed before thee. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who makest peace.
A wind came up on Rosh Hashanah, a wind that blew down from the hill of Zion toward the sea. And one of the girl from Buchenwald, wrote of that moment.
Friend, is it possible that there on the horizon, still unclear, is it possible that I have seen a shape there of rolling hills and heights and valleys? Are these the contours of our land? I stand against the rail. My lips repeat over and over, Eretz Yisrael. I know that the past will not leave me, and I am a little afraid. Once I wanted to believe in the world, in people, in ideals, and life has showed me that this could not be. Now the same wish begins to be reborn in me. Let me put away what I have lived through. Let me leave it here in the depths of the sea. Friends, I see the first house.
This is the season of the holy days in America and also in a farm settlement of Eretz Yisrael, known as Kibbutz Buchenwald. The settlement has grown to more than 100 men and women and children. And to them have come the people of the land of Israel, only to look upon them and to speak a word.
You come in a good time. We are only at the beginning. For all these barren hills must one day be covered with green.
There are many hymns for the solemn festival of Rosh Hashanah. In Israel, in Kibbutz Buchenwald, they sing this hymn for themselves, and the words are proper for the day and for the season. The words are, Ki hine kachonev. As the potter shapes the clay and proves it in the fire, so we are proved by thee.
Our Eternal Light drama today, All These Barren Hills, was written by Morton Wishengrad and is based upon two articles written by Meyer entitled The Journal of Kibbutz Buchenwald, which appeared in the magazine Commentary. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Katim. Cantor David Futterman sang the liturgical music. Donald Buca was featured as Samuel Gottlieb, and Alexander Scorby was the narrator. The entire production was under the direction of Edward King. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today, in the season of the Sukkot Festival, we present a story by Irv Tunick entitled The Creation, in commemoration of United Nations Week. Featured as narrator is Raymond Edward Johnson.
It is written that in the beginning, the very beginning, even before the beginning, 2,000 years before the heavens were divided into seven, before the earth was born, before the first terrestrial morn, the Lord God created seven things. First, God made the Torah, the holy law. It was written in black fire on white fire so that its words would blaze forever. Then the divine throne was created. Paradise was placed on its right hand, and hell on its left, and the celestial sanctuary stretched before the throne. Finally, the seventh thing was created. It was a voice, and it cried aloud,
"Return, ye children of men."
And it came to pass, and so it is written, that 974 generations after the Lord God created the Torah, he wished to create the world. He spoke to the Torah. God spoke, saying, "In thy opinion, would it be wise to create the earth?" And the Torah answered,
O Lord God, truly thou art the King of kings, and truly a king must have his army, his courtiers, his attendants to do his bidding. But in this matter I am burdened with fear, I ache with danger. If thou should create the world, thou must also create man. And what shall man be? A sinner, a cheat, a thief, an ingrate. He will lie, slander, covet, murder. He will live for himself and not for the Torah.
And God replied, "If there shall be sin, there shall also be repentance. I shall create the world, and I shall create man, and man shall be created in my own image." Now God called to his side justice. He summoned justice, saying to justice, "Go thee and rule the earth which I am about to create." And justice went to earth, the first earth God created. Justice went to earth and ruled over all the earth, over the creatures of the earth and the men of the earth. And then God came down to earth. He came down and was displeased with the earth he had created. "It is not good," said God. "It is not good. I will not have it." And God then created a second earth. And again justice went to rule. And again God was displeased, and his anger turned the sun to ash. "It is not good," said God. "I will not have it." And a third earth was created. "It is not good," said God. "I will not have it." And a fourth earth. And so with the fifth earth and the sixth. "It is not good," said the Lord. "I will not have it." Now God summoned the virtues to his presence,
He summoned justice and peace. He summoned blessing, mercy, and right. He summoned the virtues. And the virtues stood before him. Justice spoke first.
It was done as my Lord God desired it to be done. I went to the earth and sat in judgment. To all I gave equal justice, to the rich and poor alike, to the farmer and the artisan, to the scholar and the yeoman. To all judgment was given according to the law.
Then right spoke.
What is lacking then? Is it truth? No, it cannot be truth because man has the truth. He has the law. Is it faith? No, it cannot be faith because man has a soul, and the soul is the vault of faith. Is it love? No, it cannot be love because man has children, and children are love. Is it beauty? No, it cannot be beauty because a man is fashioned in the image of God. What is lacking then? What is needed?
And justice replied,
It is not what is lacking, but what is there, the seed of imperfection. I will prove it. Look down upon earth, upon one speck of earth. See there a man. Jacob Mitzvah.
Who calls me?
Jacob Mitzvah. Are you a pious man?
I love the Lord, my God.
Do you live by the law of God, Jacob Mitzvah?
Every breathing moment of my life.
And yet, Jacob Mitzvah, you have broken the law. You have stolen that which belonged to another. Is that not the truth? Speak.
It is the truth. I have stolen.
See there? A pious man, and yet a thief. How can I work in this clay?
Jacob Mitzvah, what did you steal?
I stole bread.
Why did you steal bread?
To feed my children. It was a bitter time, and the crop was less than normal. My master took all the wheat, even my rightful share. He took it and sold it in the market to buy jewels for his wife. When my children cried, and they always cried, they were hungry. When I could no longer stand their cries, I went to my master's house and stole bread.
And that was your crime?
I stole bread. That was my crime.
It was a crime, and he was judged according to his crime, and he was declared guilty of his crime. Pious man, but still guilty of his crime.
Justice. What is a crime?
Crime is the breaking of the law.
Crime is the breaking of the law. But is the law so unbending that it will not yield? Let there be law, and let there be wisdom in the execution of the law. Let there be law, and let there be compassion in the hearts of the judges who measure the law. Let there be law, and let the law be gentle. Let the law be filled with understanding.
And the Lord appeared. Suddenly he appeared, and the Lord said, Who has spoken these words?
I have spoken them, O my king.
And the Lord asked, What is thy name?
My name is Mercy.
And God smiled, and the wind was suddenly soft. God smiled, and he said, Mercy, go thou with justice to the earth. Together you will rule the world I am about to create. And as it is written, the world was created in 6 days,
On the first day, God created the heavens and the earth, light and darkness, day and night. On the second day, God created the firmament, the veil between the waters above and the waters below. On the third day of creation, God ordered that the waters be gathered together and the dry land to appear. The earth, obedient, hunched itself into hills and mountains, pushed valleys apart, dug riverbeds, and scratched waterways for streams. The water descended into these basins. It thrashed against its banks, hated its imprisonment, cried out aloud, "Oh, Lord, let me escape!"
This is no fit preserve for the mightiest of all things created. Let me escape my prison. Let me once again flood the entire earth. Give me the acres I need for my glory.
And God was angry. He turned to the waters. God, in his anger, turned to the waters and said, "Do not boast of thy strength, O water. Behold, I will order the sand to make a boundary for thee, which thou shalt not be able to pass." And the water laughed. It rippled its surface and laughed.
The sand! What can the sand do to me? My smallest wave will pass over the sand and scatter the puny particles all over the earth.
The biggest grain of sand called his brothers together.
Fear not, my brothers. True, we are small. We are weak and powerless when each is by himself. Divided, we would fly into the endless abyss if the slightest drop of water touched us. But let us unite, never to separate, and we shall become strong. And the boastful waters will know our strength and no longer despise us.
And still the water laughed. It rippled its surface and laughed. And then in a hideous fury, it flung itself upon the sand. Again and again, in furious passion, it flung itself upon the sand. And then, because the grains of sand were united, because they lived together in peace, because they had found the strength of union, the waters tasted of defeat and recoiled. And the Lord said, "I detest pride." And as it is written, on the fourth day, God created the sun, the moon, and the stars. On the fifth day, he created the fish of the sea and the birds of the sky. On the sixth day, God created the living creatures after his kind, cattle and creeping things and beasts of the earth after his kind. And as it is written, on the sixth day also God created man. With dust gathered from the four corners of the earth, God created man. When man opened his eyes, his first words were, "How great are thy works, O Lord." God then led Adam through the Garden of Eden. And God said to Adam, "See how beautiful are the works of my hands. Whatever I have created was made for thy sake. Take care lest thou spoil or destroy my world, for if thou wilt spoil it, there will be none to set it aright. How great are thy works, O Lord." Now God resolved to give Adam a wife. He caused Adam to fall into slumber, and God said, "How shall I make Eve? I will not make her from the head of man, lest she carry her head in arrogant pride."
nor from the eye, lest she be wanton-eyed, nor from the ear, lest she be an eavesdropper, nor from the neck, lest she be insolent, nor from the mouth, lest she be a tattler, nor from the heart, lest she be inclined to envy, nor from the hand, lest she be a meddler, nor from the foot, lest she be a gadabout. And the Lord took a rib from Adam's side, and as he formed it into the shape of a woman, the Lord whispered, "Be pure, be pure."
The wedding of Adam and Eve was a blessed occasion. God presented the bride to the groom, the angels danced, and there was joy. And now that it was done, now that creation was done, now that all things were done, all that was needed was for the Lord to press upon the earth his seal, to say that it was good. He assembled the angels. All the angels were assembled, and God sat on his throne.
Just then, with a swirl of wind, justice and mercy appeared. The two together, justice and mercy, they stood before the throne. Said justice,
"I pray thee, O Lord, not to bless the world. It is not worthy."
Said mercy,
"It is beyond redemption, Almighty King."
And the Lord looked at mercy and justice. The Lord looked at them and said, "What is thy complaint against my earth?"
It is man. He is a baseless sinner. He defies the law. He wars against his fellow man, thinks evil of his neighbor, steals and cheats from his own flesh and blood.
It is not always that bad. Some men are faithful in their own peculiar fashion. A man is good to his wife. He's good to his family. He is even good to his friends. One might even agree that each man can be good to one another. But that is not the source of the trouble.
It is when man forms little circles with other men.
Then it is not man against man, but circle against circle, group against group. This is the evil we cannot mend.
A man from this family hates a man from that family.
A man from this town hates a man from that town.
A man from this state hates a man from that state.
A man from this nation hates a man from that nation.
And the Lord listened to justice and mercy. He listened to them and said,
"Go thee back to my earth and tell my people of the earth to form themselves into one bundle, so that one man is to another man as a father is to a son." Justice and mercy returned to the earth, appealed to the people of the earth, told them to form themselves into one bundle as the Lord God commanded. And so, at a certain time, in a certain city, the rulers of the world gathered, kings of mighty nations, ministers from minor tribes, diplomats, statesmen, secretaries, and specialists of protocol. They gathered in this certain city for the purpose of binding themselves together into one bundle as the Lord commanded. And it started with debate. And the debate rose to argument, and the argument swelled to anger, and the anger became passion, and passion flung justice aside and mercy, and all the world trembled in fear. And the Lord saw this, and his anger split mountains asunder. Cried the Lord, "I will not have it. I will not see man barter away the lives of other men as a butcher barters beef. I will not have it. If a man does not want peace, I will not have man. As I have created man, so shall I destroy him." Now
the angels gathered close to the throne. They gathered close and were eager to sing their praise of the Lord. But the Lord motioned them to silence. He was prepared to pass judgment. The angel Shamael flew to the gates, flung open the gates, and listened. There was nothing but a pillar of silence stretching from the earth to heaven. And the angels stirred, and there was tension, and fear, anxiety, and silence. Just then, from off in the velvet distance, a voice was heard. The melody was as sweet as a sunrise, as warm as a baby, as rich as a kiss. The voice of the people flew up from the earth, begging forgiveness, asking for mercy. And this was the prayer.
Grant us forgiveness for the sake of those who were slain for thy holy name, who were slaughtered proclaiming thy unity, who went through fire and water for the sanctification of thy name. Do it for the sake of the sucklings at the breast, for the sake of weaned infants who have not trespassed, for the sake of peoples in houses of instruction. Do it for thy sake, if not for ours. Do it for thy sake, and save us.
And now the Lord cried, and his tears flowed, and he knew the prayer of Israel, and he stayed his hand. He said, "Not yet, not yet." And so the Lord waits. He waits for the dawn of the true seventh day. He waits for the Sabbath of peace.
O men of earth, why do you deny the Lord God rest from his labors? After all these uncounted generations, the seventh day is not yet.
Now we take great pleasure in presenting Major Aubrey Eben, speaking from Paris, France. We take you now to Paris.
As I speak to you from Paris, the nations of the world are assembled for critical decisions on the future of the Holy Land. The revival of Jewish statehood after 2,000 years presents itself to the world community as an unexampled triumph of faith and historic tenacity. But although the existence of the State of Israel is an evident fact, recognized with pride and respect by our friends, but also recognized, though with reluctance, by our enemies, that does not mean that all is safely accomplished and attained. there lies before our delegation a supremely important task: to stand guard upon the political and territorial integrity of our state. The Negev is a part of Israel, just as Arizona is a part of the United States. No legal power anywhere exists, not even in the General Assembly of the United Nations, whereby a part of an existing state may be detached from it without its consent. We therefore firmly reject the proposals of the mediator's report to award the greater part of Israel to Arab states. The Negev, all the Negev, north and south, is not merely a part of Israel. It is that part of the country to which the highest value is attached.